Han Fei could clearly sense that the power of the heavenly Tao lightning was the myriad laws of the world. Although they attacked his body, some of them would remain after they were annihilated. And this part could broaden his soul. At this point of cultivation, he had already realized that the purpose of cultivating the God-fiend formless technique was not to circulate a great cycle, but to perfectly unify the body and soul. Therefore, Han Fei realized that it wasn't that he had to suffer the impact of the heavenly Tao lightning, but that his soul was inferior to his physique. If the power of his soul was stronger than his physique, he might have experienced the lightning tribulation refining his body instead of the heavenly Tao refining his soul. At this moment, although it was very dangerous this time, it was very meaningful. In just 500 seconds, Han Fei's soul power had increased by about 150,000 points. According to this calculation, he would have to hold on for more than 2,000 seconds before he could complete the operation of the God-fiend formless technique. However, Zhao Qinglong's origin star couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly Tao lightning at all and was riddled with holes. At this moment, he had completed more than half of a cycle. Han Fei thought that if Zhao Qinglong's origin star was destroyed, he could still use an Taiping's origin star. However, when Han Fei tried to stop cultivating, something shocking happened. In his dual spiritual heritages, the god and demon techniques no longer needed to be controlled. They actually circulated automatically and couldn't be stopped. **T. Han Fei sensed that laws were surging over between the heavens and earth, and that the spots of light transformed from tens of thousands of great Daos turned into heavenly Tao lightning that rained down on him. No, it's not that the technique can't be stopped, but that the world won't let me stop. At that moment, Han Fei was shocked. I am actually forced to cultivate? At this moment, Han Fei remembered the old turtle's words. The God-fiend formless technique was originally not tolerated by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, without the protection of the sea realm, one might have to bear a baptism similar to a heavenly tribulation to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. He didn't know if the old turtle hadn't experienced everything he was experiencing because he hadn't practiced the God-fiend formless technique in the Sea of Stars, but what the old turtle said enlightened him. Cultivating the God-fiend formless technique required the recognition of all laws of the world. Therefore, he needed to be recognized now, and if he wanted to be recognized, he needed to completely accept the baptism of all laws of the world and reach a perfect balance in the baptism. At that time, the heavenly Tao would recognize Han Fei as his kind and wouldn't care about him anymore. However, the problem was that at his current speed, wouldn't he have to last more than 1,500 seconds? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have broken through to the peak level late-stage star transformation realm first. He should have cultivated this technique as soon as he obtained it. This way, the difference between his soul power and his physique wouldn't have been greater and greater. However, it was too late for regrets. Han Fei could only pray that Zhao Qinglong's origin sea could resist it for a while longer. However, after only 200 seconds, the star was completely shattered, and the star core flew away from him. Once again, Han Fei was completely exposed to the Sea of Stars. At this time, Han Fei accidentally saw that the 72 modified stars connected to Zhao Qinglong's origin star had all been shattered, and the entire defense system had completely collapsed. **T. In just 10 seconds, Han Fei couldn't withstand the heavenly Tao lightning. If He failed at this moment, even if he used the great Tao of life replacement. The cultivation technique would stop instantly. This might cause backlash to his dual spiritual heritages and might destroy both his divine spiritual heritages. At that moment, Han Fei thought of a way to resist the heavenly Tao lightning. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. Yes, the lightning drawing platform. In the divine capital dynasty, he had exchanged for two supreme quality godly weapons. The flame of life was prepared for Feng Yu, but the lightning drawing platform was specially prepared for him. However, the lightning drawing platform was meant to be used in the eternal thunder prison. He wondered if it would work now. Buzz. In any case, Han Fei summoned the lightning drawing platform immediately. He would have a try first. The moment the lightning drawing platform appeared, it suddenly shrank. Han Fei sat cross-legged in it, and the heavenly Tao lightning poured over. When it entered the lightning drawing platform, the patterns on the lightning drawing platform shone and turned purple. As for the heavenly Tao lightning, it turned into a large purple halo, and 80% of its power was absorbed. Hiss. It works so well. Han Fei felt that the pressure on his body was suddenly reduced. In this case, he seemed to be able to hold out for a long time. After 500 seconds, Han Fei saw a flame pattern condensed. This is... Hiss. Is this a purple Tao proving lightning? Han Fei was shocked. After the lightning drawing platform was put in the sea of lightning, a purple Tao proving lightning could be obtained in 10,000 years. However, under the bombardment of the heavenly Tao lightning, it only took 500 seconds to produce a purple Tao proving lightning. In an instant, the purple Tao proving lightning on the lightning drawing platform changed from 1 to 2. The value of the lightning drawing platform had a qualitative leap. Furthermore, there were 7 similar patterns on the lightning drawing platform that hadn't been lit up. This meant that if he wanted the lightning drawing platform to be saturated, he had to fill in the 7 patterns at least. Han Fei was overjoyed. If the lightning drawing platform was filled up by chance, wouldn't it be equivalent to creating a monarch-level powerhouse? However, even though the lightning drawing platform had dispersed nearly 80% of the heavenly Tao lightning, Han Fei still felt that he couldn't withstand it for a long time. Just as Han Fei was wondering if he should abandon this cultivation through the great Tao of life replacement, he saw a small vine poking out from between his eyebrows. Master Calabash? Perhaps because the relationship between Han Fei and the demon purification pot was unusually close. At this moment, a small vine extended out and blocked in front of Han Fei. Boom! The heavenly Tao roared, and a small vine trembled slightly. About half of the heavenly Tao lightning was absorbed into the vine. As for the other half, most of them were snatched away by the lightning drawing platform and fell on Han Fei. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a situation. The demon purification pot would always snatch the whole it wanted. Why did he only eat half of it this time? However, at this moment, Han Fei felt that he didn't have to stop halfway through. After about 200 seconds, Han Fei saw that a small green fruit the size of a fingernail grew on this branch. Hiss! Han Fei's eyes widened. This was the 6th fruit. Since he cultivated a young soul, Han Fei had never known how to condense the 6th fruit. However, at this moment, he somewhat understood. The demon purification pot was selectively swallowing the heavenly Tao lighting that bombarded him, and the part swallowed by the demon purification Pot might be for the condensation of the sixth divine pill. After about 2,000 seconds, because the lightning drawing platform and the demon purification pot had snatched some of the heavenly Tao lightning. Han Fei had just completed operating the first great circulation. The moment he completed the first great circulation, Han Fei suddenly felt that a large amount of the residual power of the heavenly Tao lightning on the surface of his body transformed into his soul power. In an instant, it transformed into nearly 100,000 points of soul power. As Han Fei expected, everything didn't stop after the first great circulation stopped. The second great circulation continued, and the heavenly Tao continued to bombard him. However, with the help of the lightning-drawing platform and the demon purification pot, although Han Fei's body was mangled, his body never collapsed, and his soul never dissipated. After another 2,000 seconds, Han Fei completed the second round of the great circulation. At this time, although Han Fei only bore a little bit of the power of the heavenly Tao lightning, as time passed, his flesh and blood had long turned into paste, but the origin spiritual heritage and the eternal darkness spiritual heritage in his body hadn't changed at all. It seemed that at this moment, the two extraordinary divine spiritual heritages began to show their power. The heavenly Tao couldn't destroy them, and no laws could shatter them. The origin spiritual heritage began to release vitality for some reason, consolidating his flesh and blood. The eternal darkness spiritual heritage was even more magical. It actually disappeared as if turning into nothingness, but it was still there. At this time, when Han Fei was halfway through the third round of the great circulation, suddenly, infinite power between the heavens and earth gathered in Han Fei's body. Han Fei's body was recovering at a visible speed. Furthermore, there were Tao patterns that quietly disappeared into Han Fei's flesh and blood. However, Han Fei hadn't woken up yet. Not long after the second round of the great circulation, Han Fei fell into a deep sleep. His dual spiritual heritages were operating non-stop. He didn't know that in the third round of the great circulation, the power of his soul and the power of his physique had reached an instant balance. There was no telling how long it had been, maybe 1 day, 10 days, or a year. When Han Fei felt that his body was swelling up, he woke up and found himself sitting cross-legged in the ruins of stars. Han Fei subconsciously touched his body and was greatly relieved to find that everything was fine. Seeing that he was fine, he immediately looked at his information. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 109, Sky Opening, Extreme Tao Balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200, 016th. Evolving, 7, 628/13, 064. Immortal Chi, 1,680,000. Soul, 33.36 Origins, 33,377,308 points. Perception range, 33 million kilometers. Strength, 33.36 star powers, 33,377,308 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky swallowing fish, level 108. Second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 103. Main art, Godfiend formless technique. Hiss. This time, the information panel changed a little too much, which Han Fei didn't expect. The realm he was in had changed from extreme Tao to extreme Tao balance. And the power of his soul and strength became completely identical at this moment. Most unbelievably, the power of his soul and physique had undergone an extraordinary change that even he found unbelievable. Huh? Han Fei took a deep breath, his heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were straight. 33.36 Origins? 33.36 Star Powers? After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Han Fei came back to himself. He knew that he had succeeded. And this success exceeded his imagination. If he guessed right, the number had doubled. In the past, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others said that the more balanced the soul and physique were, the more power of the heavenly Tao one could borrow, and the upper limit was their own limit. He had once felt a perfect balance and was fascinated by it. But at that time, he thought that he had only completely borrowed 100% of the power of the heavenly Tao, and the borrowed power could be considered his basic combat power. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was comparable to a monarch when he fully unleashed his strength. However, he didn't expect that after he embarked on this path, his comprehensive soul and combat power would increase by 100%. Han Fei looked at the dim star core fragments around and couldn't help but swallow secretly. These star cores had dimmed probably because their energy was forcibly absorbed by him. As for the growth of the soul, it should be bestowed to him by the myriad laws of the world. When Han Fei continued to read, he found that his main technique had changed from void fishing to the God-fiend formless technique. This change even made Han Fei at a loss. Han Fei thought that there was actually more to the void fishing technique, but his former fellow disciples in the Void Temple hadn't deduced it yet. Han Fei thought that the last level of the void fishing technique, the void stealing technique, was not fully deduced. Therefore, void fishing was reduced to a monarch level, ultra quality technique instead of a divine quality one. But even so, it was still a monarch level technique. Now, it had been replaced by the God-fiend formless technique as the main technique. But the God-fiend formless technique was clearly not as good as the void fishing technique in level, which made Han Fei quite puzzled. But Han Fei didn't care. This could only mean that the God-fiend formless technique was stronger. When Han Fei looked down, the lightning drawing platform had turned into a square tripod because there was no heavenly Tao lightning to absorb. However, the patterns representing purple Tao-proving lightning had become 4. Hiss. With 3 more, isn't it equivalent to absorbing 30,000 years more lightning? Not good. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed. How long had he been sleeping? When Han Fei looked at the time of bloodline evolution, he discovered that more than 3 years had passed. This was not on his origin star, but in the sea of stars. Therefore, more than 3 years had passed. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had asked his men to cultivate for a year, fight for a year, and annihilate the Black Wind pirates, but he, the human emperor, was missing. He didn't know how anxious Zhou Jingjing and the others would be in his origin star. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White and let them swallow all the stars of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. When the last star core disappeared from Little Black and Little White's big mouths, the 2 little guys turned into human beings. However, they didn't grow any taller. Little White ran over and asked for a hug. Daddy. Han Fei picked up the little girl and looked at Little Black. Little Black said, "I'm only 30% full." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Now that his realm had improved, Little Black and Little White could continue to upgrade. The infinite mining area was very dangerous. Upgrading Little Black and Little White at this time would be a huge trump card. Little Black and Little White were in the same realm as him now. Half a day later, when Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep of evolution, Han Fei quickly returned. At this moment, on Han Fei's origin star, Han Fei found that the old turtle didn't seem to be interested in sleeping now. With a young soul body, he appeared in the cultivation area of Hong Yu, Ingyue, and the others, and guided them in cultivation. Perhaps because he had nothing better to do, he directed the human powerhouses to spar with the powerhouses of the giant whale fortress. The old turtle shouted angrily at the people of the giant whale fortress, "How many times have I told you that combat skills are only one aspect of battle? And courage is the most important thing in battle. You people are too short of experience in life and death battles. When Han Fei comes back, I'll make him let you go out and comprehend the knacks of battle from life and death battles. Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. Without experiencing life and death battles, it seems impossible for you to go further." At this time, Zhou Jingjing said, "Lord Primitive Emperor, Master Human Emperor has been in seclusion for more than 3 years, right? The Black Wind pirates may have run away. Can you remind him? After all, we have stayed here for too long and cultivated for more than 300 years. Although our realms have generally improved greatly, we can't go on like this." The old turtle snorted. "Who knows where he is? He is completing a major breakthrough. Once he completes this breakthrough, he may be invincible below the monarch level. What's such a big deal about these few years? It'll pass." After a nap. Hearing the old turtle's stupid words, Han Fei stopped watching the show. Just now, they had fought 7 or 8 battles in a row and the human race had won all of them. This was related to the experiences of the human powerhouses. They had experienced too many battles. As for the giant whale fortress, just a few spars weren't enough and they needed a lot of actual combat. Furthermore, Han Fei sensed that many peak-level venerables had been suppressing their realms for too long and were about to make a breakthrough at any time. But there were not many people who had the opportunity to make a breakthrough from the peak of the sea establishment realm to the sky-opening realm, but even so, there were nearly 50, which surprised Han Fei. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly appeared on their training ground. The old turtle's eyes lit up when he saw Han Fei return. He immediately said, "You made it?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes." The old turtle cracked a smile. He laughed and said, "As early as before, I had thought that you and I were the same kind of people. We would have to embark on this path anyway. It seems that I really had foresight." Han Fei curled his lips. "Foresight my ass. Entering the demonic Tao is just because of need." At this moment, Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, Ingyue, Wang Su, and the others had already surrounded Han Fei the moment he appeared. Those who were cultivating or trying to suppress their cultivation stopped cultivating immediately and stood up. "Master Human Emperor." Hong Yu arrived immediately and reported, after serving as whetstones for nearly 100 years, the sea establishers of the Black Wind pirates we captured only had 72 left. These people have been confirmed by Lord Primitive Emperor to have completely surrendered, so we didn't make things difficult for them. Han Fei nodded. "How were you doing while I was away?" Zhou Jingjing said, "Master Human Emperor, we have a total of 31,282 sea establishers. Among them, we have 24,043 peak-level sea establishers, 47,685 venerables and 15,682 peak-level venerables. A total of 56,924 people below the venerable level, including 54,358 peak-level explorers. We don't have many newborns, less than 1,000. Perhaps it's because it's not easy for us to have children after we become strong. After hearing Zhou Jingjing's announcement, what surprised Han Fei most was that there were too many peak-level explorers. Almost everyone below the venerable level was a peak-level explorer. However, on second thought, this was normal. He had been away for hundreds of years, with sufficient resources, energy, and the guidance of the strong. Theoretically, these people should have grown this fast. It only took him decades to become an explorer. Back then, resources weren't calculated by area like now. Hearing that, Han Fei nodded slightly. Everybody, get ready. Swish swish swish. The people gathered. Having witnessed the powerful military formation of the humans, the others had followed suit. When everyone arrived, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, prepare to make a breakthrough. Sea establishers, watch the explorers break through to the venerable realm. All peak-level venerables, prepare to transcend the tribulation." With that, Han Fei waved his hand and more than 6,000 god-sealing spears were shot at the 6,000 people who were about to make a breakthrough. Han Fei said, "I won't help you too much with your sea establishment realm tribulation. If you are in danger, this spear can help you resist one heavenly tribulation. I think Zhou Jingjing has already prepared some resources for you to transcend the tribulation, so it's up to you whether you can establish the sea or not. However, all sea establishers will enjoy a free share of resources, body refining techniques and soul techniques. This is all I have to say. Now, let's go to the sea." Buzz. When everyone appeared in the sea realm, boundless tribulation clouds were attracted to the sky because there were too many people about to transcend the tribulation. As a result, as soon as they came out, they sensed the coming heavenly tribulations. Han Fei shouted, "All sea establishers who are about to transcend the tribulation, separate at least 1,000,000 kilometers from each other." Zhou Jingjing, Wang Su, and Li Tong looked at each other in bewilderment. If it were before, they wouldn't have believed that there would be so many people establishing the sea at the same time. Han Fei shouted, "Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, take care of the people who are going to transcend the sea establishment realm tribulation." With that, Han Fei strode to a small group of peak-level sea establishers. These 50 people could open the sky at any time. At this moment, they were all suppressing their cultivation. Among them, Han Fei saw an old acquaintance, Su Meng. Han Fei said, "You're all about to open the sky. I'll give you a chance to choose. If you open the sky in the sea realm, I guarantee that there's an 80% chance that you can survive, but you might gradually become mediocre in the sky opening realm. There are countless people like you in the sea realm. The other choice is to open the sky in the sea of stars, but the tribulation there is 30 to 50% more dangerous than in the sea realm. I can give you some help. But at most, I can guarantee that your success rate is about 50%. However, if you open the sky in the sea of stars, your potential will increase by at least 30%. It's up to you to choose." When Su Meng and the others heard this, they had mixed feelings. Opening the sky in the sea of stars would have 30% more potential than opening the sky in The sea realm. And what did potential represent? It represented their room for growth. Of course, one had to be alive to grow. If they opened the sky in the sea of stars, the mortality rate was more than half. Suddenly, Su-meng took a step forward, and then another 31 peak-level sea establishers of the human race stepped out. Su-meng said, "Master Human Emperor, we have been facing death since we were born. To us, we will either be strong or die. With your help, we can have a 50% chance of survival. If we still cower, we are not worthy of being called powerhouses." Behind Su-meng, everyone shouted, "We're willing to open the sky in the sea of stars." The people of the giant whale fortress, provoked by Su-meng and the others, also shouted, "We're also willing to open the sky in the sea of stars." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Since you've chosen, there's no reason to cower. Opening the sky is different from establishing the sea. You need to recognize your own Tao and clear your Tao heart." With that, Han Fei opened his hand and 49 balls of liquid divine brilliance flew out. Then, he grabbed at the void and drew 49 coiling dragon arrays. Then, each of them was given 32 god-sealing spears, 130,000 spiritual fruits, and an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This was the best Han Fei could offer, especially the spiritual fruits. Now he didn't have a single spiritual fruit left. The god-sealing spear was fine. He still had a lot of materials to refine them. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have things like tribulation transcendence pills. Although he had the lightning drawing platform, he didn't need to use it. He had already helped them enough. Although Han Fei hoped that they could all transcend the tribulation, he still hoped that they could experience what they should instead of becoming wastes filled with resources. After these people transcended the tribulation this time, if there was another batch, he wouldn't be able to provide them with enough resources. Therefore, after this time, it was imperative to rob the Black Wind pirates. Hiss. However, when Su-meng and the others saw this batch of resources, they immediately took a deep breath. Isn't Master Human Emperor having too many resources? 130,000 spiritual fruits per person, wouldn't there be more than 6 million spiritual fruits in total? Also, each of them would get an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, which many sky-opening realm powerhouses didn't have, as a resource for transcending the tribulation. Also, the god-sealing spears that were engraved with Tao patterns were obviously extraordinary, and arrays were even harder to get. A master of arrays wouldn't easily engrave arrays for others. For a moment, Su-meng and the others were all excited. If they couldn't even open the sky with so many resources, they deserved to die. So what if in the sea of stars, with so many resources and treasures, couldn't the additional 30% of danger be eliminated? When Han Fei left with these people, the old turtle clicked his tongue in wonder. Han Fei was finally going to develop his own faction. Since he knew Han Fei, this guy had basically fought alone. Even when he controlled the 36 mystic worlds, he didn't have his own faction. Instead, he just served as a leader, a symbol. But this time, the enemies Han Fei had to face were too strong and too many. He needed to consider the future of the human race. His strength alone was limited. Above the sea of stars, Su-meng and the others were refining the ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Suddenly, pressure swept across the world, and lightning danced in the void. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Everyone, disperse. Keep a distance of 3 million kilometers from each other. The heavenly tribulation would only get harder and harder. The initial heavenly tribulation, even if it was the 4-9 heavenly tribulation of a peak-level law enforcer, was just to prove if you were qualified to cultivate. Further, when it came to the 9-level C establishment realm heavenly tribulations, it represented the test of the heavenly Tao. If you passed the test, you would be a great cultivator. If you didn't, you would be killed. The tribulation of the sky-opening realm was completely against the heavens. Rumble. Gradually, these people began to transcend the tribulation one after another. 1, 2, 3. In the end, some of these people underestimated the danger of transcending the tribulation in the sea of stars. Someone couldn't withstand the destructive power of the tribulation lightning in the 6th bolt of tribulation and perished in it. This person should be the weakest among these people, because he was the first to use the coiling dragon array. In the 7th lightning strike, 3 people finally couldn't hold on and died under the bombardment of lightning. As for the 7th lightning strike, 12 people used the coiling dragon array. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was actually not bad that these 12 people could last until now. Most of them might die in the 8th heavenly tribulation. As Han Fei expected, no matter how many resources you gave, not everyone was talented. 8 of the 12 people just now died in the 8th heavenly tribulation. At this moment, a total of 12 people had died. However, the 9th heavenly tribulation was the real key. Most of the people had made it to the 9th level. At this moment, everyone used all the resources they had. The coiling dragon array was fully activated, the spiritual fruits were all shattered, and the God-sealing spears rose to the sky. In the face of the 9th heavenly tribulation, those who had used both the coiling dragon array and the God-sealing spears in the 8th heavenly tribulation activated all their secret methods with the courage to die. If they didn't succeed in the last one, they would die for their ideal. Surviving and holding on were their only beliefs. Rumble. Rumble. The tribulation clouds began to dissipate, and the fact was that the effect of this tribulation was not much better than Han Fei had expected. After the 9th heavenly tribulation, 11 people disappeared without a trace. In this tribulation, 23 people died and 26 succeeded. Han Fei didn't look too good, but if this news was known to many people in the wilderness, they would probably exclaim in shock. This success rate was already comparable to the success rate of a large or medium-sized faction. If they knew that Han Fei had given so many resources for this tribulation, they would probably be shocked and appalled. Damn, the benefits were too good. Swish. 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 As the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated continuously, the 26 people were quickly recovering, and changes were happening in their bodies. Han Fei directly took them into his origin star, activating the immortal qi and energy to envelop them and helping them quickly stabilize their realm. When everyone stabilized their cultivation, they couldn't help but feel utterly excited. Su Meng knelt on one knee towards Han Fei. Master Human Emperor, Su Meng will fight for the rise of the human race for the rest of my life. Then, everyone, including the humanoids from the giant whale fortress, also promised, Master Human Emperor, I am willing to fight for the rise of the human race. Han Fei had complicated feelings at this moment. To be honest, Hong Yu couldn't be counted as his private army, nor could Zhou Jingjing and the others. Only people like Yingyue and Su Meng, who he had rescued from the city of scavengers, could be considered a force he had nurtured alone. When Han Fei took Su Meng and the others back to the sea realm, the breakthrough frenzy here had died down. Although Han Fei didn't witness it. From the atmosphere here, it could be seen that countless people were overjoyed. Scanning with his perception, he found that almost half of the people had a qualitative leap in strength. When Han Fei and the others appeared, everyone looked at them. When they saw that there were only 26 people left behind Han Fei, many people gasped. They felt sorry for the people who had died, but the survival rate of more than 50% was enough to make them exclaim. In particular, there were already more than 36,000 new sea establishers here. These people were not idiots. How many sky-opening realm powerhouses had they seen in their daily lives? And what did a 50% success rate mean? It meant that they had at least a 50% chance of surviving the sky-opening tribulation. At that moment, these sea establishers were all excited. Especially on the side of the giant whale stronghold, Han Fei's participation brought them not only nearly 20,000 sea establishers, but also 7 or 8 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Now, there were 26 sky-opening realm powerhouses. If they were to go through some big battles more, it was almost certain that there would be 50 sky openers in total. Unlike the people from the giant whale fortress, the humans all saw hope. In the city of scavengers, no human could enter the sky-opening realm. Han Fei's appearance changed the situation. Many people were only one step away from opening the sky. Without the suppression of the city of scavengers, their Tao hearts began to become clear. Han Fei also vaguely felt that some people were showing signs of instability in the realm. F***CK. I can't make another breakthrough now. I'll be poor if I make another breakthrough. No matter how many resources Han Fei had, it was impossible for him to provide for the growth of hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, he only had less than 20% of the resources he could use for them to transcend the tribulation. If this went on, he might become a pauper. Before he reached the infinite mining area, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, I know you are very happy now, happy and proud for the growth of your strength. However, becoming stronger and growing can't just be based on resources. We need more resources, we need more battles, and we need more weapons. 100 years of cultivation is just for one day. Everyone, return to your positions and follow me to conquer the Black Wind. Pirates. We're willing to fight for Master Human Emperor. Sweep the Black Wind pirates." Everyone rushed to gather while shouting slogans. They had never experienced such a crazy experience of becoming stronger. They also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. The human emperor could help for a while, but not forever. They needed to become stronger and couldn't count on the human emperor for everything. They had been preparing for this battle for more than 300 years. At this moment, they were ready to kill the enemies in one blow. Only the old turtle whispered in Han Fei's ear, "Who can they beat? All of them combined are not even enough to kill a peak-level late-stage star." Transformation realm. Hong Yu, Yue, and the others were pushed to the edge of the star transformation realm just by resources. Han Fei grinned. "That's why they need to fight now. I'll collect the resources. Take care of their battles, okay?" 7 days later. He had already left the range of the God-Fiend Sea. In fact, when Han Fei killed Chen Tang and the others, the Black Wind pirates were already sending reinforcements here. Unfortunately, Chen Tang and the others died too quickly and couldn't wait for Reinforcements to arrive. For a period of time, the Black Wind pirates wandered around and didn't return to the infinite mining area until half a year ago. The pirates here were different from the 10 pirate groups in the Raging Sea. The pirates in the Raging Sea still used boats, but boats were not used here. Boats were used for resting, which was equivalent to a tent erected on a trip. Once something happened, they would just activate their great dhows and run away quickly. And the existence of the ultralight speed void-breaking shuttle was a special weapon for a few strong masters to search for prey. One void-breaking shuttle was equivalent to a godly weapon. Ordinary pirates could only afford 3 or 5 void-breaking shuttles at most. The Black Wind pirates were just regular pirates, because they also needed to reconnoiter and find prey along the way. Their speed was not fast. At this moment, in a wilderness camp near the infinite mining area, the crew of the Black Wind was resting here. The wilderness camp was the symbol of the safe zone in the wilderness. Whoever dared to attack the wilderness camps for no reason would be taken as attacking all itinerant cultivators. In the end, they would be hunted by all wilderness camps until they died. At this moment, in a luxurious tavern on the camp, 3 people were drinking. In front of them was an old man with gray hair in the perfected star transformation realm. One of them said, "Old Chen, have there been any strangers in the camp recently?" The old man said, "How many times have you asked me this question?" "You've asked me 3 times in the past 2 months. There are some unfamiliar faces, but they're all trial takers in the early stage of the sky-opening realm and the sea establishment realm. If I've guessed right, they are from the chaotic wasteland. There are already dozens of waves of them. I advise you not to rob them. Whether it's Zhang Beihai and Kongsu, or Long Wu, they're not to be trifled with." Bah! The person who asked the question shouted, "If it wasn't an accident, one of the 3 powers attacked our Black Wind pirates. They destroyed an entire ship of my men. I can't forget this. Old Chen, inform me if you have any news." At this moment, the old man suddenly thought of something and said in confusion, "What a coincidence. A new face in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm has come." A new face? These people from the Black Wind pirates felt inexplicably uncomfortable when they heard the words "a new face." They subconsciously suspected that these people had something to do with the people who attacked their Black Wind pirates. Many of them had died, nearly a quarter of the powerhouses of the Black Wind pirates. "Old Chen, which direction are they from?" The elder said indifferently, "If I say that they came from the direction you came from, are you going to kill them? They're just a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a powerhouse who has just entered the star transformation realm. How can they kill Chen Tang and the others?" The captain of the Black Wind pirates grinned ferociously. "Old Chen, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be stupid? Who will easily appear in the outside world when walking here? There must be countless people hiding in the origin sea of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Since he has reached the level of strength and is following us, he might have something to do with Chen Tang's death. Hey, no matter what, let's rob him first." Han Fei had come at full speed, and Zhang Daqian was much faster than he was. They were probably already approaching the infinite mining area, or even meeting Zhang Beihai. Part of his purpose to come here was to take down Zhang Beihai so that the city of scavengers and the city of origin would lose all the resources and support from the infinite mining area. At this moment, he was very sure that some people of the Black Wind Pirates were in this camp. Not only were they here, but they also didn't hide it. They put their lackeys here to rest and carry out various resource exchange activities. After paying a certain amount of camp fees, Han Fei felt 3 perceptions sweep over him before he walked in. He pretended not to know it. Instead, he stuffed some resources into a guard's hand and said, "Boy, who is the manager of our camp? I have something to visit him." There were managers in each camp, who generally wouldn't participate in any hunting activities. This was because the camp itself made more money than hunting, and there was no danger. Therefore, their identities were never a secret. When outsiders asked, people would usually tell them what they knew. The Sea Establishment Realm Guard chuckled and said, "Uncle Xiong is in the Hero Tavern. He likes to drink, so he treats that place as his camp." Han Fei didn't pay attention to the perception scanning him, but went straight to the Hero Bar. There were a lot of people and voices here. There was only a corner of the bar counter protected by an array and not disturbed by noise. When Han Fei looked over, the latter happened to look at him too. Han Fei smiled and strode over. Entering the range of the seal, many people cast judgmental glances at Han Fei. Someone shook his head slightly. "I can't see him through. It's tricky." Someone nodded. "Forget it. Don't do business for the time being. The Black Wind Pirates are here. How can we have any business here? As for this person, I don't think he can escape." The group of people continued to drink and brag. Han Fei casually sat on the chair in front of the counter. At this moment, the old man had handed a cup of blue liquor that was emitting white smoke. Gulp. Han Fei picked up his glass and downed it. "Are you Uncle Xiong?" The old man smiled and said, "Uncle Xiong is called by the juniors. You are not weak and have already reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. Just call me Old Chen." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, Old Chen, then I'll get straight to the point. I know that the person who can manage a camp here must be extraordinary. At least, it proves that you're quite capable. I'm here to buy information. Name your price." "Oh?" The old man couldn't help but be interested. He had thought that what Han Fei wanted to ask might have something to do with the Black Wind Pirates, because the timing of Han Fei's arrival was too strange. However, the other party didn't care about this at all. Instead, he directly said that he was here to buy information from him. The old man couldn't help but say, "What information do you want?" Han Fei said, "Firstly, I want a map of the periphery and the inside of the infinite mining area and a division map of the major factions here. Of course, it would be even better if there is a rough estimate of the number and strength of the powerhouses here." This thing sounded simple, but it was actually not simple at all. In the infinite mining area, how many people could go to the major factions to investigate and confirm the identity and strength of their strong masters? This was definitely a dangerous job. The old man couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. "Huh? Aren't you from one of the forces? If you are, each force has been here for a long time. You can slowly summarize it." Han Fei smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you have the information I want." The old man nodded. "The map is fine, but it's impossible to estimate the number and strength of the faction's powerhouses. No faction will leak this information, or they will be courting death." Han Fei smiled and said, "That's fine. a map will do. Secondly, I want the basic information on all the pirates outside the infinite mining area. It would be best if there's information about their settlements. Well, I'm talking about all the pirates. The old man frowned slightly. Sorry, I can't provide this information. Otherwise, once you leak it, you should be able to guess what will happen. Han Fei didn't care at all. There's no business in the world that can't be done. Old Chen, if you don't do it, I can find someone else to do it. Why? Don't you name your price first? The old man frowned slightly. Fellow Taoist, there are strong and weak pirates. The strong ones may exceed your imagination. Han Fei grinned and said, no matter how strong the pirates in the periphery are, they can't be too strong, right? The old man said, the periphery always depends on the infinite mining area. How about this? I can give you a rough summary of the distribution of pirate groups in the periphery. Please forgive me for not being able to give you more. This is not a matter of money. Han Fei nodded slightly. Alright, a basic distribution is fine. So he responded, okay. Thirdly, your camp is very close to the Godfiend Sea. I want to know some information about the Godfiend Sea. Any information is fine. Just summarize it for me. You can ask for a price based on its value. The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. He could understand buying information about pirates, but why did this person want to buy information about the Godfiend Sea? However, who wouldn't want money? The old man said, if that's the case, do guesses and rumors count? Yes, of course. Han Fei said firmly. He didn't have the time to study the Godfiend Sea. The fastest way to gain information was to buy. Han Fei opened his hands. Just these three things. Name your price. The old man pondered for a moment and said, you can pay with resources. Weapons, treasures, techniques, intelligence, etc., including refined stars, star cores, etc. I wonder what you have more. Han Fei grinned. I have a little bit of everything. The old man. Old Chen thought to himself, I've never seen such a braggart. You have everything? Are you afraid that others don't know that you are a fat fish? Han Fei grinned. Just name your price. Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite rich, the old man didn't refuse. He said, as for the three things, let me tell you their prices one by one. The first is the map of the periphery and inside of the infinite mining area, and the division map of forces in the infinite mining area. They are not easy to get. But it's not difficult to figure them out. After all, many forces have existed here for so long. For them, you can pay me 500,000 kilometers of resources, 3 low-quality godly weapons, or a refined star with a diameter of at least 250,000 kilometers. Seeing Han Fei nod, the old man's heart stirred. Sure enough, this guy was rich. He continued, as for the second, I have to bear a certain risk, so I want 3 refined star beads above 250,000 kilometers. I don't want the others. Don't complain that my price is too high. If you go to other camps, they might not dare to tell you at all. Han Fei said, only origin stars? Do you accept modified stars? The old man said, the level of modified stars is different. 1 origin star can be exchanged for 2 modified stars of the same level. Han Fei nodded. Okay. The price of the third. The old man said, as for this piece of information, to be honest, the price can be high or low. But if you are willing to give me a 250,000 kilometer refined star, I can even help you collect some information about the god fiend. See? It's free. Han Fei grinned. Old Chen, how much is a refined star with a diameter of 250,000 kilometers or more? The old man's heart did a flip. It depends. If it's a 250,000 kilometers star transformation origin star, its price is equivalent to 2 non-250,000 kilometer star transformation origin stars with less than 360,000 kilometer star transformation. If it's a 360,000 kilometer star transformation origin star, its value is equivalent to 250,000 kilometer star transformation refined stars, or 2 refined stars. With more than 360,000 kilometers and less than 490,000 kilometer star transformation. Han Fei nodded. Okay. But Old Chen, let me ask you, how much is a refined star with the 490,000 kilometer star transformation? The old man chuckled. That might not be something I can afford. This kind of refined star will only appear occasionally in the 8 camps outside the infinite mining area. Normally, it's auctioned and can be said to be priceless. To be honest, one piece can be exchanged for an ultra-quality godly weapon. Of course, generally speaking, no one will use an ultra-quality godly weapon to exchange for it, but there are many people who are willing to use high-quality godly weapons to exchange for it. Han Fei grinned. It seemed that the demand for refined stars in the infinite mining area was very high. In that case, he might be able to make money with this. The stronger he was, the more interesting it would be for him. Why did he come to the infinite mining area? He was here to kill, and it wasn't difficult to refine origin stars. And he had a way to find other people's origin stars, which meant that as long as he killed enough people, he could obtain a huge amount of wealth. However, since refined stars were regarded as an expensive product here, it meant that there was definitely a way to find the origin stars of star transformation realm powerhouses in the infinite mining area. Otherwise, how could you refine the origin stars if you didn't even know where they were? However, Han Fei didn't intend to buy this information, which would show the old man his strength. As it happened, the Black Wind Pirates had 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators here. They should know how to refine the stars, so it was only a matter of time that he knew. Han Fei smiled casually. Okay, Old Chen, prepare the things. I'll come back to get them in 2 days. Seeing that Han Fei was about to leave, the old man's heart stirred. He couldn't help but remind him, fellow Taoist, it seems that you have a grudge against the pirates. Then you have to be careful. There might be danger in the camp at the moment. Han Fei grinned and threw a godly weapon-level battle suit on the counter. This is the deposit. Heh, the Black Wind Pirates? I'm here for them. From the moment he saw Han Fei, Old Chen had a strange feeling. He had a very special aura. He had only seen it once or twice from the peerless talents of the superpowers. When Han Fei openly said that he was here for the Black Wind Pirates, Old Chen became solemn. This was equivalent to admitting that he had killed the brigade of the Black Wind Pirates. Besides, wasn't this battle suit Chen Tang's? Han Fei threw it out so blatantly. Was he afraid that the Black Wind Pirates didn't know that he was the one who killed them? Han Fei had just finished discussing business and left the tavern. He wasn't afraid that the Black Wind Pirates wouldn't come when he took out the battle suit, those people should have already known. Han Fei stayed in the camp for 2 days, during which he released Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, and the others, and asked them to go to the camp on their own to learn some things about the infinite mining area. At the same time, he inadvertently expressed that they were going to trade for some resources or something. He also specifically asked about the Black Wind pirates. This was too much. To ask about them in front of their faces was no different from stepping on their faces. Zhou Jingjing said, "My lord, the Black Wind pirates are deliberately revealing some information to us. The Black Wind pirates were established by 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. They are known as the Black Wind 3 Fiends. Their people said that their boss is not around for the time being. He went to explore some ruins and took away most of the strong cultivators." Han Fei nodded. The 3 of them did go out and take away a large number of strong masters, but it's impossible for them to explore the ruins. They're probably waiting for us. After all, they left 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators here to monitor us. Tell me what's special about them. Zhou Jingjing said, "I only know that boss's name is Mo Xian. He's a powerhouse from a primitive tribe near the Godfiend Sea. His naturally endowed godly weapon is the shark teeth broadsword. The second brother's name is Qing Tua, and he specializes in soul attacks. The third brother, Tai Han, is the fiercest. He's a body refiner and a battle maniac." Han Fei grinned and said, "You didn't find anything else, did you?" Zhou Jingjing nodded. "The other information about them can only be bought as intelligence. And from the bought intelligence, we know that they have 7 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, 17 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and 38 other sky-opening realm cultivators. My lord, it seems that the Black Wind pirates are very strong." Zhou Jingjing knew that Han Fei was very strong, but no matter how strong he wasn't a monarch. The other party had 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses and 7 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. No matter how strong Han Fei was, could he resist these 10 people alone? Even with the old turtle, it would be difficult for them to take down such a group of powerful enemies. If Han Fei and the old turtle didn't take action, any one of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could kill all of them. Even if there were 26 of them who had just advanced to the sky-opening realm. So what? They were completely incomparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Even if it was a suicide charge, at least 500 early-stage sky-openers could exhaust a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator to death. Even Han Fei had to run when he encountered a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator when he was not strong enough. Therefore, Zhou Jingjing didn't know how Han Fei would deal with this battle. Han Fei said indifferently, "So, if you were a member of the Black Wind pirates, would you think that you could definitely eat us?" Zhou Jingjing nodded. Any normal person would have this confidence. With so many strong masters here, it was impossible for them to be defeated. They didn't even need to hide anything. As long as Han Fei left the camp, he would have to die. Han Fei smiled casually. "That's good. Gather everyone. Since they're blocking us, let's give them a chance." Zhou Jingjing said, "My lord." Han Fei raised his hand. "There are some battles that you don't need to fight. Nor do you need to fight. The Black Wind Pirates. A big ship was sailing on the sea. A powerhouse holding a warhammer said in a muffled voice, "Boss, are we just waiting? Will that brat run away? Old Chen is greedy for money. He will definitely sell our intelligence." The leader, Mo Xian, comforted him. "Old Three, don't be so irritable. They will come out sooner or later. Old Chen is not stupid. Otherwise, if we surround the camp, who will dare to come?" Suddenly, the gloomy man who had been silent said, "He's out. He's in the southwest and heading north. His speed is very fast, 8 times the speed of light. It seems that he has guessed that we might be hunting them." Hee hee. Mo Xian grinned ferociously. "Let's go. 8 times the speed of light is not bad. Unfortunately, where is this? This is the infinite mining area. Let's go. All out and get them." Swish swish swish. 5 void-breaking shuttles flew away in a row. Although Mo Xian was arrogant, he was not stupid. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Han Fei's strength was not weak. Being able to kill 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, he couldn't be simple. Plus the person hiding on his origin star. Only by attacking with all their strength could they ensure that nothing went wrong. 100 seconds later, Mo Xian deliberately slowed down and let Han Fei and his men run for a while. Finally, after confirming that they were very far away from the camp and no one was around, Mo Xian shouted, "Full speed ahead, surround them." It was too easy to catch up, with 8 times the speed of light with 10 times the speed of light. Even if they fell behind, it only took them less than 3 seconds to catch up. At that moment, the impatient third brother, Iron Han, rushed out and smashed the void barrier with his giant hammer, causing a destructive scene. Han Fei pretended to be shocked and tried to accelerate. However, he immediately felt a wisp of soul power trying to disturb his mind. Han Fei pretended to be stunned and was caught up by Tai Han. Just when the giant hammer was about to touch Han Fei's face, Han Fei suddenly turned around with a strange smile on his lips. At that moment, Tai Han's eyes lost focus, and he fell into a deep sleep. Han Fei's aura soared instantly, and he threw out a burning fist light and burst out more than 10 times the speed of light, hitting Tai Han between the eyebrows. Rumble. It exploded for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, setting off waves and ripples that blasted through the sky and the sea. Han Fei sensed that he was indeed very strong now. Although usually a peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's strength would double. When he reached the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei's strength had increased too many times. In terms of strength, he was now completely a veteran perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even so, it wasn't easy for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to die. However, in the next second, the old turtle's young soul body suddenly appeared and turned into an armored turtle, smashing Tai Han's soul body into pieces. Stop. Behind them, Mo Xian and Qing Tua were horrified. It was too fast. At the moment when they were about to attack, Tai Han's blood sprinkled in the sky. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Han Fei punched through Tai Han's soul-subduing godly weapon, penetrated Tai Han's soul sea, and dug out his star bead. Rumble. The roar sounded again. However, this time, what appeared was the roar of the Great Tao. There was a rain of blood, indicating the death of a powerhouse. A *shoal. Mo Xian roared, "Second brother, stop that young soul. The others, cooperate with me to kill him." At the moment of Tai Han's death, Mo Xian had already taken action. A spear had already pierced into Han Fei's flesh and blood, but it failed to pierce through. Han Fei was sent flying 50,000 kilometers by the spear. 3 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators attacked simultaneously. Gravity pressed down, fire burned, and soul power tried to disturb, trying to buy Mo Xian a chance. However, 2 of the 3 fell into a deep sleep instantly. With a thought from Han Fei, the spear in front of him disappeared, and in the next second, it had pierced through the body of one of them. Another drop of water entered the mouth of another guy who had lost his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the knife chi overflowed and he was cut into pieces. If this wasn't infinity water, what was it? There was another person who mainly cultivated the soul. Perhaps he had obtained some special treasure. At that moment, a pearl shattered, and his figure appeared in the distance, his face full of shock and confusion. The moment he appeared, he roared, "Boss, his soul is abnormally powerful." This person didn't know that Han Fei had robbed his consciousness, so he couldn't understand the void-stealing technique and could only give such an ambiguous answer. Rumble rumble. Han Fei, whose strength was comparable to that of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, ran wildly and killed 2 more people in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he couldn't attack the third person, because Mo Xian's hand was like a knife and had already slashed at Han Fei's shoulder. Clang! Mo Xian was shocked. His full-strength blow failed to break his shoulder. Is this guy only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Are you king kidding me? At this moment, Mo Xian and Han Fei were facing each other. Mo Xian saw Han Fei's mouth open, and a trace of golden blood bloomed between his lips and teeth. Mo Xian seemed to realize something and wanted to retreat quickly. But in the next moment, he felt that he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he had a soul-suppressing weapon, the soul-suppressing bell, and the bell in his mind rang, allowing him to regain consciousness. However, the moment he sobered up, he saw a sword beam containing many great Dao stabbing into his body. Bang! This person suddenly turned into 2 or 3 phantoms and retreated quickly. In a flash, Han Fei suddenly dropped a drop of essence blood into this person's body. Huh? Han Fei frowned. He could understand the soul-subduing godly weapon, but this person had blocked his all-great Daos in one sword with a great technique. It seemed that this person's great technique was not weak. Snap. However, Han Fei suddenly grinned, snapped his fingers in the air, and said casually, "Backlash." Pfft. Mo Xian instantly spurted blood from his 7 orifices, and essence blood seeped out of his skin. His eyes were filled with red light as he suddenly slashed back. Caught off guard, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who came to help was blown up by his slash. Hiss. Not bad. For the first time, Han Fei performed the great technique of karma distortion. Just now, he injected a drop of the essence blood of a divine beast into the man and gave him language guidance, predicting that he would suffer a backlash. This was the cause. However, Han Fei didn't know what the outcome would be. Mo Xian seemed to have gone crazy. He killed one of his men with a single slash, and Han Fei caught that person with the void lines effortlessly. "Boss, it's us." The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who escaped from Han Fei just now used a space transformation technique to snatch back the person who had just been killed, but he didn't know that this person had already been controlled by Han Fei. Therefore, the moment he touched this person unleashed his star bead and attacked with all his strength. At close range, he directly pierced through this person's body. Han Fei burst out at 10 times the speed of light and put on the god-slaying boxing gloves. A series of golden fist marks rumbled. The person's soul suddenly fell into a struggle as if he had seen a divine path. However, in the eyes of others, it was too terrifying because Han Fei's methods were too strange. Not only did he instantly kill Tai Han, but he also drove Emotion crazy in a clash. He also killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses and even controlled 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. At this moment, nearly half of the peak combat power of the Black Wind pirates had been destroyed. The second brother, Qing Tua, was on par with the old turtle. Shocked, he immediately activated a secret method, avoiding the old turtle crazily and grabbing at Emotion. Others could die, but if Emotion was dead, the Black Wind pirates would be gone. The strongest member of the Black Wind pirates was Emotion. Han Fei seemed to have discovered it too, but he wasn't in a hurry. The karma distortion hadn't ended yet, and Han Fei had calmly killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. As for the remaining 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they began to feel frightened. They didn't dare to approach Mo Xian or attack Han Fei. The 3 of them turned around and fled. This time, they met a tough opponent. They were not stupid. Something must have happened to their boss. Considering the speed at which Han Fei killed the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they had to escape. Han Fei shouted, "Old Yuan." The old turtle left. "I'm going to kill them." Although the old turtle was strong, the power of his yang divine power alone was not enough to kill Qing Tua. If he had a body and had his strength doubled, Qing Tua would be no match for the old turtle at all. However, when Qing Tua was about to take Emotion away, Emotion suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood at him. When Qing Tua saw the blood arrow, his expression changed drastically. He said, in shock, "Are you crazy? Did you use the blood god arrow on me?" Qing Tua took out a giant shield and protected himself. Han Fei was amused to see that. Just as the blood god arrow was about to touch the shield in front of Qing Tua disappeared with a swish and appeared in Han Fei's hand. "Qing Tua?" Puff. Qing Tua was pierced and his whole body was melting. He struggled hard and most of his soul escaped, but Han Fei extended his fingers and cut his soul apart. Qing Tua roared, "What did you do?" Han Fei shrugged. "You may not believe it, but I don't know either." In fact, Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. One cause leads to an effect. When Qing Tua was suppressed by Han Fei, Emotion finally woke up. Han Fei was a little surprised. There was indeed something wrong with this causality killing technique, so it was classified as an ultra-quality monarch level technique. Han Fei had planned to let Emotion be backfired and sow the seeds of his death. He didn't expect him to attack Qing Tua. Although Qing Tua wasn't killed, his body had been destroyed, and his soul had been seriously injured. He was almost dead. Emotion woke up from the backlash and saw a drop of water converging in Han Fei's hand, which contained a wisp of remnant soul. Wasn't that Qing Tua? He looked around and found that he was the only member of the Black Wind. Pirates left. When he saw the heavy rain of blood pouring down from the sky, his heart sank. At this moment, Mo Xian's thought was no longer to chase Han Fei, but to run. Run quickly. After the first clash with Han Fei, his third brother was gone. He just felt that he was corroded by a drop of essence blood, and then he seemed to fight crazily. When he sobered up, his second brother was gone too, and so were all the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Under such circumstances, no matter how stupid Mo Xian was, he knew that he had been schemed against. This person couldn't be only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Such strength was top-notch even among the powerhouses who had reached the perfected star transformation realm. He even thought that with Han Fei's strength, even if he broke into the infinite mining area, he could occupy a mountain and become a king. Why was such a person here? At this time, 2 explosions rang out in Mo Xian's body. It seemed to be the eruption of some secret method, and he was as fast as nearly 14 times the speed of light. Huh? Han Fei frowned. What secret method did this guy use? How could he be so strong? When a blue light enveloped him, Han Fei also burst out at 14 times the speed of light. Mo Xian was shocked. This was one of his trump cards. Only by shattering his own Dao bone could he burst out with such a terrifying speed. But how did Han Fei reach this speed? Was his 8 times the speed of light fake? Is this guy really one of the powerhouses in the infinite mining area? Clang. When Han Fei felt something break in Mo Xian's body again, his heart did a flip. This person could still accelerate? This was too much. Even Zhao Qinglong wasn't so fast back then. Only Fengyu seemed to have mastered the speed of light explosion. Therefore, Han Fei no longer hesitated. As he issued an order in his heart, Mo Xian flew out head first. His comprehension of speed instantly disappeared and he flew out. As for Han Fei, he immediately realized that it was a Dao bone. This guy actually broke his Dao bone and obtained speed enhancement. Fortunately, his comprehension of the Dao bone hasn't been good enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with him. Han Fei shouted, I'm told that you're good at fists, knives, and arrows. It just so happens that I also have a fist technique that I haven't mastered yet. I hope you can withstand it. He had mastered the brave side of the star fist technique and could unleash star explosion fist, but he hadn't mastered the silencing side of the technique, and could not yet erupt with the silencing fist yet, let alone the destruction fist. However, after punching 10,000 times, the fist intent would eventually appear. One didn't have to be in a specific environment to comprehend silencing. He didn't have to comprehend silencing himself. Perhaps others would feel silencing. When Mo Xian realized that he couldn't run away, although he was shocked, he was enraged. Since you won't let me off, die with me. Divine spell, Black Sandstorm. To be able to control the Black Wind pirates and plunder outside the infinite mining area for many years, Mo Xian had his own strengths. It turned out that his trump card was a divine technique. When a piece of black sand formed a storm that swept across 100,000 kilometers, it opened a void channel. This technique connected to the endless void, and Mo Xian could use this technique to exile the enemy and also use This technique to invoke the energy of the endless void. An area of effect divine technique? Han Fei's heart stirred, but he didn't really care. If it were before, his first reaction would be to escape. Connecting to the endless void to instantly create hundreds of thousands of void passages that were spinning at a terrifying speed. Only by experiencing it could he know how terrifying it was. However, Han Fei unleashed the great Tao of time, twisting space with time. And the star fist technique still passed through the void. The terrifying star explosion fist couldn't be absorbed even by void channels. Before the star explosion fist arrived, the void channel was shattered. Han Fei laughed. There are different levels of divine techniques. Take my punch. The moment the black sandstorm was resolved, Mo Xian's heart surged with despair. He was sure that this person was definitely not an ordinary passer by, much less a mere peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, he had no time to regret it. Especially when he saw the fist mark that was shining like a dazzling star, he felt his soul tremble. It was not that he couldn't take such a fist mark, but the problem was that if he took it, he couldn't escape. However, he already couldn't run away, so he had to take it. Boom. Boom. Like a beam of light, it crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. After he took this punch head-on, most of his flesh and blood evaporated, and only his jade bones were full of cracks. The black sandstorm was instantly broken, and another star explosion fist appeared in front of his eyes. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see despair in Mo Xian's eyes. Steal. At that moment, Han Fei stole Mo Xian's despair. Without despair, Mo Xian wanted to start fighting back. His fish bones began to burn, and the star bead between his eyebrows spewed out, trying to shatter Han Fei's punch. Han Fei, on the other hand, felt the impact of many emotions, including unwillingness, anger, and struggle. At that moment, Han Fei's fist mark changed. The scorching and violent light that was as resplendent as the sun was converging and falling silent. The brilliance was contained in order to erupt more intensely. At that moment, Han Fei understood that the silencing fist was born for a stronger outburst. Boom. Ka ka ka. The sound of bones breaking came one after another. The entire world was ravaged by a violent force that seemed to be venting crazily. How could the exploding star bead compete with the self-destructing sun? With this punch, Han Fei only had time to grab a piece of bone before Mo Xian's soul and body were completely gone. Rumble. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Han Fei looked at Qing Tua, who had been shattered by him earlier, but still had some soul left, and cast out the void lines. Han Fei smiled casually. Let's see how much information you can tell me. At the same time, in the distant camp, the old man surnamed Chen looked up at the sky in shock. Who was that young man? Once upon a time, perfected star transformation realm cultivators were a terrifying existence that was beyond reach. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator could build a mobile castle in the wilderness alone. Now, Han Fei had killed 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses in a row. As for peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they were no match for Han Fei at all. After a while, Han Fei came to where the old turtle was and saw a corpse. The old turtle said, "They ran away separately. I could only chase one." Han Fei recalled the person into his origin star. It doesn't matter. They're just 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. What I Want is the entire Black Wind Pirates. Distant camp. This time only the 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and the few peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators followed. Mo Xian out to hunt Han Fei. The others were still at sea. At this moment, of course, they had already discovered the abnormal changes in the weather. However, because the phenomena of death appeared too densely, it was difficult for them to judge who had died. Logically speaking, they absolutely didn't believe that their 3 captains and a group of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had perished. This was almost impossible. Even if they encountered other powerful pirates or some big shots in the infinite mining area, it was impossible for them to kill the Black Wind Pirates so easily. However, this weather phenomenon clearly exceeded their expectations. Most people wondered if Han Fei and his men had hidden their strength. After all, whose origin star would hide a large number of sky-opening realm powerhouses? Just when countless people in the distant camp were waiting eagerly to see what was going on. Swish. A void-breaking shuttle broke through the void and arrived in an instant. However, they felt surging blood and chi, and a burly man holding a warhammer appeared. Who else could it be if not Tai Han, the 3rd brother of the Black Wind Pirates? Tai Han roared, "All sky openers of the Black Wind Pirates, follow me. See. Establishers, get ready to leave the camp and clean up the battlefield at any time." Han Fei's words were straightforward and brutal, which didn't sound out of place to the people of the Black Wind Pirates at all. When they saw Tai Han, although they didn't know what happened, they knew that they must have won. From his words, the battle seemed to be in a stalemate and needed sky-opening realm reinforcements. For a moment, figures crossed the sky one after another, following Tai Han away. Even old Chen was a little confused. He mumbled, "Tai Han is still alive?" After a while, when the group of people left the camp for a distance, they finally found that something was wrong. This was because if Tai Han wanted to take them to participate in the battle, he wouldn't let them follow him and fly all the way. The best way was to let them enter Tai Han's origin star. But after a full 5 seconds, Lord Tai Han showed no intention of letting them enter his origin star at all. And the speed of the sky-opening realm powerhouses varied. The speed of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was naturally different from that of the early-stage star transformation realm and those who hadn't entered the star transformation realm. The closest to Han Fei were the 17 late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. "Master Tai Han, are we going to fly all the way?" When this person said this, Han Fei knew that he couldn't fool them anymore. He didn't plan to fool them for long. All he needed to do was to stay a distance away from the camp. Han Fei suddenly stopped. With a flip of his hand, he punched out. At first, the big stars shone, then the stars dimmed, and the void, for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, was silenced. A desperate counterattack, like the light in the darkness, instantly enveloped behind. In front of the star fist technique, the number of enemies didn't matter much. The fist intent they faced was the same. The destructiveness penetrated into their bones and made their souls tremble. Without any time to react, this punch was launched, and 13 of the 17 people behind Han Fei were shattered. The other 4 managed to escape with some kind of death substitution technique. However, in the face of absolute strength, the death replacement art was meaningless. Even if they survived, they would only be killed one more time. At this moment, the 4 of them were terrified as if they had seen a demon. God. Their hearts were filled with despair. But just when they thought that they were dead meat, Han Fei instantly turned into a ray of light, disappeared from the spot, and went behind them. Of course, this wasn't because Han Fei let them go, because the moment Han Fei left, a young soul body appeared in their vision. It was none other than the old turtle. Hey, surrender or die. It's your choice. The old turtle certainly knew why Han Fei kept these people. They would be used to train the soldiers. There was no second possibility. Han Fei had feelings for human beings, but to other races, he was ruthless. The old turtle only asked symbolically, hoping that these people could resist. Unexpectedly, the four of them surrendered at the same time and hurriedly said, "Master, spare us. We surrender." The old turtle. On the other side, there were 38 ordinary sky openers. 9 of them had already entered the star transformation realm, and the rest hadn't. These people were like leaks to Han Fei. Where could they run to? The god-sealing spears struck out one after another, and these people all lay flat on the ground, unable to resist at all. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, Yue, and the others all appeared. When they saw 38 sky openers were skewered here, they were all shocked. How long had it been since they entered Han Fei's origin star? And the Black Wind pirates were already like this? More importantly, at this moment, a rain of blood was pouring down. In the sky, the wind was howling and the rain was whimpering. There was a lonely and murderous aura between the heavens and earth, making them look at Han Fei with fear. At this moment, the old turtle returned with the 4 captives. He said with a dark expression, "Han Fei, they surrendered too easily. Now that they can submit to you like this, they can also submit to others in the future. I think we'd better kill them." The 4 of them were immediately horrified. One of them hurriedly said, "My lord, we will never betray you. We are willing to offer our souls and essence. Blood." In fact, their souls and essence blood were in the hands of the Black Wind. 3 fiends, but they had been killed, so theoretically, they were safer than when they were in the Black Wind pirates. However, this young soul guy wanted to kill them. How could they sit still? Compared to their lives, their soul and essence blood were nothing. Han Fei said casually, "I don't care if they betray us or not." Han Fei said to these people and the guys skewered in the god-sealing spears, "You don't need to care who I am. All you need to know is that Mo Xian, Qing, Tua, and Tai Han, who are your 3 perfected star transformation realm leaders, have all been killed by me. If you think you're stronger than them, you can betray us. However, even if you don't betray us, it doesn't mean that you can survive. Behind me, there are a group of strong masters who have just advanced to the sky-opening realm. I'll give you a chance. Those who can beat them can live, but those who can't will die." Gulp. These people's hearts trembled, but then they saw hope. If these people had just advanced to the sky-opening realm, they would dare to fight them. From the looks of it, Han Fei seemed to be training these people, deliberately, keeping them as their sparring partners and treating them as their whetstones. However, at this moment, who cared if they were used as whetstones? Only when they were useful could they survive. If they weren't even qualified to serve as whetstones, they would only die. Han Fei said casually, "If you can win, you can live if you can win 3 times in a row within 300 years. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you." Behind Han Fei, Hong Yu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Kill 3. Perfected star transformation realm powerhouses? After fusing with the giant whale fortress over the years, they learned a lot about cultivation. What did the perfected star transformation realm mean? It was equivalent to the level of the top 10 lords, a super powerhouse on the verge of Tao, proving 3 of such strong masters had died. This made the human beings and the strong masters of the giant whale fortress look at Han Fei as if he were a real king. Someone even said, "I knew it. Master Human Emperor must have the strength of a monarch, but he hasn't revealed it yet. Ha ha ha, our human race is really going to rise." Only Hong Yu was shocked. He knew Han Fei better than anyone else. How many years had it been since they came to the Sea Realm? Now Han Fei could even slaughter perfected star transformation realm cultivators? He couldn't help but think of Gu Tingnan, who left the raging sea 100,000 years ago. Gu Tingnan spent tens of thousands of years building the city of wanderers, and Han Fei spent hundreds of years on the verge of proving Tao. Sure enough, was this the true leader of the human race? Anyone who could be. The human emperor was definitely not an ordinary person. After that, Han Fei looked at the old turtle and said, "Old Yuan, let them fight now. Watch the battle. As for the captives, kill those who lose." The old turtle grinned. "You can count on me." Then, Han Fei looked at Hong Yu and said, "Old Hong, come with me." Hong Yu was flattered. Why was he called at this time? Now, Hong Yu knew that he was nothing except someone who came out of the raging sea with Han Fei. Therefore, he also wanted to participate in the battle to polish himself and become stronger. He thought that if he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't be qualified to stay by Han Fei's side in the future. Han Fei said, "Old Hong, you are the only one among these people who came out of the raging sea with me. I know that you walk the Tao of puppet and need puppets to become stronger. So, look." Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique and condensed 13 beads of blood in the void. They were the 13 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who had just been killed by Han Fei with a single punch. At this moment, Han Fei casually threw out a large amount of resources, and these blood beads immediately regathered their bodies. The momentum of the late-stage star transformation realm didn't change at all. Huh? Well. At this moment, Hong Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Did he pull strings? Han Fei kept his old friends in mind indeed. At this moment, even though Hong Yu had controlled the Mad Corpse world for 100,000 years, he couldn't help but cry. He shouted in a low voice, "Master Human Emperor, you've treated me so well. I, Hong Yu, will never ever let you down." Han Fei's lips curled. He was right. Hong Yu was indeed the only person who came out of the raging sea and was still with him. He certainly couldn't chill his subordinates' hearts. Furthermore, he wouldn't feel at ease handing over the position of manager to others. No matter how trustworthy others were, they didn't have a sense of identity towards the raging sea. In the future, the raging sea would definitely reappear in the sea realm, so Hong Yu couldn't be weak. He had to be a good manager and be strong. Han Fei patted Hong Yu's shoulder. "Look, old Hong, you don't have to be polite to me. I had someone find a puppet technique for me on this trip to the East Sea Divine Realm, but you weren't strong enough before, so I didn't give it to you. Now, you are already at the edge of star transformation and can enter the star transformation realm at any time. It's time for me to give this technique to you. Hong Yu was shocked. Master Human Emperor, you specially asked someone to find a technique for me? Han Fei grinned and said, don't be in a hurry to thank me. This is only a mid-quality technique of the sky-opening realm. It's not that good. The person I asked said that he might be able to get a higher-level technique in the future. Even a monarch level one is not impossible. But the premise is that you can walk all the way down. Gulp. Monarch level? In his entire life, Hong Yu had never thought that he could get a monarch level technique. It felt like a dream. Happiness came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it for a moment. Han Fei said, Old Hong, I don't need you to swear to me or anything. You have to remember that you are a human, and I am a human. If the human race wants to rise, we have to be united. In the future, if all the people in the raging sea come, who do you think I can trust? They haven't experienced the days in the raging sea. Will they really treat the human race like us? Hong Yu took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Master Human Emperor, you can rest assured. If the people of the raging sea really enter the sea realm in the future, I will do my best to help them grow up, teach them great techniques, and teach them knowledge. However, Master Han Xian is much smarter than me. When the time comes, we'll still have to count on Master Han Xian and you to lead the human race. Han Fei smiled and didn't speak. This was a smart person. Hong Yu didn't dare to take power. Even if Han Fei gave him power, it wasn't his own. But Han Xian was different. He was Han Fei's biological uncle. When the time came, his rise would be unstoppable. Besides, what he said was true. If Han Xian hadn't helped Han Fei preside over the raging sea, he might have already entered the star transformation realm. Putting these thoughts aside, Han Fei tapped at the void and taught Hong Yu the living dead puppet technique. On the path of puppets, puppets were combat power. Although these 13 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single punch from Han Fei, how many people could be like Han Fei? How many people had mastered a divine technique? How many people had pushed a divine technique to the second level? Therefore, they were actually very strong, but they were just unlucky to encounter Han Fei. And if Hong Yu controlled these puppets, his strength could soar. In the short term, he might have the strength to confront a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Of course, Hong Yu hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet, so he might not be able to handle these 13 late-stage star transformation realm puppets. But it didn't matter. His gains this time were quite abundant. His strength would definitely improve greatly, and it was only a matter of time before Hong Yu and the others entered the star transformation realm. Boom. When Han Fei and Hong Yu returned, the battles here had only been halfway through. So far, there had been a total of 12 battles. Among them, the Black Wind pirates had won 10 battles, and only lost 2 battles to Ling Ran and Su Meng. Among them, Su Meng was heavily wounded and almost couldn't hold on. Han Fei was not surprised that Ling Ran could win. Su Meng's victory was beyond Han Fei's expectations. As Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Su Meng's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Meng hurriedly bowed to Han Fei. Thank you, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei said, in front of outsiders, just call me Master. Don't call me human. Emperor Sumang, Ingyue, and the others all remembered this. Yes, the human race was still developing. It was impossible for the human emperor to sweep through the entire chaotic wasteland alone. That was why the human emperor saved them and sacrificed a huge amount of resources to nurture them to rise. For this great hope, they didn't dare to let them down. Perhaps because of Han Fei's arrival, the human race fought a bloody battle, one after another. In the end, in a total of 38 battles, the human race won 11 games. Of course, Han Fei showed no mercy to the 11 people who lost. If they lost, they would have to die, so they all became Han Yu's puppets. Outside the camp, the Sea Establishment Realm army of the Black Wind Pirates was already waiting for their experts to come back and take them to clean up the battlefield. Although they didn't know how the battle was going, the sky was stained with blood. Judging from the scene where Master Tai Han came to call for reinforcements, the enemies must have suffered a heavy loss. Someone said, "Don't think too much. Since Lord Tai Han still has the time to come back to call for reinforcements, it's likely that we've gained the upper hand. He may be calling for reinforcements because the other party has more people." Someone agreed. "That's right. We'll be courting death if we go to the battle of the sky-opening realm, so we can only clean up the battlefield. In a battle between strong masters, even if we just clean up the battlefield, we might not be able to escape unscathed, so we'd better be prepared to clean up the battlefield at any time." The Black Wind Pirates had blind confidence in their own strength. Most of them felt that they were not in the infinite mining area. Who could destroy them? However, they didn't know that under their blind confidence, the less likely something was to happen, the more likely it was to happen. In the wilderness, no place was safe, and no force was absolutely powerful. When figures appeared above the fleet of the Black Wind Pirates, the people of the Black Wind Pirates were in an uproar. Huh. Many of these people look unfamiliar. I saw the lords of the Black Wind Pirates. It seems that we have one. Wait, that's not right. Where are the 3 captains? Why haven't any of them returned? And these people I don't know seem to be all in the sky-opening realm. Buzz. A figure appeared in the distance. Someone was shocked, knowing that the captains and the others left the camp to stop this person. Why did this person return now? It meant that the captain and the others. Hiss. Someone had a bad feeling. In the next moment, an echo resounded in the void. From now on, there will be no Black Wind Pirates in this world. The former captains of the Black Wind Pirates, Mo Xian, Qing Tua, and Tai Han, have all died. The cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and late-stage star transformation realm were completely wiped out. From today onwards, the remaining members of the Black Wind Pirates will be incorporated into the human army. You followed the Black Wind Pirates to commit crimes and massacre countless people. Now you have to temper your temperament and change your course. If you repent, you can be released. If you don't, you should be executed. On the Black Wind Pirates side, there were more than 2,000 sea establishers, including more than 1,800 peak-level sea establishers. It was not that there were few people below the peak of the sea establishment realm, but that those below the peak of the sea establishment realm were basically all dead. It was difficult to find them. Those who could survive all had potential and had a chance to open the sky. Therefore, these people were actually not weak. More than 2,000 of them were enough for the human army and the army of the giant whale fortress to fight for decades. Dead? The people of the Black Wind pirates were all dumbfounded. 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses had died just like that? Not just them. In the camp in the far outskirts, several strong masters peeped at them. When Han Fei looked at them from a distance, they were horrified and immediately dispelled their perception. Old Chen in the camp was also shocked. Who did the Black Wind pirates offend? Also, who was that young man exactly? He was strong and confident. The Black Wind pirates was not a small pirate group, but they were destroyed so easily. It seemed that the infinite mining area was about to welcome a new big shot. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Han Fei said casually, "Old Hong, I'll leave these people to you for the time being. If they disobey you, kill them. I'll cultivate in seclusion for a day." "Yes, Master Human Emperor." After that, Han Fei returned to his origin star. He had to go to Imo Xian's small treasury to find refined stars or something. After all, he had bought a lot of information from the camp. In the origin star, Han Fei didn't learn how to refine stars immediately. He didn't know much about the infinite mining area at present. Although the old turtle was very familiar with the terrain of the infinite mining area, he hadn't been here for millions of years. No one knew what had happened here. Although the Black Wind pirates were only a pirate force operating on the periphery of the infinite mining area, it didn't mean that they didn't know the infinite mining area well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate even on the periphery. Any big shot in the infinite mining area could easily annihilate them. Han Fei first plundered the origin stars of everyone he hunted. In the end, he found that the total resources of everyone combined except for the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were not even comparable to that of Tai Han. Tai Han's resources were also much less than Qing Tua and Imo Xian's. It was not hard to imagine how many resources this pirate group had accumulated so far. Han Fei just blindly stored these resources into his origin star, and he could get nearly 2 million kilometers of resources. These resources could be used to create 400 peak-level sea establishers, help 30 sky openers with the 250,000 kilometer origin sea to enter the star transformation realm, or help 17 sky openers with the 360,000 kilometer origin sea to enter the star transformation realm. Of course, for the current Han Fei, it was still not enough. He was raising hundreds of thousands of people. Fortunately, in addition to these basic resources, Han Fei seized 2 high-quality godly weapons, 3 mid-quality godly weapons, and 11 low-quality godly weapons. In the meantime, Han Fei found a total of 23 refined stars, of which 11 were with a radius of 250,000 kilometers and 2 were with a radius of 360,000 kilometers. The others were all origin stars between 250,000 and 360,000 kilometers with non-heavenly number star transformations. However, this was enough to pay for Old Chen. Han Fei didn't have to refine stars by himself at all. Besides, with the demand for refined stars in the infinite mining area, Han Fei thought that these things were quite valuable. Just these few pieces might cost more than 2 million kilometers of resources. As for the other treasures, pills, spiritual fruits, etc., Han Fei was too lazy to count them. These things were not important now, but they were quite valuable, mainly because they could be exchanged for resources. All in all, Han Fei thought that the harvest this time might be conservatively estimated to be nearly 4 million kilometers of resources, which could support nearly 1,600 people from the early stage of the sea establishment realm to the peak of sea establishment realm. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I so generous now? I have to save all the resources for others. Such a huge amount of resources is enough to exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. To rise, the human race always needed resources. In general, he lacked a lot of things now. He lacked weapons, resources, spiritual fruits, and pills. In short, he lacked everything. After sorting out these resources, Han Fei explored Qing Tuo's soul. Soon, Qing Tuo's soul was searched by Han Fei. From Qing Tuo's memories, a tremendous amount of information about the infinite mining area entered his mind. Occasionally, Han Fei was surprised that the number of strong masters in the infinite mining area exceeded his expectations. There were more than 300 factions with perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Furthermore, these 300 factions weren't simple. People like Mo Xian, Qing Tuo, and Tai Han weren't qualified to make a name in the infinite mining area. Yes, they were not qualified. Although Han Fei felt that these three people were actually not weak, or even strong, and had divine techniques on them, they were still not qualified. Any one of the 300 forces in the infinite mining area could sweep the Black Wind pirates. Of course, the sweeping here wasn't the kind of sweeping without being injured. For example, the weakest faction would have to lose about 30 to 40% of their strength to destroy the Black Wind pirates. That kind of faction was unstable in the infinite mining area because they would easily be replaced. In the infinite mining area, there were only about 100 truly powerful and stable forces. No other force could guarantee that they could survive in the infinite mining area. From Qing Tuo's memories, Han Fei learned that the largest power in the infinite mining area was not only the Divine Capital Dynasty, which was only ranked 8th. The reason was that the Divine Capital Dynasty was too far away from the infinite mining area. They had sent people over repeatedly but were repeatedly assassinated. In any case, the Divine Capital Dynasty could forget about ranking among the top 3 in the infinite mining area. Otherwise, it would cause all the other powers to join forces to attack them. And the first place, beyond Han Fei's expectations, was the capital of horror. No wonder the capital of horror dared to confront the gate of heaven and even challenge the Divine Capital Dynasty. It seemed that although it didn't have the status of the Divine Capital Dynasty in the wilderness, in the infinite mining area, the capital of horror was the true authority. As for the city of scavengers, it was ranked 32nd in the infinite mining area. It was a very powerful force here. The city of origin was even higher, ranking 10th, which impressed Han Fei. It seemed that he didn't know the city of origin well enough. The 10th place was only 2 places behind the Divine Capital Dynasty. This was a little too much. This was because pirates needed to be careful of any faction, so they knew the strength ranking of the infinite mining area as well. Han Fei even found a name, Long Wu, from Qing Tuo's memories. Han Fei didn't know this person, but he had synchronized with the memories of Neza, and learned that one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers was named Long Xing. And Long Xing had a brother named Long Wu. This news was accidentally learned by Neza, and from one of the 4 generals, Xingyu. In fact, the City of Wanderers was also involved in the Infinite mining area. Its ranking was naturally not comparable to the city of scavengers or the city of origin, but it still ranked 121st, which was quite good. As for how the rankings were decided, there were many ways. One was to kill someone and directly occupy the other party's ranking. Secondly, establishing new mining areas. The infinite mining areas had a rule. Every time a new mining area was established, it could prove one's strength. In this way, his ranking could be moved forward by one. If a faction opened multiple mining areas, its ranking wouldn't change, but it would be considered a potential strength and would affect the ranking. For example, the capital of Horror currently occupied the most mining areas, which affected its ranking. Under normal circumstances, rankings were mostly based on these two situations. However, there were also a few camps for itinerant cultivators in the infinite mining area. The camps were spontaneously formed by itinerant cultivators. Don't underestimate itinerant cultivators. The strongest faction in the world was them, because they had to compete with the major factions for resources all the time. Itinerant cultivators were the most united. One rule to remember in the infinite mining area was not to fight itinerant cultivators and not to kill itinerant cultivators casually. Otherwise, if you dared to expose your identity, you would have to bear the wrath of the itinerant cultivators. In the infinite mining area, there were at least 80 factions that had been destroyed by the camps of itinerant cultivators, including those in the top 100. Of course, that being said, itinerant cultivators were still itinerant cultivators. In exploration of mining areas, ruins, and so on, itinerant cultivators had the highest probability of death. This was related to the nature of itinerant cultivators. They tried their best to survive, become stronger, and prove to the world that itinerant cultivators could also walk their own path. However, there was a price to be paid. The biggest disadvantage of itinerant cultivators was that their cultivation techniques were too scattered and they were undisciplined. Although they would be united if bullied, there were still many contradictions among them. It was said that the exchange of cultivation techniques initiated by the temporary managers of the itinerant cultivator camps had been going on for tens of thousands of years, but still hadn't developed to a large scale. Huff. Hanfei thought for a moment. His comprehensive strength was still too weak. The sea establishers might not be weak, but the sky openers were simply weaklings in the infinite mining area. If they weren't careful, they might be wiped out. Therefore, it was better to fight alone than to fight in groups. Therefore, Hanfei's short-term goal was to have his own territory. Anyway, the old turtle was familiar with the infinite mining area. By taking him to find a way to rebuild his body, he could help him establish a territory of his own. As for the qualification to stay in the infinite mining area, it was worth mentioning. To stay in the infinite mining area, one needed to have a special identity card, which was made of the refined or produced in the infinite mining area. This identity card could also be taken as a token. It was mainly to prove one's strength. It was a basic condition for everyone in the infinite mining area to avoid conflict when they met. If someone didn't have an identity token or didn't wear it, any force had the right to kill that person without any responsibility. There were many ways to obtain an identity token. One was bought from the 100 Alliance City in the infinite mining area. It was an organization made up of the representatives of the top 100 powers. It managed some basic affairs in the infinite mining area via voting, Or rather, one could buy an identity token in the camps on the periphery of the infinite mining area, or even go to the infinite mining area to kill mine demons and use the refined minerals on them to make one. Of course, the safest way was to buy it from the 100 Alliance City. Only there could one buy a relatively advanced status token outside the 100 Alliance City, no place in the infinite mining area, including the headquarters of the major factions, was safe. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. This was interesting. He wondered if he could hide until he emptied the infinite mining area. In the camp, Han Fei put on a simple mask and walked over from the outer sea. Under everyone's gaze, he entered the tavern. Wearing a mask was just to keep him mysterious. In fact, Han Fei didn't use his real appearance when he appeared in the camp on the outskirts. Instead, he used a face that was hatefully arrogant. It wasn't Zhang Xuanyu's face, but Chen Huangdian's. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the counter, and old Chen had already prepared a glass of blue and purple mixed liquor. Without further ado, Han Fei slapped 4 refined stars on the counter as if they were 4 glass beads. Look, I've got the refined stars. It hasn't been more than a day, has it? Old Chen was speechless. A day? This guy ended the battle in less than an hour. He didn't know what happened next. Old Chen sighed, but tacitly didn't mention the Black Wind pirates. Instead, he regretted agreeing to give Han Fei the basic information of all the pirates in the periphery. Although it was just basic information, it almost exposed all the pirates on the periphery to Han Fei. This person could destroy Black Wind pirates, so could he destroy other pirate groups? However, he had already agreed to it. There was no going back now. Old Chen first handed over a jade slip and said, "This is a map of the periphery and inside the infinite mining area." The periphery map only showed the east side. As for the other 3 sides, one is blocked by the God Fiend Sea, and the other 2 are unexplored infinite mining areas, and no one was allowed in, so those 2 sides are meaningless. Only the east side is an explored area, so the outer sea here gathers almost all the camps and native tribes of the infinite mining area. Han Fei took the jade slip and scanned it with his perception. Even though he was experienced, he couldn't help but gasp. It was really big. The entire east side probably spanned nearly a light year. The map given by the old man only covered the area about 0.2 light years long in the entire east except for the infinite mining area. Further away, only primitive tribes were marked. Yes, tribes. There were indeed many races in the infinite ocean. These races were not collectivized, and some were even tribal. Their combat power was valiant, a bit like the style in the Western Desert. On this map, there were probably thousands of tribes of various sizes. Han Fei looked at the map of the inside of the infinite mining area, and saw many irregular areas covered by mountains. The places occupied by the real powers were very small. It was like a chaotic map, with a few small safe areas. At the center of the map was the 100 Alliance City. As for the other major factions, they each occupied an area. According to their rankings, there would be a name marked and a simple explanation. All in all, this sea chart was very worth it. At this time Old Chen said, "Fellow Daoist, I want to remind you of 2 things. Firstly, don't disturb those ancient tribes. They are extremely united. If you beat one of them, 1,000 tribal leaders may come to you. Are you afraid?" Of course, some of these tribal strong masters have joined various forces. If they die in battle, no one will care. Han Fei asked, what about the last one? Old Chen hesitated for a moment and took out another jade slip. This is basic information on all the pirates outside the infinite mining area. However, my suggestion is not to kill them all. The existence of pirates also has a significance. Only with pirates can the camps in the outer sea gather, can there be a large number of resources to trade, and can there be the advantage of the circulation of resources inside and outside the infinite mining area. Although pirates will intercept and kill strong masters, their purpose of cultivation is the same as ordinary cultivators. Besides, in fact, the pirates outside the infinite mining area often travel inside and outside and have many connections with some large factions. Help them do some things that are inconvenient for them to do. If they are killed, you will become enemies with many factions in the infinite mining area. Han Fei smiled casually. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Let me take a look at this jade slip first. After a while, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He didn't expect there to be more than 2,000 pirate groups in the outer sea. Of course, most of them were small pirate groups. These people often mingled in the 8 camps near the infinite mining area. There were no more than 200 pirate groups as powerful as the Black Wind Pirates. However, 200 was still a lot. If these pirates joined forces, they would be a rather powerful superpower. Han Fei curled his lips. He had wanted to collect information on these pirates, to get resources from them. After all, his current demand for resources was particularly high. However, if these pirates surrounded the 8 camps, it would be quite difficult to attack them. But the Black Wind Pirates were different, who were wandering in remote places, so it would be no problem for him to intercept and kill them. Han Fei shook his head slightly. His hunting target should be set in more remote areas. His people needed a lot of whetstones, but it was hard to catch anyone nearby the camps. Although capturing pirates and forcing them to be his men's sparring partners was a way, the effect of sparring was not as good as real killing. Besides, should he really kill all the pirates he captured? Pirates existed for survival and cultivation. In the end, they would mostly submit to him, and then there would be another group of people for him to nurture. For now, Han Fei felt that these people were already his limit. Besides, he didn't want to nurture people of other races. As the saying went, quality was more important than quantity. If there were too many people, it would be bad if they were not nurtured well. At this time, Han Fei saw Old Chen push out a pile of jade slips. He said, all the information about the God-Fiend Sea in our camp is here. Han Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately forgot about the pirates and quickly browsed through the information about the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei grabbed a random copy. It was a record of the missing people suspected to have entered the God-Fiend Sea from the infinite mining area. After all, the infinite mining area was right next to the God-Fiend Sea, and one side of it was completely blocked by the God-Fiend Sea. There might also be some mining areas in the God-Fiend Sea where some people accidentally entered. Most of these people disappeared in the north. According to investigation, north of the infinite mining area was a place that no one was willing to go, because it was too close to the God-Fiend Sea. Furthermore, the closer they were to the north, the stronger the mine demons became. There was once a force that was squeezed and forced to go to the north of the mining area. However, on that day, astronomical phenomena appeared frequently, which was the phenomenon of countless people dying. Anyway, none of those people returned. Also, the 100 Alliance City had sent a joint army to the north more than once. However, before they approached the God-Fiend Sea, they had encountered countless mind demons. After a wave of battle, they had lost 1/3 of their joint army. Later, the official saying was that no one cleared the north all year round. And the mind demons went rampant there, so it was not appropriate to attack by force. Northern expeditions like this had happened more than once. According to the records, it had happened 8 times. In fact, not only the north, but the unexplored places were also like this. The most common description was that the mind demons went rampant. In short, they were not easy to deal with. Besides, conquering an area was not as simple as conquering it. There would be an invasion of mind demons. You had to defend the place you conquered. If you couldn't even defend it, your conquest would be in vain. This was why the major powers controlled so many mining areas. It was because they were strong and had many people to conquer and defend the mining areas. Han Fei thought to himself, isn't this a natural training ground? No wonder countless sea establishers are thrown here every year. According to the degree and frequency of the battles here, it seems to be quite easy to produce sky openers here. Of course, that was on the premise that those sea establishers could survive. Han Fei continued to flip through the information about the strength of the black chains. It had been proven many times that those who had reached the perfected star transformation realm could barely withstand the black chains extending out of the God-Fiend Sea. If anyone below the perfected star transformation realm was really tied up by the black chains, there was a high chance that they would be dragged in. Also, some of the mind demons in the north showed signs of demonization, which was why the army of the 100 Alliance was unwilling to explore there. Perhaps they could guess that there were treasures in the north that could benefit them. However, the demonized mind demons were so powerful that even the Alliance would suffer a lot of losses. The main reason was that they didn't gain much from the north, which was the most painful part. Under normal circumstances, they would gain a lot every time they explored other places. There were sacrifices and gains. Although there were losses, they could endure it. But if there were all sacrifices, but no gains, who could bear the repeated explorations? Therefore, from this part of the information, Han Fei could roughly tell that the north was a dangerous place, and it had many connections with the God-Fiend Sea. From a certain piece of information, Han Fei saw that in the past, someone once said that the sky in the north had cracked, and countless indignant roars seemed to have erupted there. Some people said that someone tried to dig into the northern area, only to dig out strange creatures out of the ground. That group of people was said to be a 100-person exploration team, but only 3 people returned. In any case, the mining area in the north was an almost uninhabited place that had the most interactions with the God-Fiend Sea. Some people suspected that the seal on the God-Fiend Sea in the northern mining area had been loosened, and that there were demons causing trouble there. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. After reading the information, he couldn't help but look at Old Chen. Since the infinite mining area is so dangerous, why didn't the monarch come to guard it? Is it really because there are mind demons comparable to gods in the infinite mining area? He had only been curious and surprised when Zhou Jingjing described the infinite mining area. But now, after reading some information with his own eyes, he felt that there should be monarchs here. Old Chen said, "This is a free gift. Before answering your question, I have a question for you. Why do you think the people who came to the infinite mining area went there knowing that it was extremely dangerous?" Although Han Fei didn't know much about it, he knew that the city of scavengers would send a group of sea establishers here every year. And these sea establishers were mostly peak-level sea establishers, or at least late-stage sea establishers. Sea establishers came here for nothing but to improve themselves and make breakthroughs. Now that a large number of sea establishers gathered in the infinite mining area every year, it was obvious that they took fancy on the environment favorable for nurturing sky openers. Only when they really couldn't be nurtured or weren't used to the environment here would they go home. This was the current situation of the sea establishers here. They came here for opportunities and to make a breakthrough. As for sky openers, according to some simple descriptions, they came here mostly for exploration, but their main purpose was still to make a breakthrough or even prove Tao. From the information given to him by the old man just now, he could obtain a lot of treasures from the mine demons, including crystals that carried the essence of mineral veins, mineral crystals that strengthened the soul, bloodstones that strengthened blood and qi, and so on. And these were treasures that could only be obtained from the mine demons. And in some undeveloped mines, one could find the ruins and remains of their predecessors. When people explored the mines, they often obtained weapons, blood and flesh crystals, and luck stones left behind by former strong masters. Furthermore, in the places where those powerhouses perished, there were often some rare precious medicines that could be classified as spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. They were bred from the flesh and blood of former powerhouses. These things could greatly help a sky opener cultivate. And what the infinite mining areas had the most were resources. To develop his origin sea, one needed resources. Without resources, all was empty talk. Therefore, although the infinite mining area was dangerous for sky openers, there were opportunities everywhere. If they wanted to grow, they were naturally happy to come here. There were many people and places here. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts in the exploration of various ruins and mining areas. When more people died, some people would want to dig up the resources on other people's origin stars, or the origin stars themselves. Therefore, there was a way to find other people's origin stars. And this method was in the hands of some major forces. At least, Han Fei didn't find a way to find other people's origin stars from Qing Tuo's memories. According to the information, in the 100 Alliance City, there was an organization that specialized in refining origin stars. If you handed over the remains, within a few days, they would provide you with an origin star. However, the price for that service was very expensive. Basically, no matter how many good things there were on the origin star, they would definitely be dug out by them immediately. You didn't master the way to find the origin star, you didn't know what was on the other party's origin star, and you didn't know how many modified stars had been molded outside the other party's origin star. Therefore, that situation would definitely be a loss. Later, those who couldn't find other people's origin stars set up auctions for this purpose. Such auctions were held almost every once in a while. But in any case, this was an opaque industry with windfall profits. Han Fei was tempted by it. This meant that there would be a steady stream of people sending the remains of sky openers to you, and you didn't need to do anything. As for refined stars, no matter how many there were, they were rare and many people competed for them. Han Fei could almost imagine how much he could earn from these peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm powerhouses in the infinite mining areas. As long as the star path was big enough, wouldn't it be enough to support them to prove Tao? These cultivators weren't here to die. They definitely wanted to come here to prove Tao. Therefore, they were here for opportunities. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Their fundamental reason for coming here is to find opportunities, to open the sky, or prove Tao. Old Chen said leisurely, "It seems that you have thought of a lot of things, Han Fei, but what does this have to do with whether there are monarchs here or not?" Old Chen asked back, "Do you know the path of monarchs? Do you know how monarchs can become stronger?" Han Fei didn't say anything, but Old Chen continued, "The opportunities we see are not of much use to monarchs. What they need is completely different from what we need. Therefore, if monarchs come here, they can only explore mining areas. Other things are not opportunities for them at all. As for exploring mining areas, to put it bluntly, this matter is accumulated with human lives. The more people die, the more mining areas will open. Some mining areas can't be opened no matter how many people die. Do you think monarchs can definitely open them?" Han Fei shook his head. "Nothing is certain." But he said, "But at least, the existence of a monarch can greatly reduce the mortality rate of the sea establishers and sky openers here." Old Chen smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, first of all, sea establishers don't participate in the exploration of mining areas. Secondly, which strong master doesn't experience countless life and death situations? If sky openers don't risk their lives, how can you expect monarchs to risk their lives? Is it necessary? In the infinite mining area, there is only one situation that will attract a monarch, which is the discovery of some ancient ruins that even a monarch-level powerhouse is tempted by. Then they will naturally come. Other than that, there is no reason for a monarch to come." Han Fei frowned. "At least, monarchs can guard this place and maintain the stability of their faction, right?" Old Chen said, "If every power has a monarch guarding them, there will be fights, and the monarchs will definitely be implicated in the end. The war between monarchs is devastating. Who wants to see it happen? Besides, this kind of thing happened frequently in the past." After a pause, Old Chen continued, "Also, there's a rumor outside that the existence of a monarch will attract powerful mind demons. Mind demons are very territorial. They won't stop fighting you just because you are a monarch. About 30,000 years ago, the major factions in the East Sea Divine Realm sent monarchs to explore the infinite mining areas. Do you know what happened in the end?" Han Fei asked, "What happened?" Old Chen said, "Half of them were killed or injured." Han Fei's face slightly changed. "Half of them were killed or injured? What level of monarchs are they?" Old Chen smiled and said, "Led by great monarchs, the immortal level cultivators tried to push forward. However, the terrifying creatures in the mining area were attracted out and the two sides fought for many days. In the end, the battle of the monarchs caused all the places they once pushed forward to become forbidden areas that others could no longer explore. From then on, monarchs often disappeared for no reason. Therefore, monarchs are unwilling to come now." Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that this infinite mining area was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Old Chen said, "So In summary, it's more of a thankless task for monarchs to participate in the infinite mining area. They won't get any treasures, and there's a chance that they will die there. Even if they survive, the places they fought in will become forbidden areas, meaningless to other explorers. And they can't get close to those places at all. Therefore, over time, monarchs refuse to come here. If they want resources, they might as well go to the Sea of Stars, the Sky Crater world, and some unknown ruins in the wilderness. And the infinite mining area gradually became a battlefield for sea establishers and sky openers. Han Fei asked, "Is it okay for sky openers?" Old Chen said matter-of-factly, "Of course, sky openers won't rush in stupidly without knowing the specific situation of a mining area and sensing the emergence of a treasure. Sky openers won't stupidly push into the infinite mining area. Besides, even if they do push, they will usually join forces to fight and divide the spoils. If a force wants to conquer a mining area, this force has to enter the top 100 forces at least." Although Old Chen's explanation was very logical, Han Fei felt that there was something wrong. Unfortunately, he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only drop it. Just when Han Fei was about to end the topic, Old Chen suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, are you interested in knowing a secret?" "Huh?" Han Fei couldn't help tilting his head and looking at Old Chen, who said with a smile, "Secrets always have a price. This secret has a different price for different people. It may be worthless for those below the peak level late stage star transformation realm, but for those in the peak level late stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm, this secret will be very valuable." Han Fei asked, "How much is it?" Old Chen looked at Han Fei and extended 2 fingers. "Because you've spent a lot of money on me, I'll give you a cheaper price. 5 refined stars with a radius of 250,000 kilometers, or 2 with a radius of 360,000 kilometers. Of course, if the stars don't have a heavenly number star transformation, you'll have to give me more of them. Believe me, you won't lose anything if you learn this secret, because normally no one will tell you this secret. Why don't you just rob me?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. "How much do I need to pay for 3 pieces of information? You charge me so many refined stars for 1 secret? Are you robbing me?" Old Chen said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, believe me, this secret may not be worth this price to others, but to you, it is definitely worth it." Han Fei said, "Interesting. Then I'd like to hear why the news is worth it for me." Old Chen said, "Because your killing intent is too strong. In the infinite mining area, sometimes it's not a good thing." Han Fei said, "With this price, you have to give me more information, right?" Old Chen said, "How about this? You can listen to part of it first. I only want 2 refined stars with a 250,000 kilometer star transformation. The price can't be changed. We're all people who want to prove our Tao. We won't do anything to ruin our reputation just for a few refined stars, will we?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man was not simple. He was definitely an old fox. Having guessed that Han Fei would be curious, he asked him if he wanted to listen to his secret first. If he didn't think it was worth it, he didn't need to give him a single cent. Since Old Chen had said so, how could Han Fei not listen? Han Fei smiled casually. "Senior, can you give me another cup?" Old Chen poured wine for Han Fei with a smile as he said, "Fellow Taoist, you Have to be careful of those strong masters in the perfected star. Transformation realm. Han Fei took a sip. I don't understand. Senior, please enlighten me. Old Chen asked, have you heard that there are many dying and declining perfected star transformation realm cultivators who like to come to the infinite mining areas? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Yes. Old Chen shook his head. Wrong. Those who are really going to die all run to the Sea of Stars. None of them will run to the infinite mining area. Han Fei didn't speak, but just looked at Old Chen. Then, Old Chen said, this is a big secret, because all those perfected star transformation realm cultivators who came to the infinite mining area can basically prove Tao, and their success rate is not low at all. Buzz. Han Fei was refreshed and stared at Old Chen. This was indeed a big secret. When he killed Mo Xian and the other two, he felt that these three people were actually very strong. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique, it would be very difficult to directly kill these three people with just the star fist. Even so, they were not qualified to enter the infinite mining area, which was a problem in itself. However, Han Fei had always thought that there were also strong and weak people in the perfected star transformation realm. However, it shouldn't be to the extent that many perfected star transformation realm cultivators didn't dare to enter the infinite mining area. Han Fei took a deep breath. They can prove Tao, but they don't, and still stay here. What's their purpose? Old Chen smiled and said, have you heard of the Great Tao Lock? When a sky opener cultivates to the perfected star transformation realm, they can't prove Tao yet, but as long as they cultivate, their strength won't stagnate. Then, over time, their strength will exceed the ordinary, perfected star transformation realm. And when they reach a certain limit, the Tao proving heavenly tribulation will descend, and then what should they do? Naturally, it's to seal their strength in their bodies with the star Great Tao Lock. How about it? Fellow Taoist, judging from your strength, you should be reaching the perfected star transformation realm soon. Not everyone can have the sealing technique of this Great Tao Lock. It's fate that makes us meet. The price I charge you is really not expensive. Great Tao Locks? Han Fei took a deep look at Old Chen, speechless. Why should he ask the old man about this? He had already told him the secret. Wouldn't it be nice to ask his senior brothers and sisters about it later? It would be free of charge. Gulp. Ah. Han Fei finished the wine in his cup in one gulp, threw down the 5 lotus stars, and said, it's too expensive to afford. Senior, since you've reminded me, I'd better figure out the rest of the secrets by myself. With that, Han Fei turned around and left. Old Chen was dumbfounded. F***ck? It wasn't easy for him to meet such a spendthrift. He had tried so hard to persuade him, but this guy refused. Old Chen's face turned green. After a while, Old Chen finally recovered and sighed. I hope this is good karma. Han Fei had already obtained a lot of information. The Black Wind pirates had been annihilated, and Zhang Daqian should be reaching Zhangbeihai soon. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. As for himself, after taking the pirates' money, he would have to find a way to enter the infinite mining area. As Old Chen said, the pirates outside the infinite mining area were very rampant and were inextricably linked to the infinite mining area. If he were to sweep across the pirates blatantly after the Black Wind pirates were just destroyed, he would definitely be besieged. Although he wasn't afraid of the siege of the pirates or the big shots in the infinite mining area, he wasn't here to fight alone. However, he had to build a batch of strong soldiers. After experiencing the scattered star sea, Han Fei knew that even if he built a powerful team of 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses, it was still not enough in the sea of stars. However, 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses were already extraordinary in the sea realm. He had already achieved the goal of being strong alone, but now his goal was to make each of his men strong. These people were the seeds in his hands, the vanguard of the rise of the human race, and a hope. Of course, this didn't mean that he would stop fighting the pirates outside the infinite mining area. Of course, he still had to fight them, but he needed to find and hunt some special targets. 1 year later, on his origin star. This year, Han Fei used it as nearly 200 years, mainly appearing on his origin star and the Sea of Stars. On this day, Han Fei finished preaching to his soldiers. Hong Yu and the others hurriedly led a group of people into the sea realm to transcend the tribulation. 7 people were going to advance to the sky-opening realm. Han Fei personally guarded them, and a total of 5 people survived. In this year, another 32 people succeeded in opening the sky. Even though their progress was already very fast, it was still not enough. Because there were more and more sky openers, more and more resources were consumed. So far, half of the resources looted from the Black Wind pirates had been used up. As for the sea establishers of the Black Wind pirates, half of them had already been dead. Almost half of the sky openers had died too, mainly because Han Fei's team had improved too quickly. Most of the time, these people were cultivating techniques, tempering the body, and refining the soul. But cultivation alone couldn't make them grow fast. Han Fei knew that it was time to go hunting again. And this time, with sufficient preparation, there would be one battle after another. Han Fei himself had embarked on a brand new cultivation system. There was actually a certain conflict between the supreme divine technique of the human race and the God-fiend formless technique. The supreme divine technique focused on strengthening the physique, and its cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, the God-fiend formless technique took a balanced route. The two spiritual heritages were operating in parallel and compatible with the myriad Daos of the world. With it, the soul and power could fuse, entangle, and transform into each other, but it also greatly reduced the cultivation speed of the supreme divine technique. In the past year, he had mainly used his strength to transform into the soul. Although the cultivation speed of the God-fiend formless technique was not as fast as the human race's supreme divine technique, the Tao of perfect balance had brought great benefits to Han Fei's combat power. However, as his cultivation progressed, Han Fei discovered a problem. That was, the cultivation of the God-fiend formless technique had stopped because of the supreme divine technique. This was because it was no longer easy to compress his current star core after it had been compressed 1,000 times. The supreme divine technique's way was simple and crude, compressing his star core over and over again. Compared to the beginning, his star core had already been compressed 10,000 times. Now, it had to be compressed 1,000 times more. Han Fei had tried it before, but it was difficult to control. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was that engraving Tao patterns could help lock down the abnormal movements of the star core. For others, from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm to the perfected star transformation realm, they generally only needed to cultivate the Tao bone. However, to cultivate the supreme divine technique, not only did Han Fei have to cultivate the Dao bone, but he also had to compress his star core. Although the God-fiend formless technique could transform the soul and power, Han Fei discovered that once he couldn't make a breakthrough with the supreme divine technique, the God-fiend formless technique itself couldn't bring him any qualitative improvement. It was equivalent to the supreme divine technique focused on cultivation and the God-fiend formless technique on balance. When the supreme divine technique was slowed by the problem of the star core, the God-fiend formless technique would be slowed too. Han Fei had talked to the god of war and the old turtle about honing his Dao bones. It was to engrave his own great Dao on his bones in the form of Dao patterns. However, the engraving here wasn't like engraving words, but to trigger the power of the law to actively imprint on the bones. At present, because Han Fei's right arm had obtained the inheritance of the ultimate hammer in the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital, half of his arm had already formed Dao patterns of the great Dao of strength, but this part of the Dao patterns was not complete. Furthermore, Han Fei discovered that this part of the Dao patterns were slowly degenerating and disappearing. Compared to when it was first branded, the engraving was already more than half as shallow. Besides, during this year, Han Fei wanted to enrich the great Dao of strength on his right arm and sense the law of strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't engrave the Dao patterns on his bones. He had asked the god of war. The god of war said that it was probably because his understanding of the great Dao wasn't enough and he needed to get the true meaning of laws. However, he also expressed his doubts. He shouldn't be unable to imprint anything. Because Han Fei's strength had just slowed down a little, he didn't pay much attention to it. He felt that it might be because he had too many great Daos and needed time to comprehend the laws one by one. Besides, Han Fei was still conflicted about his own great Dao. He had tried to take his original great Dao, but he had never succeeded. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry to engrave the Dao bones, since there was still a long way to go before he reached the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei simply let it go. Anyway, he felt that he had already solved the mystery of the human race's supreme divine technique, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. After all, his time was limited. Therefore, he decided not to cultivate in seclusion anymore. Everyone returned to the sea realm and began a new round of trials to temper themselves. In fact, Han Fei had some other people who could be used as whetstones, such as Butcherin. They were taken into the En Taiping's origin sea by En Taiping. And En Taiping was killed by him, so these people were trapped in his origin sea and couldn't leave. Don't underestimate these peak-level sea establishers who only had more than 100 people. They were all participating in the 100,000-year competition. If they were really used as whetstones, they would definitely kill many of his men. Therefore, it was not the time to use them yet. The people on his side were not strong enough yet. Half a month later. Sea Realm. Han Fei had already chosen a target more than half a year ago. This target was a pirate group called Bloodthirsty in the periphery. They were a special species of fish called bloodthirsty banner fish. It was an ancient tribe outside the infinite mining area. Because they were born bloodthirsty, they were not tolerated by the major tribes. In the end, the other tribes launched a joint strangulation on them. However, a group of people escaped and ended up becoming pirates. However, they maintained the habit of living in groups, but their location was unknown. Among the pirates around the camps, the information on the bloodthirsty Pirates was the most detailed. It could be seen that Old Chen hoped that Han Fei could annihilate this pirate team. So Han Fei's first target was the bloodthirsty pirates. In the past half-month, Han Fei had been looking for the location of the bloodthirsty pirates and investigating their dynamics, and found a cultivation belt they occupied, which was where they nurtured their clansmen. In the wilderness, there were not only infinite mining areas that could steadily nurture talents. Outside the infinite mining area, there were many clans and factions with fixed cultivation places. These bloodthirsty pirates had more than 30,000 sea establishers, more than 200,000 venerables and explorers, and more than 60 sky openers. In the outer areas of the infinite mining area, they were much stronger than the Black Wind pirates. Others couldn't find the bloodthirsty pirates, but Han Fei could. After finding them, it only took Han Fei 3 days to lock onto the trial field of the bloodthirsty pirates. The trial field was for those below the venerable realm, venerables, and sea establishers. Of course, at this time, most sea establishers went hunting. Therefore, only less than 10,000 sea establishers were training in the trial field. And this was exactly the best whetstone. On Han Fei's side, there were less than 30,000 sea establishers. The remaining 100,000 people were still lacking in opportunity. On this day, Han Fei personally led his army to this place. In the trial field of the bloodthirsty pirates, the hunting competition was ongoing, in which countless bloodthirsty banner fish hunted the captives to see who killed the most enemies. There were as many as 50,000 participants, but only 8,000 captives. And there were only 7 spectators watching the battle. Among these 7 people, except for a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the others were all in the early stage of the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the 7 people were evaluating. Someone said, "Look, that jellyfish has turned transparent. She has completely withdrawn her aura and concealed herself to enforce the law. She's really good. I bet she can escape 100,000 miles away." Someone smiled and said, "Ha, she's just a white jellyfish. Although she's rare, how can the contestants of our race be so weak? I bet she can only escape 50,000 kilometers, no more." The first person grinned ferociously. "Okay. If you win, I have a peak level sea establishment realm white jellyfish in my hand. I'll give it to you as a snack." While they were talking and laughing, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. "I bet you didn't notice my existence. Otherwise, why would you still be so happy when you were about to die?" Buzz. The expressions of the 7 people instantly changed. When they came back to their senses, they saw a soul body looking at them with a smile. At that moment, the bloodthirsty banner fish in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm thrust out its palm, and sword light dazzled in the sky. Clang! In front of the old turtle, a soul shell quietly appeared and easily blocked the blow. Seeing this, the others all fled. They were no match for the peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator shouted, "Hurry up, inform our clan that our location has been exposed." However, the old turtle didn't stop them. On the other side, Hong Yu stepped out of the void. "Fellow Daoist, how about becoming my puppet? I treat my puppets very well." On the other side, Inua stopped someone. "This road is blocked." Someone shouted, "Oh, no. We've been ambushed." For a moment, all 7 of them were stopped. At this moment, a young man walked out of the void. With a wave of his hand, More than 70,000 people appeared. Their strength was all below the sea. Establishment realm. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, enter the trial field. This is your first life and death trial. Anyone who kills an enemy will be rewarded with a venerable level divine quality technique." This was the first true life and death trial that the people of the giant whale fortress had experienced. Although Han Fei had informed them a few days ago, they were still excited. This was a battle that no sea establisher had participated in. They had cultivated so hard for hundreds of years, and at this moment, they were about to test the results. At this moment, everyone only had one thought in their hearts, which was to kill the enemy, prove their value, and prove that their hundreds of years of cultivation hadn't been in vain. Kill. As everyone roared, they swarmed into the trial field like a tide. Someone shouted, "Brothers, for Master Human Emperor, for ourselves, and for the dream of being the strong, kill the enemy." Someone went crazy. "Let's press forward. I want to establish the sea. Now. It's finally time to prove myself." Someone, who was only a peak-level explorer, also shouted, "If the heavens don't take my life, I'll soar to the sky. Let's fight." On the bloodthirsty bannerfish's side, many people were chasing a squid that was covered in wounds. Suddenly, a saber beam slashed out, and a bloodthirsty bannerfish's expression changed. "Who dares to attack me?" A spear emerged from between his eyebrows, trying to pierce through the knife. Light. Clang. Crack. The sabers and spears collided, and the spear broke. The bloodthirsty banner fish's body was cut apart, and his spear beam barely pierced into the shoulder of a venerable. The squid that had narrowly escaped death was horrified and was about to run, when its savior turned into a squid and flew away. In the void, the squid left a voice. "If you know you're going to die, why don't you fight to the end?" Seeing that its fellow squid was so ferocious, the fleeing squid stopped, and a killing intent rose from the depth of his heart, but in the end, he still turned around and quickly disappeared from this sea area. Somewhere, 5 bloodthirsty banner fish were besieging a hermit crab. Someone was mocking and knocking the crab shell, making clanking sounds. "Ha ha ha, keep running. Not bad. Heh. I'd like to see how hard your carapace is." This hermit crab's carapace was full of cracks and even had holes poked out. A bloodthirsty banner fish was stabbing a spear into it and stirring crazily. But at this moment, crab pincers appeared, and the 100-war divine hammer bloomed. Puff. A bloodthirsty banner fish was smashed on the spot, leaving nothing but a mist of blood. The other 4 all roared and charged at the comber. A moment later, a pitch-black crab that was shining with a faint golden brilliance spat. A bunch of trash. Of course, the giant whale fortress didn't win all the battles. When some people encountered a powerhouse, although they were no match for the other party, they were filled with blood vigor and burned their lifespan. They fought until all their bones were broken, and in the end, they released all their strength and chose to blow themselves up. They knew that the current giant whale fortress only needed strong masters. Either live or die. Anyway, he couldn't disgrace Lord Jingjing and Master Human Emperor. Someone had cut off half of the enemy's body even though he died. In less than half a day, this trial field turned into a sea of blood. In just one day, 30,000 bloodthirsty banner fish were killed. And within the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, they seemed to sense that something was wrong. 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses came, 1 was in the perfected star transformation realm, and 2 were in the late-stage star transformation realm. Clearly, their clan didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, the dead were all below the sea establishment realm. Perhaps something had happened here. However, no sky openers had died here, so they were a little careless. At this moment, the two late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had already been sniped by Han Yu and the others. Although their combat power was not as good as the other parties, they had more people. 70 against 2, they ganged up on the two. With the old turtle guarding by the side, as long as no one on their side died, he just let them fight. As for the perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he had been blown up by Han Fei several times. At this moment, only his remnant soul was left, barely maintaining his vitality. The man roared, "Who are you? Kill me if you have the guts. Even if you don't. Kill me, when you kill everyone in the trial field, the strong masters of our tribe will find that something is wrong. They will come sooner or later, and then you will definitely have nowhere to go." Han Fei grinned. "Really? How come you don't know that I'm waiting for them?" When the man heard this, he was horrified. This person was here specifically to target his tribe. He probably had already had a plan. However, this man didn't believe that there was an ambush here. Otherwise, all Han Fei needed to do was kill the sky-opening realm powerhouses stationed here. Why did he have to think of a way to keep them alive? Another half a day passed. The bloodthirsty banner fish in the trial field were not all dead, but nearly 80% of them had been killed. It was not that they were not strong, but that the giant whale fortress released a large number of people and their strength was astonishing. Han Fei taught them ultra-quality, divine quality, and body refining techniques. After hundreds of years of cultivation, it would be strange if these people were still not strong enough. But even so, in this battle, more than 3,000 people on the giant whale fortress side had died. Although it was a pity for these people to die, this was inevitable as they grew up. Since they were cultivators, how could they not die? If they didn't want to die, they had to work hard to become stronger, grow up, and rise. Throughout the whole process, Han Fei and the other venerables didn't help. Before the life and death trial was over, the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe finally realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the problem here should have been resolved after they sent someone over. However, the bloodthirsty banner fish under the sea establishment realm had been dying non-stop. Finally, some powerhouses in the clan realized that something had happened. The commander of the bloodthirsty banner fish headquarters personally came. Including him, 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators came at once. A total of 11 people came. It could be said that the strongest combat power of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe had been mobilized. This tribe had once been besieged, and there were only more than 60 sky openers left. Most of them were very sensitive. So when they found that the situation was not right, their boss personally came to ensure the problem would be solved. But Han Fei was bold. He didn't try to lure them away, but was really waiting. Having calculated the distance between the bloodthirsty banner fish reinforcements and the trial field, the moment Han Fei felt that it was about time, he said to the old turtle without hesitation, "Old Yuan, kill." In the next moment, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator suppressed by Han Fei and the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators suppressed by the old turtle died at the same time. Rumble. In the sky, the great Tao roared, making the strong masters of the bloodthirsty Banner Fish clan, who were still an hour away from the trial ground, almost go crazy. Old 6. They knew that this phenomenon was a sign that something had happened to a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm. The commander roared, "All of you, go forward at full speed. Old 6 has been here for half a day." It took these people at least 6 hours to kill Old 6. Which means even if they have a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, there should only be one. Chase and kill them. Don't give the enemies a chance to escape. On the other hand, Han Fei said, "Zhou Jingjing, gather up everyone. No rush. Do it unhurriedly. All the other sky openers, prepare to watch the battle. Except for the perfected star transformation realm and peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators who had just been killed by Han Fei and Old Yuan. The others had all become Hong Yu's puppets. Unfortunately, Hong Yu hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet, so he couldn't refine the puppets in the perfected star transformation realm and peak level late stage star transformation realm. After a while, on the way to the trial field, several peak level late stage star transformation realm powerhouses saw a peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivator organizing his men. This person was naturally Han Fei. When they found Han Fei, he showed his powerful perception ability and acting skills. His face changed drastically, and he rushed forward at a speed of more than 9 times the speed of light. Seeing this, the 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the bloodthirsty Flag Fish clan immediately roared, "Take him down." Swish. 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 In an instant, the fastest person, the powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm, burst out at 13 times the speed of light. Han Fei pretended to be taken aback, but 13 times the speed of light was already an extremely terrifying speed. Being able to reach 10 times the speed of light was the short-term limit of ordinary, perfected star transformation realm cultivators. And exceeding 10 times the speed of light meant that this person had extraordinary talent, or rather extraordinary luck, so he could comprehend a deeper law of speed. Han Fei pretended that he couldn't outrun the white mist. He squeezed a jade slip and shouted, "Run." As soon as he said so, a palm had already pressed on his head. Bang! A white mist disappeared into the void with a swish. Huh! The perfected star transformation realm cultivator of the bloodthirsty Banner Fish clan changed his expression slightly. Not good. This person's movement technique is strange. He actually disappeared without a trace. Not good. We can't give them a chance to escape. Chase him. Han Fei pretended to be a scout with his black mist body, deliberately revealing the information that they didn't dare to confront the bloodthirsty Banner Fish clan head-on. In less than 100 seconds, the strong masters of the bloodthirsty Flag Fish tribe arrived. The fastest person was the commander, but he didn't rush forward rashly because he realized that the other party must be very strong to be able to kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. But when he arrived, he found that the other party only had 2 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses, 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, a group of ordinary sky openers, and a large number of people below the sea establishment realm who were still gathering. He immediately put on a ferocious smile. Although the fact that the other party had 2 perfected star transformation realm cultivators was beyond his expectations, these people were still much weaker than them. The old turtle looked at the guy that Han Fei fished out of the Time River. weirdly, thinking that this guy was really a monster. He could actually fish. People from the past whose strength was not compromised at all. This technique could completely be called a divine technique. Yes, the two perfected star transformation realm cultivators on Han Fei's side were the blood fiend puppet and the recently killed old Six who was fished from the Time River by Han Fei, but Han Fei put a mask on his face. At this moment, Han Fei controlled the blood fiend puppet and roared, "Everyone, gather quickly and retreat first." On the other side, the three perfected star transformation realm powerhouses of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe all shouted, "Retreat? Do you think you can leave now?" In the blink of an eye, the three people rushed over. Bang! 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 For a moment, the blood fiend and old Six blocked two of them. Han Fei, on the other hand, took a step forward and activated the Dharma idol world. He unleashed the ultimate hammer and struck the leader with a full blow, comparable to that of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. At this moment, the commander realized that something was wrong. Was this the strength the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was supposed to have? Another person also shouted, "Not right, this person is full of murderous aura, but his combat power is not obvious. He doesn't look like a living person." The other person was a little surprised. "Brother, this masked killer is very similar to Old Six." "No, he is Old Six. Old Six has been refined into a puppet." At this time, from behind, the 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses attacked at the same time. As for the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that the strength of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator opposite him had soared again. Boom! When his punch collided with Han Fei's and one of his arms was crushed by Han Fei, he was shocked to find that this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was the most terrifying existence. However, before he had time to think, he sensed that within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, phantoms appeared and spears stabbed down from the void. Not good. Everybody, disperse. At this moment, Han Fei grinned and said, "You want to retreat now?" Too late. As soon as the God-sealing spear array was activated, a terrifying suppressing power appeared in the void. Almost at the moment the God-sealing spear array appeared, the strength of the 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators plummeted by at least 30%. The 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were even worse. Their strength plummeted by nearly 50%. This was because they were all in their best state when they entered the God-sealing spear array. If they were like Zhao Qinglong, who had defeated thousands of star sea metal-eating queen ants and was suppressed before entering the array, it would be good if they could have 30% of their strength left. At this moment, Han Fei roared, "Old Yuan, kill." In the blink of an eye, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were immediately deprived of their consciousness. The old turtle erupted with demonic might and clawed out, enshrouding the world with black clouds, and the sky lost its color. Puff. 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 At that moment, everyone was shocked and only felt amazement and admiration in their heart. Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, which stunned Zhou Jingjing and the others, although this was not the first time they had seen Han Fei kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. However, none of them were as vivid as this one. Right in front of them. 100,000 kilometers away, Han Fei seemed to have drawn his saber and killed 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses with 3 slashes. At first, they didn't know what realm the 3 of them were in, but the changes in the weather and the appearance of blood rain made the people present realize that they were all peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the people they could only look up to now. Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, and the old turtle tore apart another peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivator with 1 claw. At the same time, he spewed out a demonic arrow, but the other peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse had already reacted and hurriedly launched a star-beat attack. It wasn't that he didn't have other ways to deal with it, but if the star-beat attack would be faster and safer. Although his strength had plummeted, the star-beat attack wouldn't plummet and was still very strong. Therefore, the old turtle's wish to kill the 2 powerhouses instantly fell through. But the old turtle was not in a hurry. Black clouds swept across. In this limited space, the enemy couldn't escape even if he wanted to. However, when the old turtle attacked the second person, Han Fei burst out at his fastest speed. As fast as 14 times the speed of light, Han Fei left only an afterimage in the eyes of Zhou Jingjing and the others. He was too fast for them to see his movement clearly. In such a hurry, Han Fei still ignored the boss of the bloodthirsty flag fish tribe, because this person was attacking the god-sealing spear array. It was not that Han Fei underestimated him. Although this person's strength was still at its peak, it would take him at least a few hundred seconds to break this array. In the 10,000-year great competition, he trapped so many strong masters for nearly 30 seconds with the god-sealing spear array. How could this person easily break it? The moment the boss tried to break the big array, 2 more peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivators were pierced by Han Fei. But the last person, with a soul-subduing godly weapon, actually blocked Han Fei's first blow. But immediately afterward, a fist light burst out. How could he resist the silencing fist? Bang! Although that person launched a star-beat attack, he and his star-beat were both shattered by Han Fei's punch. The great Tao rumbled between the heavens and the earth, and a rain of blood poured down. The 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the bloodthirsty Flagfish tribe were all dumbfounded. After only 3 clashes, there was only 1 person left among the 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, who was wrapped in black mist. It seemed that he couldn't last much longer. At this time, the boss also realized that something was wrong. His full strength blow only shattered more than 30 god-sealing spears. However, there were as many as 10,000 spears in the array, and it would take him some time to break through this array. But now, the Blood Fiend and the puppet Old 6 held off Old 4 and Old 5. And this mysterious peak-level late-stage star transformation realm young man was too strong and exceeded his imagination. Although this young man's speed was not as fast as his strength was suppressed at this moment, so he couldn't crush this young man. The other party was stronger than him, so how was it possible that he was only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? The boss roared, "Who are you exactly?" Han Fei didn't respond. He held the giant hammer in his hand and activated his great Tao. When he unleashed his full strength, his strength reached billions of waves, which was already comparable to a monarch. Hiss! The boss of the bloodthirsty banner fish was shocked. Monarch? Are you a monarch? Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Monarch? But they knew very well that Han Fei hadn't proven his Dao yet. However, although the trial takers who had already gathered couldn't see the terrifying battle clearly, their ears were still sharp. Monarch? Someone was shocked. Sure enough, Master Human Emperor has already proven his Dao. Someone was excited. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Master Human Emperor is so strong. He killed a sky opener so easily. He must have advanced to a monarch a long time ago. Someone exclaimed, a monarch. We're protected by a monarch. Someone sighed. Master Jingjing really has a good eye. It's such a wise decision to follow Master Human Emperor. At this moment, everyone including Yingyue looked at Hong Yu. They knew that among them, Hong Yu had followed Han Fei the longest and knew Han Fei the best. Now, the other party's boss had said that Han Fei was a monarch. Was it true? Hong Yu, on the other hand, said calmly, don't look at me. Master Human Emperor could kill sky openers when he was only in the late stage C establishment realm. Now that he is about to prove Dao, I won't be surprised at all if he can launch a monarch level strike. A late stage C establisher can kill sky openers? Everyone clicked their tongues. In history, although there were people who crossed realms to kill enemies, they had never done it like this. Master Human Emperor could already cut sky openers before he even reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. How crazy was the Human Emperor in the past? Before they had the time to be shocked, the boss of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe had burned his bloodline, activated all his secret methods, and even activated a divine technique. He roared, not only can you unleash the combat power of a monarch, but I can also do it. Break. The man roared and a golden chain appeared on his body. Crack. The chain was immediately broken. At that moment, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This person's strength soared instantly. The ultimate hammer strike he launched just happened to help him break the chain. The old turtle seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, Han Fei. This is a Dao lock. It's a seal that cultivators placed on themselves when they reached the peak of the perfected star transformation realm and had to transcend the tribulation. Once this seal is removed, his strength will soar in the short term and he will return to his peak state. After that, he must transcend the tribulation to prove Dao. A Dao lock? A great Dao lock? Han Fei's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered what old Chen told him, the secret of the perfected star transformation realm cultivators inside and outside the infinite mining area. When he learned that this secret was the great Dao lock, he didn't care. He had long known about this. And Taiping also had a great Dao lock, but Han Fei still killed him easily. Earlier, he was sure that the three perfected star transformation realm pirates of the Black Wind Pirates didn't have this lock. Otherwise, if they could increase their strength so crazily, they definitely wouldn't have been killed by him so easily. Now, after the seal was removed, Han Fei clearly felt that this man's strength had skyrocketed. Although he was still sent flying by Han Fei's hammer with pure strength, he had completely blocked this blow. This meant that the other party's current strength was probably a million waves. However, this wasn't the key. The key was that the other party's shattered Dao lock turned into boundless Dao runes and blocked in front of him. In the sea of blood, the man was dyed red as if he had turned into a blood demon. His vitality and strength were still soaring. Han Fei seemed to see a sea of blood exploding in front of his eyes. However, Han Fei didn't care. It just so happened that he could use this person to test his real strength. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and took off his battle suit, only wearing a black battle robe. His great Tao operated even more violently. If 3 times the strength wasn't enough, then 4 times. When his strength was increased by more than 4 times, Han Fei felt that his bones were trembling, but he could still withstand it. Looking at the sea of blood in front of him, Han Fei punched back. The flying sea of blood was shattered by Han Fei's silencing fist. The boss of the bloodthirsty banner fish was also sent flying by his punch, but Han Fei could sense that the blood chi in the sea of blood, like maggots attached to bones, had devoured half of his strength in the blink of an eye. That's not right. I've completely surpassed him. Logically speaking, he's not my match. It's the Great Tao. His Great Tao is a little different, containing a mysterious power that can't be removed. Is this the power of laws? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. This was different from the law of the law enforcer realm, which was only the most basic law comprehension, more like a direction. However, the law was the great power hidden between the heavens and earth, a mysterious power completely controlled by a person. Although he seemed to have gained the upper hand, his comprehension of the Great Tao was inferior to this person's, so he couldn't defeat him with his current strength. On the other side, the boss of the bloodthirsty banner fish shouted, "Old 4, Old 5, break this array. Leave this guy to me." Then he grinned ferociously. "I don't care which race or faction you are from. If you dare to attack my bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, you shall die." Blood gushing. Blood entangling. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei's body shone brightly, blocking the blood mist that spread here. Han Fei was horrified. How could this lock be so terrifying? This person was still in the array of the god sealing spears, and his strength had been suppressed by 30%. If he was not suppressed, how strong would he be? Unfortunately, the battle was too fierce for him to ponder on this. Han Fei took a deep breath and activated his Great Tao. With 5 times his strength, he was refreshed and some cracks appeared on his body, but not many. Han Fei's current basic combat power could reach 330,000 waves. After increasing by 5 times, it was already comparable to the power of most Tao proving level powerhouses. Even so, his physique could still hold on. He had to thank the void body refining technique and the supreme divine technique of the human race. These 2 techniques made his physique terrifyingly strong. Amidst the blood, Han Fei extended 2 fingers and activated all Great Taos in one sword. Many Great Taos seemed to have torn a bloody hole in the blood colored sky. Rip. Half of the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe's body was shattered by that blow. He looked horrified. Impossible. How can you still become stronger? You haven't even reached the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei snorted coldly. I am the human emperor, the leader of the human race. How can you villains resist me? Kill. Han Fei scolded arrogantly, but he was a little frightened in his heart. Is this guy's blood path so strong? In my current state, I can't kill him with one slash? Furthermore, another Tao lock appeared on this person's body, which had already cracked. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't waste any time. He couldn't kill this boss, but Old 4 and Old 5 weren't so strong. He would kill these two people first. With a thought, all great Daos and one sword slashed out again. The draw technique formed by the infinity water slashed at another person. However, at the moment when Han Fei attacked, he was shocked. Seeing this, the boss of the bloodthirsty banner rushed over and slashed at Han Fei like a bloody knife. At that moment, he showed a trace of determination. The moment he asked Old 4 and Old 5 to attack this array, he was already prepared to sacrifice Old 4 and Old 5 and take the opportunity to launch this attack. In the blink of an eye, the invincible will erupted and transformed into an invincible golden body. Puff, puff. In Han Fei's ultimate combat state, neither Old 4 nor Old 5 could withstand it. They were almost killed at the same time. Of course, the other party also used all kinds of secret techniques. Only Old 5 was shattered along with his star bead. Old 4 managed to block this blow, but his star bead was dim. If he was hit again, he would die. However, Han Fei had no time to care about them now. With a clang, Han Fei managed to withstand it on the spot. However, his invincible golden body was corroded by the blood and turned into a blood-colored body in the blink of an eye. Even though the god's prayer bead were shining brightly, the blood still couldn't be completely removed. It had even touched Han Fei's body a little. Han Fei was about to try using the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, but suddenly, he felt that a road suddenly appeared on the green jade stone bridge. That could only be explored passively. It was the muddy road, the scorching place that even Han Fei couldn't withstand. A warm sun seemed to be shining over from that place. Reflected in the outside world, it was like a small flame suddenly appeared inside the invincible golden body, emitting a scorching light. Swish. The blood that should have touched Han Fei's flesh was swept away by the light and turned into nothingness. Then, Han Fei's golden body was still shining with golden light, and the boss of the bloodthirsty banner was burning all over. Ah! This person let out a shrill roar, and the blood and chi in his body was extinguishing at a visible speed. Upon seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The green jade stone bridge moved? The scorching light on that road was actually so terrifying. With just a wisp of light, it burned this super powerhouse who was on the verge of Tao proving into this? Yes, Han Fei didn't need to fight anymore, because the boss of the bloodthirsty banner no longer burned his essence blood, his chi and blood were almost exhausted, and his strength was greatly reduced, with at most 30 to 40% left. Han Fei didn't show any mercy. This was a battle, and so many people were watching. He was the human emperor, the faith of the human race, and the faith of the giant whale fortress. He wanted to show them what strength was. Puff. To prevent any accidents from happening, Han Fei pierced through this person's star bead with his sword and then grabbed his soul with the void lines, absorbing a wave of soul and vitality. As for Old 4, he was much weaker than this boss, so Han Fei was not afraid at all. Instead of killing him immediately, he searched his soul. After the soul search, Han Fei was surprised. It turned out that the bloodthirsty banner still had Old 2 and Old 3, who were also in the perfected star transformation realm. However, the two of them went hunting with 5 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses and a group of sky openers. Now, in the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, the strongest people left were 2 Old peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, some late stage star transformation realm cultivators, and early-stage sky openers. After a while, Han Fei killed this person and threw his broken body into his origin star. Looking at the blood-red heavy rain, he stepped in the air and looked down at the hundreds of thousands of people. Those below the sea establishment realm, stay and try to feel the resources of the great Tao. Rainwater. Those above the sea establishment realm, follow me to fight. 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 For a moment, roars were like thunder and the momentum soared to the sky. In just a moment, the 3 perfected star transformation realm and 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were all wiped out. This was the human emperor in their eyes, who was extremely powerful. At this moment, countless people had been moved and firmly believed that Han Fei was a monarch of the human race. The strong masters of the human race were all excited and proud. Han Fei glanced at the old turtle. Old Yuan, stay here and let the people below the sea establishment realm try their best to comprehend the great Tao. Under the blood rain, I'll lead the sea establishment army to attack the bloodthirsty bannerfish's camp. Old Yuan had just come back to his senses from the bloody mist. His heart was still trembling. Too strong. Han Fei was really getting more and more abnormal. The combat power just now made him feel as if a monarch was fighting. Although Han Fei might not be good enough on the Great Tao, in terms of comprehensive combat power, Han Fei, at his peak state, had definitely reached the standard of the weakest monarch. More importantly, Han Fei was only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The old turtle said, "Okay. Be careful. By the way, finish the fight quickly. I have something to tell you." After a brief stun, Han Fei nodded and took all the sea establishers into his origin star. Then, at an absolute speed 14 times the speed of light, he headed for the base camp of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. In the base camp of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, there were a few people who knew that the 4 bosses went out one after another, but they didn't pay much attention to it. It was all thanks to the 6 bosses that so many people of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe could escape. It was the 6 of them who fought their way out of the encirclement of countless strong masters. Their strength was beyond doubt. Because they were the bosses in the first place, the bosses usually didn't leave their life tablets at home. But peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators would leave their life tablets at home. In the life tablet hall, an old man of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe named Zhou Jia stood up when he found that the life tablets of the 8 powerhouses in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm were broken one after another. His first reaction was not to inform all his clansmen to escape, but to contact Yang Qi, another peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. After Yang Qi came, he was dumbfounded to see the pieces of the life tablets. "This? Who did this?" Zhou Jia said, "It doesn't matter who did it. However, one thing is undeniable. We may be besieged again. Who could have killed 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in such a short time in front of the 3 leaders? Besides, I suspect that the 3 leaders went out together because something happened to the 6th leader. Because Zhou Er, who was in charge of the trial field, died too." Yang Qi said, "Hurry up, take some seeds away, but don't be too far away from home. What if the boss and the other 2 leaders win?" Zhou Jia nodded his head. Okay, go find some bloodline seeds immediately. I need to set up a big array and inform the second and third leaders. Yang Qi was surprised. They're so far away. How can they be notified? Zhou Jia said, otherwise, why do you think the boss asked me to guard the Life Tablet Hall? Yang Qi nodded. Okay, this place is quite far from the trial field. 2 hours. We still have 2 hours. After Yang Qi left, Zhou Jia looked a little disappointed and thought to himself, what an idiot. To be able to kill 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses right under the noses of the 3 leaders. There must be many perfected star transformation realm cultivators there. Now, all the powerhouses in the clan have come out, and only you and I are left. But you still want to take away some seed to continue our bloodline? Zhou Jia set up an array, turned around, and quietly teleported himself from the Life Tablet Hall into the clan's treasure house. Zhou Jia said, don't blame me for abandoning you. How can I escape if you don't stay and attract the enemy's attention? With the treasure house, it's only a matter of time for me to reach the perfected star transformation realm. With the resources of the whole clan, maybe I can prove Dao in the future. At that time, I will definitely avenge you, definitely. While thinking, Zhou Jia stuffed all the resources in the treasure house into his origin star. In just 100 seconds, the entire treasure house was empty. After that, Zhou Jia quietly returned to the Life Tablet Hall. He had guarded this place for many years and had already prepared a backup plan. He twisted a life tablet, and then a teleportation array appeared. About an hour later, Yang Qi secretly took more than 800 heavenly talent level seeds of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe to the Life Tablet Hall. However, there was no one in the Life Tablet Hall at this moment. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Yang Qi rushed into the clan's treasure house. The treasure house was divided into important and unimportant areas. Not everyone could enter it. Even Yang Qi couldn't enter the most important part of the treasure house. However, when he saw that the treasure house he was in had been emptied, he was immediately furious. Zhou Jia, I'm gonna kill you. At this moment, Yang Qi was very angry, but anger was useless. However, Yang Qi was not stupid. Zhou Jia escaped with the treasure. If the 3 leaders came back, he would be charged with a serious crime. But if the 3 leaders didn't come back, it would be even more terrifying. He would have to die. Should he escape with the hundreds of thousands of people in the clan? The answer was obviously no. With so many people here, what did they eat and drink? How could they cultivate? More importantly, if the enemy did come and found no one here, they would definitely search for him immediately. Therefore, he also guessed that this was the reason why Zhou Jia ran away. He wanted to keep him here to attract the firepower and provide himself with a chance to escape. At this moment, he probably had to escape too. He couldn't let Zhou Jia monopolize the treasure trove. The problem was, which of the 3 camps around he would go to? The nearest one? Yang Qi shook his head. No. If the 3 leaders come back, they will definitely catch Zhou Jia immediately. He dare not take the risk. The second way leads to the periphery of the infinite mining area. If he uses that camp as a springboard to leave the infinite mining area, I will never be able to find Zhou Jia again. Of course, the third way led to one of the 8 camps outside the infinite mining area. Zhou Jia had obtained so many treasures. Would he go to the infinite mining area? Obviously not. People went to the infinite mining area just to find opportunities. Therefore, Yangqi seemed to have realized something and immediately flew towards the camp on the periphery of the infinite mining area. As for the camp, he would give up. If the 6 leaders couldn't defend it, how could he? While Yangqi was flying out of the infinite mining area, Zhou Jia sneered on the way to the camp. Neither Yangqi nor the 3 leaders would expect me to run into the mining area. They don't know that as long as I come to the 100 Alliance City, with the resources I have, I can advance to the perfected star transformation realm in the 100 Alliance City. Then I can take other camps as a springboard and leave the infinite mining area. This is the cleverest way. However, while Zhou Jia was feeling complacent, suddenly, a pillar of water spear, rolling infinite Tao patterns at 10 times the speed of light, suddenly came. Puff. In an instant, Zhou Jia's mind went blank, and then he was nailed to the bottom of the sea, unable to move. At this moment, a young man walked over from a distance step by step with a smile. Fellow Daoist, why are you running? Although Han Fei was going to kill people, he was not stupid. The bloodthirsty Banner Fish tribe must have known that the 3 perfected star transformation realm and 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were all dead. Since they knew, would they just sit there and wait for death? Obviously not. Their first thought must be to run. Therefore, Han Fei directly located the escape route of their strongest with the vast ocean navigator. Then, he met Zhou Jia. The god-sealing spear formed by the infinity water gave Zhou Jia no chance to resist at all. He could only watch Han Fei helplessly. Han Fei said, "Do you think you can run away with your people like this?" To my surprise, the strongest person left in the bloodthirsty Banner Fish tribe is only a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. At this moment, Zhou Jia felt that he could speak again. He asked quickly, "Who are you?" Han Fei snorted. "Cut the crap. Of course I'm the one who came to destroy your bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. I know that you have the 2nd leader and the 3rd leader who are out hunting with a large number of people. Do you have a way to call them back? Or are you looking for them?" Zhou Jia's heart did a flip. This person didn't know that he had resources. "My lord, if you can spare my life, I can help you call the 2nd and 3rd leaders back. I can do it now." Han Fei grinned. "Oh. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" In the next moment, Zhou Jia felt a crisis in his soul and the fear of death welled up in his heart. Then he felt that he was like a puppet being controlled. His consciousness was suppressed in his body, and the power of his soul was completely suppressed. He had lost control of himself and gradually lost his sense of self. Another moment later. *T. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to lure the 2nd and 3rd leaders back through this person, but from this person's memories, he learned that this guy turned out to be a traitor who had looted the entire treasury of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. As for his clansmen, he didn't take any of them with him. Good lord, you're ruthless. Fortunately, I was smart enough to block his way. Otherwise, wouldn't I have let go of a treasure house for nothing? Han Fei was overjoyed. The treasure house was right here and couldn't run away. Han Fei quickly found some kind of blood sacrifice array in this person's memory. This blood sacrifice array could make his clansmen sense it from a long distance. It was similar to the flame emblem of the Phoenix Divine. race, but definitely not as high-leveled as the flame emblem. After Han Fei set up the blood sacrifice array and conveyed the relevant message, he slaughtered this person's soul. The bloodthirsty flagfish tribe was a pirate force that even the master of the camp wanted to eliminate. It was also a race that many pirates and clans wanted to wipe out. Han Fei killed them without any pity. After throwing Zhou Jia's body into his origin star, Han Fei went straight to the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, because in Zhou Jia's memory, there was still a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse there who was preparing to take away the talented clansman for the future re-rise. Unfortunately, when Han Fei rushed to the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe a moment later, there was no peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator here. It seemed that the other one had run away too. However, Han Fei didn't plan to chase him. If he ran away, so be it. Anyway, that person didn't get the treasure house. He probably chose some elite disciples to take away. Instead of chasing him, there were more than 170,000 people here, more than 30,000 sea establishers, and 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Among them, there were 9 people who hadn't entered the star transformation realm, and 3 of the 8 star transformation realm powerhouses were in the late-stage star transformation realm. This strength was actually not weak. With a thought, Han Fei transformed into Zhou Jia's appearance. He found that the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe was relatively peaceful and didn't seem to know what had happened. As he released his perception, his voice echoed throughout the entire clan. He said, "All cultivators above the sea establishment realm, put down what you're doing and stop cultivating. Gather in 100 seconds. I have something important to say." Buzz. Swish. 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 Figures flew over one after another. In the end, a total of 36,325 people came, including 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Nearly half of them were at the peak of the sea establishment realm. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. This lineup was just enough for the trial. One of them said, "Elder Zhou Jia, why have you summoned us?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Well, I'm just giving you a trial." Swish. 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 When tens of thousands of God-sealing spears appeared in the void, everyone felt that their strength was instantly suppressed by nearly 50%. They were not strong masters, so it was only natural that their strength was suppressed a lot. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the sea establishment realm army of the human race and the giant whale fortress all appeared. More than 70 other sky-opening powerhouses, including Zhou Jingjing, Han Yu, Yingyue, and the others, appeared together. Before the people of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe realized what was going on, Han Fei had changed from Zhou Jia to his original appearance. "Everyone, listen to me. You've cultivated for 100 years. Today is the day to test your results. Kill them all." Han Yu roared, "Sea establishers, charge. Sky openers, follow me to kill the enemy sky openers. Kill. Charge. Brothers, it's time to prove our worth. This is a life and death battle. Try your best." On the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe's side, the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were horrified and roared, "Not good. Our race is besieged. Everyone, try your best to break through this array." However, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the surrounding God-sealing spear array condensed into a small array and threw the 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses away. At the same time, Han Fei took nearly 60% of the tens of thousands of God sealing spear arrays and sealed the entire bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. After all, in addition to the sky openers and sea establishers, there were more than 140,000 bloodthirsty banner fish below the sea establishment realm. Here. One day later. In the base camp of the bloodthirsty flag fish tribe, blood rains kept falling. Because too many people had died. In a day, nearly 30,000 sea establishers and 13 sky openers perished. Among them, nearly 3,209 sea establishers died on Han Fei's side. No one in the sky opening realm died because once a sky opener was in danger of dying, Han Fei would take action. Upon seeing this, Han Fei sighed in his heart. His efforts had paid off. Only with investment could there be gains. Especially for the human race, only less than 600 sea establishers had died. Of course, 600 people was actually not a small number, but this was a battlefield and a trial. Death would happen in trials. To become stronger was to step on corpses, to become stronger. When the old turtle arrived, the battle had almost been over. Seeing this, another super trial began. It was a trial below the sea establishment realm. Because there were too many people in the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, the trial was finished in 3 batches. 5 days later. This battle of extermination finally came to an end. Han Fei was not idle either. He set up many large spirit gathering arrays here. And also put countless spiritual stones and other resources into the arrays. Therefore, in the past 5 days, these people were either fighting or making breakthroughs. In this trial, Han Fei lost more than 12,000 men. This price was dearly. However, this price was something that they had to experience. Only after experiencing death could they recognize death and understand their desire for life. At this moment, there was no living person in the entire bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. Led by Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing, everyone came to see Han Fei. Hong Yu shouted, "Master Human Emperor, I'm glad not to let you down. It took us 5 days to wipe out the bloodthirsty flag fish tribe." Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Next, we'll cultivate and make breakthroughs. Here until no one makes a breakthrough. In addition, everyone will be rewarded for their contributions. Zhou Jingjing, you'll do this. I'll give you 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, 10 million kilograms of earth vein spring water, 100,000 ultra-quality godly weapons, 500 low-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures, 100 mid-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures, 10 high-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures, 3 ultra-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures, and 1 low-quality godly weapon. I want you to distribute them appropriately. Huff. At that moment, everyone's breathing seemed to be a little chaotic. What a huge investment. How much money was this? It was an astronomical figure. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't care. It wasn't even 1/5 of the resources in the treasury of the bloodthirsty flag fish tribe. Han Fei could have rewarded them all at once. However, that was beyond the reward they deserved. Besides, if their appetite was already so big, how could he feed them in the future? Zhou Jingjing immediately cupped her fists and responded firmly, I'll definitely distribute them carefully. I won't be biased at all. Han Fei nodded slightly and then said to his less than 120,000 subordinates. You came from various races and have been suffering since you were born. You have no resources or cultivation techniques. You've lived your lives tenaciously until now, fighting against this world. Now, I'll give you resources, trials, weapons, and cultivation techniques. However, what I'm doing is for the rise of the human race. I know that many of you are not human, but I don't care. The sea can accommodate all rivers, and my human race can accept all races. Anyone who follows me and my human race will not be abandoned. This is the oath I made today. On the field, many people in the giant whale fortresses were excited. Some were in tears, and some felt their blood boil. The moment they realized how powerful the human emperor was, they were actually a little worried, including Zhou Jingjing. This was because Han Fei was the sovereign of the human race, and he was doing this for the rise of the human race. Even Zhou Jingjing had thought that Han Fei might just treat them as pawns or cannon fodder. But Han Fei treated everyone equally, so these thoughts and emotions were temporarily suppressed in his heart. Today, Han Fei publicly discussed this matter. Instantly, these people felt confident. Their lives seemed to have a goal and hope. In an instant, countless people shouted, "We're willing to sacrifice our lives for the human emperor. Master Human Emperor, you treat me sincerely, and I will never let you down. From now on, where the human emperor points is where our weapons go." All kinds of declarations came from these hundreds of thousands of people, and the scene was boiling. The most excited people were the human beings such as Yue and Su Meng. This was the true human emperor in their hearts. He was bold, courageous, ambitious, decisive, fearless, and had weathered through everything for the rise of the human race. At that moment, the human powerhouses were all in tears. Han Fei said firmly, "Today, I watched the battle and saw that you are all motivated, determined, ambitious, courageous, and ferocious. Therefore, I'll set up an army called 7 Kill with 100,000 soldiers." Han Fei took a deep breath and shouted. 7 Kill meant anyone who becomes our enemy shall be killed. Anyone who stands in our way shall be killed. Anyone who betrayed us shall be killed. Anyone who was possessed by the ominous shall be killed. Anyone who bullies our human race shall be killed. Kill. Kill. Han Fei suddenly stood up and said domineeringly, "The size of the 7 Kill army remains unchanged and will march with me and be my personal guard army. I want every member of this 100,000 strong army to open the sky. I want to lead this army to sweep through the world and build a peerless legend. Kill, kill, kill." At this moment, for the first time in their lives, the Huma powerhouses here understood what the human emperor was, what the emperor of the human race was. Without such boldness, spirit, and pursuit, how could he be called the emperor of a race? It was also at this moment, after the first large-scale trial, Han Fei completely won over the human race and the giant whale fortress, and established the 7 Kill army. At this moment, a powerful enemy returned from afar. This time, Han Fei didn't invite them into his trap, but stepped out and took the initiative to charge out. After encountering the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, who unsealed the Dao lock, Han Fei recognized for the first time the strength of a higher level than the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't be scared even if both of the leaders had great Dao lock, because he found that the scorching light on the road on the green jade stone bridge completely countered the power of the bloodthirsty banner fish. Of course, he estimated that only one of them had a Dao lock. Even if both of them had a great Dao lock, he was not afraid. After all, when he attacked the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, he didn't use the void stealing technique. Sure enough, the two leaders who were rushing back didn't know what exactly happened at home. They only knew that something happened. However, before they reached home, a powerhouse suddenly attacked them on the way. At this moment, they wouldn't cross Han Fei to attack the old turtle and the others behind, because they didn't hate them to that level. When the two of them saw someone rushing over, their first reaction was to defend themselves. But soon, they discovered that Han Fei was only in the peak level late stage star transformation realm, which relieved them. There was a fundamental gap between the peak level late stage star transformation realm and the perfected star transformation realm. Even if a peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivator could resist a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he could at most resist one. But Han Fei was alone, and they were too. However, in the next moment, the two of them discovered that something was wrong with Han Fei. This was because the fist mark Han Fei unleashed was so powerful that they seemed to see the explosion of a resplendent star. The terrifying impact was millions of kilometers away, but it still shocked them. Perfected star transformation realm? Both of them changed their expressions, and one of them shouted, "Old 3. The one called Old 3 took out a huge square shield. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he could tell at a glance that the huge shield was a high-quality, godly weapon. A weapon at the level of a godly weapon couldn't be underestimated. Although Han Fei felt that he was strong, it was still unrealistic for him to penetrate a high-quality godly weapon shield. There weren't many godly weapons that sky openers could have. Han Fei had once tried it. With the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, he could barely penetrate some low-quality mid-quality godly weapons. And if it was a defense type or a mid-quality godly weapon with a soul attached to it, he might not be able to penetrate it. However, just as Old 3 blocked with the giant shield and was about to collide with the fist mark, the giant shield in front of him suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the two of them immediately retreated, but everything happened too fast. And Han Fei burst out at 14 times the speed of light. How could they escape? Boom! At that moment, the sky exploded, and the silencing fist hit Old 3. This person had no choice but to activate his star bead and try to block Han Fei's punch. However, this time, Han Fei didn't hold back at all. His strength was comparable to that of a Tao-proving monarch. Although his great Tao hadn't reached that realm yet, he couldn't be underestimated. Old 3's body exploded on the spot, and his soul was instantly heavily injured. Of course, with the explosion of a mirror, Old 3 still blocked it. Han Fei secretly sighed. Sure enough, he wasn't a monarch yet and didn't have the terrifying combat power of a real monarch. This person managed to keep his starbead indestructible with a low-quality soul-subduing godly weapon. However, Han Fei had already expected this, so he grabbed the vast ocean navigator and slashed out with the draw technique. His saber scattered the star bead, shattering the soul body that was hidden in the star bead in the invisible void. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was killed and a rain of blood fell, adding to Han Fei's ferocity. Not good. Old 2 didn't even have time to fight back. Seeing this, he turned around and fled. As he ran, a great Tao lock appeared. Time confinement. Han Fei activated the great Tao of time and froze time. At the moment when the frozen time was about to shatter, he took out a mirror. At this time, Old 2 was nowhere to be seen. Han Fei slashed at the mirror of infinity without hesitation. In the mirror, old Tu was hacked to pieces, before he realized what was going on. He died before he could unlock the Dao lock. Even if he had a Dao lock, it would be useless if he fell into the mirror of infinity. After all, in the mirror of infinity, the drawing technique was replicated into countless ones, and no one could stop it. However, at the moment when this person was killed in battle, with a crack appeared on the mirror of infinity. Seeing this crack, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the level of the mirror of infinity was still too low. When it killed a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, it was shattered by his instant explosive power. Unfortunately, the mirror of infinity was only a replica, and Han Fei didn't know where the real one was. If he could find the real one, he believed that it would be a terrifying weapon that surpassed ultra-quality godly weapons. However, the demon purification pot could still repair a crack. When he controlled the star sea metal-eating ants in the shattered star sea, the life metals they produced could give activeness to items that were sea-quelling, bizarre treasures or above. There was a certain chance that the weapons could be upgraded. He would see if he could upgrade the mirror of infinity by one level. Even if it became a mid-quality godly weapon, it wouldn't be so easy to break. It was said that these two leaders were leading 5 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and a dozen other sky openers. They should be in the origin star of one of them. This saved him a lot of trouble. As the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction, Han Fei stepped into the origin star of Old Tu. An hour later, under everyone's eager gaze, Han Fei walked back from the void. The moment they saw Han Fei, everyone celebrated. They had seen more than once the phenomenon of the death of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Therefore, the 2 consecutive phenomena meant that Han Fei had killed 2 more perfected star transformation realm powerhouses. Han Fei glanced at everyone and shouted, "The bandit leaders have been executed." In the next month, everyone, continue to digest what you've learned in the past few days. Cultivate in peace and make breakthroughs. This time, many people made a breakthrough, some were going to transcend the tribulation, and there were even more people about to become venerables. Some even wanted to open the sky. It was not easy to make such a breakthrough and advancement in Han Fei's origin star, so Han Fei left them in the sea realm. As for why it was a month, it was because although this place was very remote, the abnormal phenomena were so loud that they would be noticed sooner or later and someone would come to investigate. Therefore, Han Fei was in a hurry. After this training, it would take a period of time to consolidate, learn from experience and lessons, and then in the next big battle, they would be able to show greater comprehensive strength. As for Han Fei, after arranging Zhou Jingjing and Hong Yu's tasks, he chatted with the old turtle alone. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, tell me about the Great Dao Lock?" The old turtle said, "I forgot about that too. When I saw this person use it, I remembered to tell you. The so-called Great Dao Lock is a seal that is used to lock the upper limit power of your Dao. If it's not locked, you'll be prepared to withstand the tribulation of Dao proving at any time. As you know, it's still very difficult to prove Dao. Everyone wants to become stronger before proving Dao. This is why the Dao lock exists." Han Fei asked, "How many great Dao locks generally are there?" The old turtle said, 5. As far as I remember, there are usually only 5 Dao locks. Once there are more than 5, your strength might not be able to Be locked. Then you'll have to prove Tao. Hanfei was puzzled. When there are 5, it means that you have to start proving Tao immediately. Is that so? The old turtle nodded. That's right. When the 5 Tao locks can't suppress your strength, it's the time to prove Tao. In the age of gods, the strong and weak are usually divided according to the number of Tao locks. Hanfei was puzzled. In other words, this is actually the path that perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators have to take? The old turtle shook his head. It's not really a path. It's just a way to make yourself safer. You can also use the power of a monarch in advance. Of course, your comprehension of the Great Tao is definitely not enough. Besides, although the upper limit is 5 Tao locks, it doesn't mean that everyone can create 5 Tao locks. That's a Great Tao lock, the manifestation of when your Tao reaches a higher level. If you walk multiple Taos and reach the extreme, additional Tao locks can be born, but 5 is usually the upper limit. Hanfei couldn't help but glance at the old turtle. Didn't you say before that a person only needs to walk one path to the extreme? The old turtle didn't care. That's because I lost too many memories, so I forgot a lot. In fact, it's normal to have a main Tao and a few secondary Taos. Hanfei asked, Old Yuan, do you know how to create the lock? The old turtle said, when you reach the limit of a certain great Tao, you can solidify the Tao runes of this Tao into chains or arrays, and seal the Tao you master. As your strength accumulates, the great Tao lock will be more and more difficult to break. Once it's broken, the Tao will be fully released and you'll have to face the tribulation of proving Tao. Hanfei nodded. Okay, I got it. I'm going to cultivate. Hanfei was about to end the conversation, when the old turtle suddenly said, Hanfei, if you want to train your soldiers, I think there is a more suitable place. Hanfei raised his eyebrows. Where? The old turtle said, the northern mining area near the God-Fiend Sea in the infinite mining area. The northern mining area? Hanfei's heart did a flip. After buying information from Old Chin in the camp, Hanfei knew that the northern mining area was dangerous, so he didn't plan to go to the northern mining area. After all, the comprehensive strength of his subordinates wasn't good enough. Even the top 100 factions who lived in the infinite mining areas didn't dare to easily enter the northern mining area, but the old turtle actually suggested that he take his men to the northern mining area. Hanfei frowned. Old Yuan, do you know that the northern mining area is close to the God-Fiend Sea, and is one of the most dangerous known areas in the infinite mining area? The old turtle said indifferently, is there a place in the infinite mining area not dangerous? So what if it's close to the God-Fiend Sea? It's not in the God-Fiend Sea. I'm 100% sure that they will at most be affected by some demonic power. It won't be a big problem. Besides, I know the way. Don't you want to train your soldiers? I know a mine demon stream in the northern mining area. Although I don't know what the situation is now, it's very suitable for training soldiers. Hanfei frowned. Are you sure? Old Yuan, I heard that many monarchs died in the northern mining area. The old turtle said, I don't know. Anyway, in my era, the northern mining area was completely developed. There was a special training ground there. After all, not everyone was born strong in the age of the gods. And the northern mining area was safe back then. There were many trial grounds. I don't know the specific situation there now, but you will definitely like it. Hearing the old turtle was so certain about it, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious. Besides, what the old turtle said was actually right. Although his soldiers had just taken a trial, all their current trials were created by him. If he was careless and missed a strong master of the other party, his subordinates might be wiped out with a single slap. Although there were many pirates, it was still very troublesome to attack them. East and west. If there was a suitable and stable trial place, it would be much better. He believed that with sufficient resources and trials, it was difficult for all his subordinates to open the sky even with the time acceleration of his origin star, but definitely not difficult for all of them to establish the sea. The sea establisher that he used to look up to before could be manufactured by him in bulk now. Han Fei was excited just thinking about it. Han Fei nodded. Okay. I'll consider it when I hunt enough resources for a period of time. Resources were never too much. Although he had just robbed a treasure house of resources, the 7-kill army he wanted to nurture was different from others in nature and required completely different resources. Han Fei didn't ask too much. He didn't ask too much either about the northern mining area or the Dao Lock. This was because he couldn't completely listen to the old turtle. As for the details of the northern mining area, he would find out when he had a try. As for the Dao Lock, he would only think about it when he reached the perfected star transformation realm. What he needed to consider now was why he couldn't engrave the Dao patterns. Also, continuing to compress the star core was another problem. Could it be that the engraving of the Dao patterns had something to do with the compression of the star core? He had to study these. 7 days passed. On his origin star, Han Fei was walking in the opposite direction on the green jade stone bridge. If he walked forward on this bridge, he would face the muddy road and the scorching door. In the past few days, Han Fei had tried many times, but he still couldn't withstand the terrifying heat. However, Han Fei was not discouraged. There were still many secrets about the green jade stone bridge. Earlier, in the 10,000-year competition, when Dao Domain's sunflower had helped him absorb a lot of origin power, he had thought that the green jade stone bridge could be walked on reversely. Later, he didn't have the time to try walking on it reversely because he had too many things to do. But now, the green jade stone bridge showed its mysterious and powerful power. Han Fei decided to try going reversely. However, when Han Fei walked reversely to the first step he came from, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Yes, Han Fei was excited. He guessed right. This green jade stone bridge didn't connect reality and the great Dao. The front and back of this bridge were integral and a mysterious road. And the green jade stone bridge in the middle was the key to connecting this road. Just like what he saw after walking down the steps, there was a white mist here that needed to be cleared with immortal qi. Of course, it was also possible to clear the way with a large amount of chaotic qi. How could Han Fei be short of this now? Tens of thousands of wisps of immortal qi blended into the white mist, and a wide road quickly appeared in front of his eyes. The difficulty of establishing it was the same as establishing the front path. Therefore, for the current Han Fei, establishing this path was simply too simple. It only took Han Fei 100 seconds to open up a wide road 10,000 meters long, but this reverse road was a little different from the forward road. The muddy road he encountered when he took the forward road was too hot. But the path in the opposite direction was very cold. Similarly, 10,000 meters away, there was a mirror blocking it. Heh. This mirror again? Huh, wait. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. He felt that his body and soul seemed to be strengthened. He suddenly realized that, yes, establishing this path was enhanced by strength. Just like when he established the frontal path, when he activated the Great Tao, his strength could be doubled. Now, he had established the opposite path. Han Fei vaguely felt that his Great Tao was getting more and more profound. It seemed that when he unleashed his full strength, he could be twice as strong. This meant that he could unleash 6 times his combat power without using the invincible eyes. However, Han Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if he could continue to become stronger, so what? He hadn't condensed his Tao bones yet and could barely withstand 6 times his combat power. If he continued to become stronger, his physique wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was already very powerful. In terms of physique, Han Fei was even comparable to a monarch. 6 hours later, when Han Fei felt that the feeling of becoming stronger gradually disappeared. Looking at the information, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. His strength had increased by about 400,000 waves, but Han Fei didn't care about this improvement. It was already commendable to create a path that would increase his strength by 400,000 waves. It was a pity that there were only 2 such paths. Otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible if he took 10 or 8 of such roads? More importantly, after breaking the mirror, there would be a small growth. Han Fei was very experienced in breaking the mirror now. He didn't need to find little fatty at all, but only needed to double his strength. Boom! After a punch, the mirror broke and couldn't stop Han Fei's fist mark at all. This time was different from last time. Last time, Han Fei felt that a long time had passed. But this time, because his body was intact and his mind was clear, he only felt that some kind of Tao runes, some kind of law of the world, disappeared into his body. In the silence, it seemed to be years and months. Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. He shivered, felt unusually cold, and subconsciously retreated thousands of meters. Only then did he find, to his surprise, that he had fallen into a certain slumber just now. He was a little scared. After coming back to his senses, he immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 109, Sky Opening, Extreme Tao Balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Evolving, 8, 926/13, 064. Immortal Chi, 1,480,000. Soul, 34.82. Origins, 34,822,985 points. Perception range, 33 million kilometers. Strength, 34.82. Star powers, 34,822,985 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky swallowing fish, level 108. Second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 103. Main art, God-fiend formless technique. Huff. Han Fei put on a smile. In any case, this wave of growth came too easily. It took less than a day for his soul power to grow from 33.36 origins to 34.82 origins. This speed of growth was terrifying. However, Han Fei wasn't complacent, because this improvement could only be made once. Compared to figuring out his original great Tao, this improvement must only be incidental. Through this icy road, Han Fei saw a door again. Yes, there was a door. Behind a pale dirt road that seemed to be sprinkled with frost, there was a towering giant door erected there. Han Fei was a little surprised to see this door. So, the green jade stone bridge was actually a bridge between the two doors? But the difference between the two doors was too huge, wasn't it? One door was extremely hot and the other was extremely cold, and he was sandwiched between them. Han Fei tentatively walked down this path, but soon, he was frozen back. It wasn't that his body was frozen, but that his soul couldn't withstand the terrifying cold power. He felt that if he continued to walk forward, his soul would be frozen and shattered. Forget it. It seems that I'm still not strong enough to approach these two doors. But in any case, the secret of my original great Tao is unfolding step by step as my strength grows. Huh. Can a great Tao crystal be condensed here? Suddenly, Han Fei was overjoyed. Yes, although he had condensed the great Tao crystal of his original great Tao, it was condensed from the scorching path. Now, the path of ice was filled with Tao runes. If this was also a part of his original great Tao, did it mean that the great Tao crystal he had condensed previously was incomplete? With this in mind, Han Fei no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged and began to condense the great Tao crystal. When a new great Tao crystal appeared, Han Fei couldn't stop grinning. Not only that, Han Fei also saw a new way of fighting. The ice on this road was no weaker than the ice on the chaotic wasteland and might even surpass it. In that case, wouldn't the extreme cold pearl be able to be replenished at any time? Did this mean that he could have infinite strikes of monarch? No, I have to get a fire-type ultra-quality godly weapon similar to the extreme cold pearl from Fengyu. This way, the scorching power on the other path can also be used as a monarch strike. In this way, I'll have a double guarantee. At the star core, Han Fei didn't even need to stuff this great Tao crystal into his star core. This great Tao crystal was immediately absorbed into his star core. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that the entire star core trembled. He immediately sensed that a large amount of impurities were being discharged. And the strength of his star core soared to a higher level. This meant that the compression of the star core would be easier again. 1 month later, when Han Fei walked out of his cultivation, Little Black and Little White woke up. Different from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White didn't have the so-called perfected star transformation realm. They just needed to eat, and the strength they could unleash might not be much weaker than his. At this moment, Han Fei didn't even want to fuse with Little Black and Little White. Otherwise, God knew who would control whom. On this day, Han Fei left his origin star. The spiritual energy around the former bloodthirsty banner fish tribes settlement was not great, which meant that everybody's strength had been significantly improved. As soon as Han Fei came out, Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, and the other sky opening realm powerhouses had already surrounded him. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei's repeated attacks established his absolute prestige. At this moment, the giant whale fortress and even the human camp were all guessing if Han Fei had secretly proved Tao and become a real monarch. Hong Yu didn't explain to these people. It was a good thing to have such speculations. He would rather everyone believe that Han Fei was a monarch, which would increase their confidence and create a magnificent image for Han Fei. Han Fei said casually, how about the total losses of the battle and the effect of the breakthrough? Zhou Jingjing stood up and said respectfully, Master Human Emperor, in this consecutive battle, a total of 17,209 people died. But there were even more people having breakthroughs. 76 in the sky opening realm, 49,321 in the sea establishment realm, including 29,989 peak-level sea establishers, 49,062. In the venerable realm, 24,908 peak-level venerables, and 19,322 in total. Below the venerable realm. Among them, 8,856 were peak-level explorers. Including young children, there are a total of 119,875 people. Han Fei took it for granted that the number of sea establishers was about to exceed 50,000. However, the number of casualties was still a little too high. They had only killed one bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. If such a trial happened again in the future, many more people would probably die. This couldn't be helped. Some people died from tribulations, so there was nothing Han Fei could do. Besides, how could they grow quickly without experiencing life and death battles? Even if he gave them too many benefits, Han Fei couldn't help them make breakthroughs, comprehend, or experience life and death battles for them. Therefore, from the looks of it, he was short of people. Han Fei said, from today on, the giant whale fortress will be disbanded. Let everyone gather and cultivate in my origin sea. I want to ensure that everyone, except the children, is above the venerable realm. In 3 years, we will enter the infinite mining area. Han Fei didn't have the time to wait and slowly nurture and polish talents. These 3 years were the process of selecting talents. After 3 years, he might have fewer than 100,000 people, or even less than half of what he had now. However, this was their path. He had given them the best cultivation conditions and cultivation resources. It was better than them struggling day by day in the wilderness. The strong wouldn't live under the protection of others forever. Zhou Jingjing had long guessed that the giant whale fortress needed to be disbanded. In fact, it was a little beyond her expectations that it was not officially disbanded until now. However, when Han Fei said 3 years, she sighed inwardly. Many people would probably die in the past 3 years. 3 years passed in a flash. Outside the infinite mining area, countless people were coming and going. Around the white sand camp, one of the 8 camps. This was a huge island that could accommodate more than 80 million people. Similar to the white sand camp, the other camps had similar populations. Generally speaking, about 80% of these people were explorers. These people had been brought here from the wilderness to grow and provide endless labor for the infinite mining areas. Since the infinite mining area was a mining area, the most basic thing in the infinite mining area was mining. Under the sky opening realm, no one could escape from the job of mining. And mining was also an opportunity for many people to change their fate. Once one entered the venerable realm, they were qualified to enter the infinite mining area to mine. Therefore, the explorers in the 8 camps were all reserve miners. The white sand camp was particularly lively recently. The intelligence hall of the white sand city was trampled by various strong masters every day. At this moment, in the overcrowded intelligence hall, someone shouted angrily. The asterisk starred, they attacked from all directions, but couldn't even kill the 7 killed bandits of a mere 100,000 people? They were completely wiped out by them. So easily? They're F***king useless. Someone shouted angrily, are you useful? Why do you put a bounty if you're useful? Didn't your red tide pirates get wiped out too back then? Someone scolded, I heard that the human butcher defeated 3 leaders alone. 3 leaders who unsealed the Dao locks. Do you know what this means? It means that there was a slip-up in intelligence. Damn it, even the strong masters who unsealed the Dao locks couldn't defeat human butcher. That guy shouldn't have appeared in the periphery of the infinite mining area. All kinds of curses, banter, and exclamations rose and fell. In the past 3 years, a human 7-kill army had appeared out of nowhere. In the past 3 years, they had attacked 39 large pirate groups. The leader called himself the Human Emperor and had the orthodox bloodline of the human race. At first, no one took it seriously, because in the 7-kill army, there were actually not many human powerhouses, less than 1/5 of them. However, with the destruction of pirate groups one after another, people's opinion of the 7-kill army changed. This 7-kill army was too murderous. Wherever they went, there were corpses everywhere. The pirates they targeted would usually be swept away. They would be lucky if even 10% of them could escape. It had been a year since the 7-kill army was taken seriously. The various pirate clans had tried to encircle and suppress them more than a dozen times, but their efforts were all in vain. Instead, when they retreated, 1 or 2 pirate groups would be destroyed. From then on, the title of Human Emperor became Human Butcher. Up to now, no one knew the real name of Human Butcher. He only claimed that he was of the orthodox bloodline of the human race. This was also the first time that countless races in the infinite mining area felt that the orthodox bloodline of the human race was too F***king strong. No wonder there were more humanoid races now, but there were few orthodox human races. Perhaps this race was too murderous in the past, so they were besieged? In the crowd, a young man was flipping through some information. After reading some information, the young man said, give me the basic information of the city of scavengers. The person at the window numbly took out a jade slip and said, basic information, 100,000 kilometers of resources, no discount. After a while, Hanfei browsed through a jade slip while walking to the intelligence center, where many people were shouting. Digging an ultra-quality mining area of the infinite mining area. Advanced sea establishers are required. 9 persons needed. Join the team and immediately set off. Digging a high-quality mining area of the infinite mining area. Intermediate sea establishers needed. There are still 4 places left. If you want to join, hurry up. It's now or never. Digging a low-quality mining area of the infinite mining area, and 52 places left. To go to the Crab Cave territory ranked 76th. The returns will be split 70-30. Seize the chance. A bald man shouted, ordinary supply delivery to the 100 Alliance City. 8 peak-level sea establishers and 3 sky openers needed. Go to the mission hall and take the supplies delivery mission, and then you can join. Set off as soon as the positions are filled. Looking at the lively white sand camp, Hanfei sneered and walked straight to the supply delivery team. Hanfei asked, bro, what level of supply delivery mission is this? I want to take this mission. The bald man looked at Hanfei up and down and his eyes glittered. You just entered the star transformation realm? Hanfei said, it's been decades since I entered the star transformation realm. The bald man immediately grinned and said, good. This is just an ordinary seed delivery mission. It's also a green safety mission of the 100 Alliance City. Therefore, you need to make a small advance payment. After arriving in the 100 Alliance City, the remuneration will be 10% higher than your advance payment. You can go to the mission hall to receive the No. 132 seed delivery mission. In the past few years, Hanfei had actually learned a lot about the camps outside the infinite mining area. The so-called green safety mission was a mission that even pirates would ignore. The seed resource delivery was one of the most frequent resource delivery missions from the 8 camps to the 100 Alliance City. As the name Infinite Mining Area suggested, there were too many mine demons there, so there were very few demon plant stocks. And what these people transported were demon plant seeds. This was because demon plants could penetrate deep into the ground veins and absorb energy sources. They could even make use of the infinite mining areas to grow rapidly and become a helper to expand the mining areas. Therefore, what was shipped out of the infinite mining area was usually rare things like weapons, mineral veins, materials, and resources. But what was shipped in from the outside was not so precious. Even pirates rarely plundered these supplies. However, although it was relatively safe to go from the outside of infinite mining area to its inside, mine demons were everywhere and there were often mine demons attacking events, so it was common to form teams to deliver supplies. As for the advance payment, it meant to use the resources one had to buy seeds. Then, when he arrived at the 100 Alliance City, they would buy the seeds at a price 10% higher than the advance payment. Transporters would earn a difference in price, which was equivalent to speculation. In the mission hall, a large number of seeds were sold, totaling up to thousands of species. However, the number of the best-selling seeds could be counted on 2 hands. Among them, the devil vine was the only magical seed that Hanfei was familiar with. It grew extremely fast when in water. It could be said that as long as the devil vine was given time, it could grow very fast in places where mineral veins were buried in the infinite mining area. It could reach the peak of the venerable level in about a year and definitely establish the sea in 2 years. Only after establishing the sea did the devil vine develop some simple consciousness, but not much. It was a rare tool seed. Of course, the price was that they could only reach the sea establishment realm, and a large number of devil vines would wither at the moment they reached the sea establishment realm. In the mission hall, Hanfei found a random window and said, "Hello, I want to take the number 132 seed transportation mission." The shop assistant glanced at Hanfei and then pushed out a pamphlet. "This mission requires advance payment. The price list of seeds is here. All seeds will be sold by the minimum of 100 pieces. How much do you want to buy?" Hanfei glanced at the price, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Devil vines, 100,000. Huh?" The shop assistant was stunned. 100,000? The shop assistant glanced at Hanfei. A devil vine was worth 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. If Hanfei asked for 100,000 of them, it would be 100 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes, in this place, ultra-quality spiritual stones were still one of the main currencies, because too many people needed ultra-quality spiritual stones. And the infinite mining area was abundant with ultra-quality spiritual stones, so many people used it as the currency in the infinite mining area. In fact, there were not many people in the 8 camps. Many people were mining in the infinite mining area. If all of them were gathered, there would be 5 billion people in the infinite mining area. In fact, when Han Fei saw the price for the first time, he was also shocked. When he was in the Yin-Yang world, he had never thought that the devil vine could be so valuable. Now, because of the different environment, in the infinite mining area, the devil vine had more room to grow, so its effect was greater. And 100 million ultra-quality spiritual stones could only be exchanged for 10,000 kilometers of resources, which wasn't much. Han Fei said, 100,000 devil vines, 100,000 heritage searching roots, 100,000 essence-gathering grasses, 100,000 mind-swallowing millstone flowers, 100,000. Han Fei mentioned more than 30 kinds of seeds in one breath, each 100,000 pieces. However, different seeds had different prices. In the end, the shop assistant was shocked. This person actually exchanged for seeds worth 250,000 kilometers of resources at once. If he went to the 100 Alliance city once, he would make a huge profit. The shop assistant's heart stirred. Okay, please wait a moment. After a while, Han Fei exchanged supplies with the shop assistant in the secret room. When Han Fei left, the shop assistant immediately said to someone via voice transmission, "Boss, someone bought the seeds of 250,000 kilometers of resources in one go." A mere 250,000 kilometers of resources was not a lot of money for Han Fei at all. Han Fei didn't really want to sell these seeds in the 100 Alliance city. He thought that he might be able to use these seeds in the future. Because it was a green safety mission, the team was soon full. Among the 20 people in the sky-opening realm, the strongest was in the peak-level late stage star transformation realm. In addition to the sky openers, they also brought 2,000 peak-level sea establishers. These sea establishment realm cultivators were mostly itinerant cultivators. After paying a certain amount of resources, they would follow the sky-opening realm powerhouses to the 100 Alliance city to find an opportunity to join a powerful force. These 2,000 people were all led by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. As for why, it was naturally because the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator didn't trust them. Although the seed transportation mission was just the most common transportation mission, the pirates were not picky. They didn't like to loot the seed transportation teams, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't do it. After all, if they robbed them, they would still make some money. No matter how worthless the seeds were, it would be valuable if there were a lot of them. 2 hours later, this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse summoned Han Fei and the others and said, "My name is Qin Qing. I initiated this seed transportation mission. There are a lot of mine demons along the way. Let's defend against them together. I won't take a single cent of what we get from the mine demons. However, I need a 1% commission for this mission. This is already the lowest commission now. Does anyone have any objections?" For a moment, everyone was refreshed. Someone was surprised. Only 1%? Everybody looked at him speechlessly, wondering if he was out of his mind. Was 1% not good enough? Did he need 2% or 3%, or even 4% or 5%? They could only earn less than 10% in total, and they had made the advance payment. If Qin Qing wanted too high a commission, who would be willing to team up with him again? After a few times, Qin Qing would definitely lose face, and no one would cooperate with him. However, according to Han Fei's understanding, the commission Qin Qing wanted was indeed not much. Generally speaking, it was normal for a peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivator to take a commission of 2% or even 3%. But if it was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, the lowest commission would be 3%. This was because a perfected star transformation realm cultivator was very powerful and could almost guarantee your safety. This was the fundamental reason why many people would rather give so much commission. Because the mission would be easy to complete. Of course, it wasn't like that a seed transportation mission could be issued by just anyone. This was a matter of credibility. In the 100 Alliance City, there was a group of people who specially transported goods. These people often had one characteristic, which was that they were about to break through from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm to the perfected star transformation realm. At such a critical juncture, they hoped to obtain resources more safely to help themselves make a breakthrough, instead of going to fight the mine demons. It was not that they were afraid to fight. Sometimes, a breakthrough required battle, but sometimes not. Anyway, these people were good at using the rules of the 100 Alliance City. According to the credibility token they obtained from the 100 Alliance City, they would issue missions. The more credibility they had, the more popular they would be, and the more people would follow them to transport goods. At this moment, Qin Chun glanced at the people he brought and didn't look at Han Fei for long, because at this moment, Han Fei had just entered the star transformation realm in his eyes, which was still far away from the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. However, after being glanced at by Qin Cheng, Han Fei realized that something was wrong, because Qin Cheng's eyes were strangely cold. Huh? Han Fei recalled that when he accepted the mission, he saw that Qin Cheng was the kind of person with excellent credibility. With such credibility, it should be very safe to follow him in transportation. However, the look in Qin Cheng's eyes was indeed strange. Han Fei glanced at the people around him. They were all in the star transformation realm. Yes. All of them were in the star transformation realm. Suddenly, he seemed to have guessed something. He wanted to kill these people and snatch their origin stars? Han Fei remained calm. At this moment, everyone had already stepped on the air and set off. In everyone's opinion, it was very safe for 20 sky openers to carry out a simple transportation mission. No pirate would be stupid to hunt such a team. Right? After 3 years, Han Fei was ready to enter the infinite mining area. In the past 3 years, he had accumulated a lot. There were still 86,684 people left in the 7-kill army. Compared to 3 years ago, more than 30,000 people had died. However, the 7-kill army at this moment was completely different from the 7-kill army 3 years ago. In a place like the Sea Realm, it was very easy for strong masters who had walked out of death to make a breakthrough. In just 3 years, because of the time acceleration, they had spent almost 500 years in Han Fei's origin star. There were already no explorers. In the Venerable realm, most of the peak-level Venerables had already established the sea. Those who hadn't established the sea mostly died in battle. As for the remaining people, as long as they had resources, corresponding trials, and battles, their growth was fast. Now there were only 12,000 Venerables left, and the rest were all at least sea establishers, the extremely ferocious kind of sea establishers. As for the sky-opening realm, 33 had been born in the past 3 years. This meant that the sky openers among Han Fei's subordinates had officially exceeded 100. Including the old turtle, there were a total of 110. Of course, this was the number of the sky openers among his subordinates. The pirates who surrendered to him were not included. Whether these people could survive depended on their luck. Traveling at the speed of light for less than half a month, Han Fei and the others finally saw mine demons one after another. What Han Fei saw was a group of stone monsters. Yes, black stone monsters, white stone monsters, red stone monsters, and colorful stone monsters. Although Han Fei had long known the classification of ordinary mine demons, black, white, and red were the three worst qualities, he was speechless when he saw the stupid and cute appearance of these mine demons. Their heads were very big. One head could be 100 meters long, but their bodies were only dozens of meters long, looking like super bobblehead dolls. Their bodies were full of corresponding mineral deposits. After killing the mine demons, the essence of their mineral deposits could be collected. For example, even the black stone monsters with the worst quality had enough minerals to forge sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Of course, that was only if their level was very high. Otherwise, they could only be used as auxiliary materials for sea-quelling bizarre treasures. At first, these mine demons couldn't catch up with Han Fei and the others. 3 days later, when they officially crossed the border of the infinite mining area, some mine demons that were not stone men appeared. For example, at this moment, Han Fei and the others encountered a group of fish mine demons with flat heads and small bodies. This school of fish was made of mineral essence and was digging a mine to absorb the essence of the mine. But when they saw Han Fei and the others, they immediately rushed over. Qin Qing shouted, "It's Black Iron Head. Enter combat. This fish won't retreat until its population is reduced by half. Let's solve it quickly." Black Iron Head? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Before he had time to think, the two parties had collided. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Ironhead Mineral Spirit. Introduction: a kind of fish mine demon, low quality, low intelligence, but born with the power to control the great Tao of strength. The Ironhead Mine Spirit grows stronger by absorbing the essence of the mine and swallowing the bones of strong masters. Its soul power is weak, so it uses the great Tao of strength to protect its soul. To kill the Ironhead Mine Spirit, you have to break its armor and destroy its soul first before you can kill it quickly. Level: greater than 105. Quality: low. Realm: Star Transformation. Great Tao of Strength. Battle Technique: Strength Immunity, Soul Barrier, Explosive Speed Impact. Collectible: Level 2 Mineral, Power Mineral. Absorbable. Note: a rock with low intelligence that can only fight instinctively. For a moment, a great battle broke out. Han Fei casually clenched his fist and controlled his strength to the level of star transformation. Boom. The black iron head was embedded into the seabed by Han Fei's punch, but with a swing of its tail, it rushed towards Han Fei again. Han Fei's face slightly changed. What a strong defense. Although he simulated a blow from a regular star transformation powerhouse, he didn't expect that. This punch couldn't even kill a stone. Besides, Han Fei felt that even if his strength was doubled, he couldn't break their defense. Han Fei immediately looked around. These people were all experienced. Han Fei took a look and found that they all practiced some armor-piercing techniques based on the Great Tao. Seeing that Han Fei's attack failed to penetrate a black iron head, someone shouted at Han Fei, "Is this the first time you've entered a mining area? You can't fight like this. Most mine demons have extraordinary defense power. Their talent is immunity to strength and are very resistant to physical attacks. You have to break their armor in an instant and then kill them with a soul technique in an instant. Otherwise, even if you are in the late stage star transformation realm, you dare not say that you can kill a black iron head with strength alone. The person who spoke was a hale and hearty old man. Seeing Han Fei fighting with fist techniques, he casually pierced through a black iron head and flew to Han Fei. He pierced through the invisible Dao runes of an iron head mineral spirit with a finger. The moment the Dao runes were shattered, the old man activated a soul-killing technique and the black iron head exploded into a pile of mineral stones. Han Fei, thank you. It was not difficult for Han Fei to break armor. Therefore, in the next moment, Han Fei took the initiative to pierce through a black iron head with his spear. With a casual wave of his hand, the black iron head exploded into a dozen pieces of fine ore. Han Fei grabbed the stones, and information popped up in his eyes. Name, Black Amber Mystic Stone, Power Mineral. Introduction: This is the essence produced by ordinary black iron mine demons. It's one of the main materials for making sea-quelling bizarre treasures. A large number of black amber mystic stones can produce level 3 associated minerals. Level 2 quality, low quality effect, one of the common main materials for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. It can also be used to refine ultra-quality godly weapons. Level 2 mineral? Han Fei looked at the other black amber mystic stones and found that there was a gap between the black amber mystic stones scattered after the death of the same black iron head. That was because he saw a level 2 high-quality black amber mystic stone among the dozen or so black amber mystic stones. In this way, it could be seen that there was a difference between the same kind of minerals. A level 2 high-quality mineral was clearly different from a low-quality mineral in refining a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. This was only produced by ordinary ironhead mineral spirit. What if it was a stronger mine demon? Could it produce more high-quality minerals? What kind of weapons could be made with different levels of minerals? Han Fei's heart did a flip. If everyone in his 7-kill army was equipped with a set of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, their combat power would definitely soar by 1 or even 2 levels. In addition to the life metals he had, if he could build a batch of ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, they would be almost invincible in the sea establishment realm. Of course, this idea was too beautiful. An ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure couldn't be forged easily. Han Fei had the ability to forge it, but could only forge 8 or 10 pieces. Even so, it would take time. Unless he used the demon purification pot, but the cost of forging a sea-quelling bizarre treasure with the demon purification pot was not something he could afford. But even so, if it was just a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Han Fei felt that if he worked hard, he could create a batch of them. No wonder there were many refining places in the 8 camps. At first, Han Fei thought that it was because this place was close to the mining area, so it was easy to obtain mineral resources, so there were naturally many forging masters. However, he didn't expect that the materials here were so high-leveled that he could obtain materials that could be used to forge sea-quelling bizarre treasures so easily. From the looks of it, it was no wonder that countless forces, at the expense of countless powerhouses, came to the infinite mining area to compete for territory. If it were him, he would have to fight for it too. For example, in the Sky Crater world, equipment needed to be supplied continuously for points to exchange. Where did these equipment come from? Although it was difficult to build a set of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, the refiners of the sea realm were different from the raging sea. Han Fei thought that maybe on this trip, he should find a way to refine weapons in the sea realm. After all, refiners were professionals and couldn't be found easily. Even if they were found, the levels of refiners varied greatly. With the refining speed of ordinary refiners, who knew how long it would take for them to arm an army of 100,000 sea establishers. However, fortunately, the 7-kill army was still in the training phase and didn't need much equipment. Bang! 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 While thinking, Han Fei didn't stop. In a moment, he had killed more than a dozen black iron heads. Even Qin Cheng was a little surprised. The combat power Han Fei showed was a little beyond his expectations. The first time he entered the infinite mining area, he fought such a good battle. If he went all out, his strength might reach the late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't know what Qin Cheng thought of him. He felt that he had already hidden his strength well enough. Although the 100 Alliance City was the only safe area in the infinite mining area, he was new here and didn't know if there were any unspoken rules here. Even if he wanted to expose his identity as the human emperor, he had to learn about the 100 Alliance City first. The 20-star transformation realm powerhouses were naturally quite strong. This school of fish had no more than 1,000 black iron heads. It only took them less than an hour to kill them. Although it took them some effort, they still got some compensation. Encounter battles like this were common in the infinite mining areas. Those who were capable would fight, and those who weren't would avoid the battles. Han Fei and his teammates were the kind of people who were capable and took the initiative to fight. However, the Black Iron Head was a mine demon that had almost entered the star transformation realm. In this battle, more than 500 of them were killed. Except for a few people, the others were a little tired. After the shoal of fish escaped, Qin Cheng said to them via voice transmission, "Everyone, it's not the time to rest yet. It will be easier after this section of road." At this moment, someone said, "I didn't expect to meet Black Iron Head so soon. If we fight a few more battles, it will take at least 5 or 6 days for us to finish this journey." Someone said, "It's okay. If it's just these guys, it'll take us at most 2 days more." 3 days later, they encountered another 2 groups of black iron heads, a group of floating stone demons, a kind of spherical mine demon that liked to float in the sea. This kind of mine demon was particularly fast and explosive. When they attacked their opponent in an instant, they would burst out with demonic stings. Even a star transformation powerhouse might be instantly pierced through. At this moment, Han Fei and the others had just pierced through a group of floating stone demons when they heard a buzzing sound in the distant sky. At that moment, everyone looked surprised, and someone exclaimed, "Not good. It's 6-winged mineral worms. Boss Qin, we have to retreat." Although hunting mine demons along the way would obtain some additional benefits, different from other mine demons, the 6-winged mineral worms had a much larger population than other mine demons. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them in a group. It would be good enough if they could escape. If they coveted the resources from these mine demons, they would be courting death. However, Qingqing suddenly tore open an array map and said indifferently. Everyone, I'm sorry. Buzz. 6-winged mineral worms were flying close from all directions. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Someone roared, Qingqing, what did you do? Without a word, someone tried to escape at full speed. But before he ran far, suddenly a finger beam cut across the sky, and this person's body was shattered. In the next moment, a green light enveloped the man's blood mist. A young powerhouse walked out with a creepy smile. None of you can leave today. Immediately, someone exclaimed, not good. It's someone from the soul controlling sect. Brothers, run. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The soul controlling sect seemed to be a faction that ranked outside the top 100 in cultivated soul manipulation. This faction had once competed with the Ghost Strait and suppressed it in history. Then, for some reason, they declined and went to the Central Sea Divine Realm. In the infinite mining area, they were ranked 151st and were not famous. Unexpectedly, they had the courage to ambush a mission team in the infinite mining area. 3 people rushed into a pile of 6-winged mineral worms crazily, trying to break through at a high speed. However, when they were halfway through, an intertwined silk net caught the 3 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them were covered by hundreds of 6-winged mineral worms. In less than 10 seconds, the weather changed, the great Tao rumbled, and the 3 people had already died. Someone was shocked. Qingqing, you colluded with the soul-controlling sect to slaughter us and dig out our origin stars. This matter can't be hidden forever. You deserve to be executed. Qingqing said leisurely, don't worry. I'll only do this once. After I take your star beads, I'll be able to advance to the perfected star transformation realm. At that time, why would I be interested in such a small profit from the seed transportation? In the blink of an eye, 5-star transformation realm powerhouses had died. Everyone was shocked, panicked, and didn't know how to deal with it. Someone shouted, everyone, let's unite and launch a full-strength star bead attack. Even if he is a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, we can still contend with him. The strong master, from the soul-controlling sect sneered. Contend? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I am a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Buzz. For a moment, these people were all dumbfounded. A perfected star transformation realm powerhouse? How could they resist him? They might be able to resist a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but it was impossible for them to resist a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. They were on completely different levels. At this time, Han Fei suddenly opened his mouth and said in a discordant voice, may I ask, why would you two, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, be interested in mere 20-star transformation realm cultivators? They have just entered the star transformation realm and haven't embarked on the star path yet. They might haven't condensed a star core yet. If you kill them, how many benefits can you get? With such efforts, why don't you scheme against a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, and what you can get may be more than hunting all of them. Qingqing frowned slightly, feeling that Han Fei's behavior was a little strange, but the strong master of the soul-controlling sect laughed and said, in a high-pitched voice, as the saying goes, a little adds to a mickle. You seem to have underestimated the value of your origin stars. If I can get 20, Origin stars at once and collect 2000 peak level C establishment realm. Mining slaves, why not? As for why we don't target a peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivator, of course it's to prevent the other party from having any trump cards. If the other party escapes, it will bring trouble to our soul-controlling sect. Han Fei smiled and didn't say anything. It turned out that someone did drain the pond to get all the fish. When he took down the Black Wind pirates, Han Fei had obtained more than 20 refined stars, which were very valuable. Now, he didn't expect that someone in the infinite mining area would specialize in killing people and snatching their origin stars. One of them was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The other was a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, and there were also nearly 5,000 six-winged mineral worms. If he hadn't hidden among these people, Han Fei believed that these people would definitely die even if another 100 star transformation realm cultivators came. However, Han Fei didn't care about the 5,000 six-winged mineral worms at all. He said leisurely, I didn't want to be too high-profile, but I happened to run into this matter. In that case, you can all stay here forever. What? This strong master from the soul-controlling sect and Qin Chung both suspected that they had an auditory hallucination. A mere star transformation level guy actually asked them to stay here forever? The other guys, who were so nervous that they were about to blow themselves up, looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei slightly raised his chin and said casually, time, freeze. Even the strong master from the soul-controlling sect was suppressed by the great Tao of time. Han Fei's projection descended and set up the god ceiling spear array. Less than half a second after the god ceiling spear array was set up, the time freeze here was broken. After all, there was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator here who mainly cultivated the soul and wasn't weak at all. Unfortunately, it was already too late when he broke through the great Tao of time. His surroundings had been sealed. He immediately felt that his strength had plummeted. Upon seeing this, the soul-controlling sect powerhouse's expression changed drastically. His first reaction was not to attack Han Fei, but to try to break through the god ceiling spear array. Unfortunately, he was only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator and his strength was limited. How could it be so easy to break the array? He pressed his palm on the invisible barrier of the god ceiling spear array. In the next moment, only less than 20 of the tens of thousands of god ceiling spears shattered. This blow chilled his heart. He suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei, who was smiling with his hands behind his back, and he asked solemnly, Who are you? Han Fei smiled. Does it make sense for a dying person to know who I am? This person's eyes turned cold as the six-winged mineral worms from all directions rushed over, trying to kill Han Fei with their numbers. And the person from the soul-controlling sect also wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. Could he only be good at arrays? After all, there were still many six-winged mineral worms on his side, enough to surround and kill a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm. Even if Han Fei was in the perfected star transformation realm, he was confident to surround and kill him. For a moment, the six-winged mineral worms surrounded up. Han Fei could tell at a glance that the strength of the six-winged mineral worm was similar to that of the star sea metal-eating ants. Their speed was several times slower than the star sea metal-eating ants, but their defense power should be stronger. However, under the suppression of the god ceiling spear array, the strength of these six-winged mineral worms should have been reduced, because they were Mind demons, their strength wasn't limited much, so they still had nearly 80% of their strength left. Thousands of six-winged mineral worms were charging at Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed a pearl and pushed it forward. The space here was instantly frozen. And a terrifying chill that was powerful enough to wipe out the soul descended on the god-sealing spear array. Ka ka ka. With just one blow, hundreds of the nearest six-winged mineral worms were frozen and shattered, and their mineral essences scattered on the ground. They were frozen and their defense was broken, and at the moment their defense was broken, how many six-winged mineral worms could bear such a powerful soul? Freezing power? Therefore, in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the more than 5,000 six-winged mineral worms were gone. Hiss. An ultra-quality godly weapon that contains a monarch-level strike? In the sea realm, even high-quality godly weapons were not rare, and many people had them. However, ultra-quality godly weapons were extremely rare. Even in the infinite mining areas, with countless resources, it was difficult to build an ultra-quality godly weapon. Not only were materials rare, but refiners who could forge ultra-quality godly weapons were also very rare. Even if a divine quality refiner was willing to refine an ultra-quality godly weapon, it couldn't be done in a year or two. It might take thousands or tens of thousands of years. Therefore, even in the infinite mining areas, there were pitifully few powerhouses who had an ultra-quality divine quality weapon. The power of this blow killed nearly 2,000 six-winged mineral worms. Han Fei, on the other hand, put away the extreme cold pearl. His fist aura was dazzling like a starburst as he activated the star fist technique. Even without the silencing fist, the starburst fist was already terrifying. In an instant, there was fire and ice in this place. Han Fei punched twice in a row, and 700 or 800 six-winged mineral worms that were already suppressed and dying under the ice blow were shattered in an instant. At this moment, be it the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses who were still alive, Qin Cheng, or the strong master of the soul-controlling sect, they were all horrified and felt their scalps tingle. That was a bunch of mind demons in the sky-opening realm. It had taken the soul-controlling sect a long time to control so many six-winged mineral worms. But Han Fei had killed half of them with a single attack. Wasn't he terrifying? Gulp. Divine technique, it's a divine technique. Qin Cheng's eyes widened. He was sure that what Han Fei used was definitely a divine technique. If it weren't a divine technique, he wouldn't have such terrifying combat power. And how could divine techniques be so easy to obtain? Divine techniques were usually inherited from gods. Relatively speaking, only divine beasts and ferocious beasts would carry divine techniques when they were born. It was very difficult for ordinary human beings to have a divine technique. Only if there was a god among their ancestors, or their ancestors had a great opportunity, could they obtain a divine technique. For a moment, Qin Cheng didn't dare to imagine who this person was. Could it be that the news that he wanted to join the soul-controlling sect had been leaked, so this person had deliberately joined this transportation mission for this moment? At this moment, after Han Fei killed so many six-winged mineral worms in a row, the strong master of the soul-controlling sect finally came back to his senses. He couldn't let Han Fei continue to kill like this. If he continued to kill, his 10,000 years of savings would be wiped out. The man roared, Qin Cheng, kill him. If he doesn't die today, we will die. Kill him. Han Fei smiled and a giant hammer appeared in his hand. Dao patterns appeared. in the sky and fell on the hammer. The ultimate hammer struck with all its strength. At that moment, everyone felt that they were going to die. As for the soul-controlling sect powerhouse, he activated his star bead and tried to withstand this blow. At the same time, the power of his soul transformed into a demonic shadow, trying to attack Han Fei's soul. However, to his disappointment, the god's prayer bead burst out on Han Fei's chest, forming a barrier with the light of purification. It suddenly erupted and directly purified this person's soul attack. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The effect of the god's prayer bead was too strong. Some bad things would be purified before they could approach him. This person's soul power had been purified by the god's prayer bead, so he could only try his best to resist Han Fei's ultimate hammer. However, with a puff, under everyone's shocked gaze, the man's star bead was smashed along with the surrounding Dao runes. He was instantly deformed and then exploded. Unfortunately, although this person's strength was suppressed by 30%, Han Fei still couldn't kill him in one blow. He managed to withstand Han Fei's blow. However, before this person could revive, he was nailed to the bottom of the sea by Han Fei with the infinity water. On the other side, Qin Qing and the six-winged mineral worms that had just recovered didn't have time to attack Han Fei before they were suppressed by Han Fei. No one else could understand what it felt like. Qin Qing was dumbfounded. He had burnt his essence blood to activate his secret method and even used a one-time-use godly weapon in an attempt to break through the array of the god sealing spear and escape. In fact, he actually succeeded. When a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse recklessly unleashed his strength, he could tear a crack in the god sealing spear array. However, just as Qin Qing was about to run, he suddenly forgot how to run. He seemed to have forgotten his understanding and comprehension of speed. His body seemed to be out of control as he stopped in place. Han Fei said indifferently, "This is how it is in the wilderness. It's either you kill me or I kill you. It's the same in every realm. It's not that you didn't do well, but you're just unlucky. Unfortunately, luck is also a part of strength, right?" Qin Qing was horrified and did the most humiliating thing in his life. He knelt down to Han Fei. "My lord, please spare my life. I, Qin Qing, am willing to follow you with my life and will never betray you." Without even needing Han Fei to say anything, Qin Qing took the initiative to resolutely present his heart, blood and soul to Han Fei. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to put down his dignity. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that the person in front of him was too strong. Ridiculously strong, so strong that he instinctively feared him. Powerhouses all wanted freedom, but compared to his life, Qin Qing chose his life. It was better than dying now and disappearing from the world. Huh? Interesting. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. This person was decisive. He would really do anything to survive. Han Fei said, "Do you know that by doing this, you've established an absolute barrier for your Tao proving?" Qin Qing said, "My lord, to survive is more important than proving Tao. Besides, I'm convinced by your strength and don't dare to have any thoughts of fighting against you. As long as my heart is clear, even if I prove Tao, it won't produce an inner demon." Han Fei put away the smile on his face. Did he want a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse who was about to break through to the perfected star transformation realm? Of course, it would be a waste not to. He only had the old turtle now. The old turtle's body hadn't been molded yet, so his strength was limited. At this time, with a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse following him, it would save him a lot of work. Han Fei reached out to grab the drop of essence blood and soul and said indifferently, I like smart people. Okay, I'll take you in. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at the others, and they were all shocked. Someone hurriedly said, My lord, we would like. Han Fei waved his hand. Shut up. I don't want just anybody. Erasure memories and enter Qin Cheng's origin star. I'll pretend that nothing happened, or. Hearing that Han Fei didn't want to kill them for their treasures, these people didn't dare to play any tricks and immediately cut off part of their memories. Han Fei secretly tested it with the vast ocean navigator. After confirming that these people had cut off this part of memories, he didn't make things difficult for them but asked Qin Cheng to take these people to the 100 Alliance City as usual. It was as if nothing had happened. On the way, Han Fei asked telepathically, how long has this soul-controlling sect been doing this? Has the 100 Alliance City never noticed it? Qin Cheng had already changed his master at this moment, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He said, My lord, in the infinite mining area, there are almost no safe places except for the 100 Alliance City. The soul controlling sect is not the only one who intercepts and kills people. However, this matter threatens the safety of everyone in the infinite mining area, so once they are discovered, they will still be blacklisted by the major factions. If anyone encounters them in the future, no one will show mercy to them. Han Fei thought to himself, the management of the 100 Alliance City is really lax. Or rather, the 100 Alliance City basically doesn't take charge. They just set up a safe zone and will only play its role when something big happens in the infinite mining area that involves many forces. Han Fei said again, it's said that when outsiders enter the infinite mining area, they can get a token, right? What if I have many people? When Qin Cheng heard this, his heart did a flip. What did this mean? He said, My lord, in fact, it's not difficult to obtain this token. There are many ways to obtain it. You don't have to go to the 100 Alliance City. For example, ordinary Sea Establishment Realm tokens can be bought with money. Of course, it's also possible to snatch them, and it's very convenient. The most direct way is to kill mine demons, obtain minerals, and refine them yourself. The main function of the token is to specify levels. Different strength realms correspond to different levels. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh? There's a level? I see that your token seems no different from others. Qin Cheng explained, My lord, that's because I hid the level of my token for the convenience of business. The tokens in the infinite mining area are mainly refined according to the level of the minerals obtained in the infinite mining area. For example, the Sea Establishment Realm corresponds to level 1. Minerals, the early stage Sky Opening Realm corresponds to level 2 minerals. The late stage Star Transformation Realm corresponds to level 3 minerals. The peak level late stage Star Transformation Realm corresponds to level 4 minerals, and the perfected Star Transformation Realm corresponds to level 5 minerals. And those who can own level 6 mineral tokens can establish a sect in the infinite mining area and become a power. After these minerals are dug out, you can go to the 100 Alliance City to forge them into tokens yourself, or refine them yourself. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Owing a level 6 mineral token, one can establish a sect and become a force? Qin Qing nodded. Actually, above the level 6 minerals, there are level 7 minerals. If you can have a level 7 mineral token, it means that you have extraordinary strength, enough to be ranked among the top 100 forces in the 100 Alliance City. As long as you can beat any power of the 100 Alliance City, you will be recognized by the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei asked, anything better? Qin Qing paused and said, it seems there is, but the minerals above level 7 correspond to extremely terrifying mind demons, even comparable to the monarch level, so it's extremely difficult for even a large faction to obtain them. Han Fei thought that this was probably all Qin Qing knew. A better mineral was not something Qin Qing could get. Han Fei asked, how do you differentiate the token levels? Qin Qing explained, this is one of the hidden rules of the infinite mining area. Those who should be recognized can be recognized. It's just like the difference between a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and a godly weapon. The difference between minerals can be measured by the power they unleash when they're fully unleashed. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If that was the case, he didn't have to go to the 100 Alliance City to get tokens. He might as well snatch them. Didn't the soul-controlling sect specialize in scams? With so few people under him, as long as he took down the soul-controlling sect, wouldn't everyone have a token? It would save him the trouble of forging them. Several days later, Han Fei didn't encounter any special mind demons. Most of them were level 2 mind demons. He did encounter a level 3 mind demon, but it was killed by Qin Qing without Han Fei doing anything. Qin Qing said that this was because this was the way to the 100 Alliance City. These roads had been walked countless times. Even if there was a mind demon, its level wouldn't be too high. On this day, when Han Fei passed by a huge mining area, he found that this place was guarded by many powerhouses. Han Fei could see that countless sea establishers were actually mining in this mining area. All kinds of great techniques emerged endlessly. These sea establishers were fighting some sea establishment realm mine demons. It seemed that mining was not a simple task. Han Fei and the others were monitored by some perceptions along the way. Han Fei even felt the vibe of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. And there was more than one. This meant that from now on, they had entered the safe area. Several hours passed. Han Fei saw a huge city spanning more than 100,000 kilometers. Of course, this was only an approximate range. It was irregular in shape and faced endless mineral veins on all sides. Countless sea establishers were digging in those mining areas at the moment. Seeing that they had arrived at the 100 Alliance City, the other people on Han Fei's team were all excited. This meant that this trip was safe, and they had easily earned another errand fee. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not very excited. He asked, are these mining areas worth digging for so long? By rights, the minerals here should have all been excavated long ago, right? Qin Qing replied, my lord, although these mining areas are nominally mining areas, they are actually just a cultivation place to nurture sea establisher level powerhouses. In these two huge mines, it is said that there is a top-notch mineral hidden. The power leaking from this top-notch mineral can continuously produce the most common associated black flame mine, which is a level 1 mineral. At the same time, it is very easy to give birth to corresponding black flame mine demons, so it can be used as a long-term cultivation field. Han Fei nodded. This made sense. With a powerful treasure mine, it could indeed mutate the mineral veins in an area. For example, although most of the chaotic spiritual earth he had obtained in the demon domain was of poor quality, it was surprisingly effective on his origin star. Because his origin star had time acceleration, this spiritual soil would slowly recover. Furthermore, as time passed, some mystic yellow soil had already appeared on his origin star. Although the area wasn't very large, it was tens of thousands of cubes in total. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain a large amount of high-quality chaotic spiritual earth. Otherwise, the effect would be more than 10 times better. 100 Alliance City. As the name suggested, it was a place where hundreds of factions and tens of millions of races gathered. The 100 Alliance City was protected by some kind of barrier. Every 10,000 kilometers, sky openers would stand guard, and every 100,000 kilometers, there would be star transformation realm guards. After entering the safe area, there was no need to worry about safety. No one here would attack casually. After seeing the divine capital dynasty, Han Fei had thought that the huge city built in a place like the infinite mining area must be extraordinary. But when he really entered the 100 Alliance City, he found that the buildings here were really featureless. Any island in the divine capital dynasty was stronger than this. Here, there were ordinary or buildings everywhere. The style was heavy, and there was no special aesthetic. There were not many spiritual plants here, so on both sides of the road, there were mostly statues that were of an obscene amount. They were used as decorations. The strangest part was that there was a statue dozens of meters tall every 10 meters on average. The floor under his feet seemed to have been carefully carved with extremely complicated patterns. Of course, the lack of buildings couldn't hide the lively scene in the 100 Alliance City. Since it was a city, it would naturally radiate to many areas around. There were hundreds of forces in the infinite mining area, so there were naturally many people who had been in the 100 Alliance City all year round. Therefore, it was very lively in the city. Han Fei said, "Take the team to finish the mission. We still have to do what needs to be done." Qin Ching nodded, but then he said, "My lord, now that I've appeared in the 100 Alliance City, we can't hide it from the soul-controlling sect anymore. They must know that something has happened now, and since I've appeared here, I'm afraid, we'll be targeted at any time." Han Fei sneered. "It's not that they'll target us at any time, but that they've already targeted us. It doesn't matter. Do what you need to do. This is the safe area. Even if the soul-controlling sect is among the top 100, so what?" To finish the mission, Qin Chen should take Han Fei and the others to sell the seeds bought outside to the reserved merchants in the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei bought 10 times the amount of each type of seed, so after selling a portion, he could still keep a lot. After the team was disbanded, Han Fei took out a golden token and put it on his waist. This was the symbol of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. It showed his strength to the outside world and secretly warned some people. As soon as Han Fei and the others finished the mission, 2 men immediately went to Qin Ching. One of them said, "Qin Ching, what happened to Yang Qian? Why are you in the 100 Alliance City? You suddenly become an honest businessman?" Qin Ching said, "My lords, I'd like to ask you where Master Yang Qian is. I Didn't meet Master Yang Qian along the way. That's why I took these people to complete this mission. If I had met Master Yang Qian earlier, why would I have come to the 100 Alliance City? You didn't meet him? The expressions of the two people changed slightly. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with Qingqing? But a few days ago, they received news from the sect that Yang Qian had died. And the only person they could associate with this matter was Qingqing. Now, Qingqing Ran had appeared, and Yang Qian was carrying more than 10% of the six-winged mineral worms in the sect. At that time, the power Yang Qian had was comparable to that of a super powerhouse who had unsealed two great Dao locks. Who could kill Yang Qian in that state? The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions changed slightly. One of them said, "In that case, Qingqing, since you've already joined the soul-controlling sect, go with us this time." Qingqing refused flatly. "No. The one who made an agreement with me is Master Yang Qian." This trip was very strange. Not only did Master Yang Qian not appear, but you also came to ask me. I'm afraid something happened to Master Yang Qian. Under such circumstances, you want me to go with you? Sorry, Qing Chung, still want to live. I don't want to be killed for no reason. Hearing this, the two of them looked surprised. One of them said, "Qingqing, it seems that you want to betray us before you even join us?" Qingqing said straightforwardly, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Something has clearly happened to the soul controlling sect. Why are you still asking me to join? What can you give me? Can it help me advance to the perfected star transformation realm?" The person said, "Qingqing, with your talent, it's a certainty that you'll advance to the perfected star transformation realm. Since you've already agreed to join the soul-controlling sect, do you know the consequences if you go back on your word now?" Qingqing said, "I never said that I would regret it, but it wasn't the two of you who made a deal with me back then. Besides, are you worthy of threatening me? I, Qingqing, am in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Anyway, an existence who can reach the perfected star transformation realm at any time. If it weren't for the benefits you promised, do you think I would have joined you? Instead, I want to persuade your soul-controlling sect not to make things difficult for me. Otherwise, you will have one more enemy in the perfected star transformation realm." Hearing Qingqing's words, the two of them were speechless and just looked at Qingqing coldly. They weren't sure just now, but now they somewhat believed that Yang Qian's death should be related to Qingqing. After Qingqing left with a cold look, after a long time, one of them said, "I'm afraid this Qingqing has already betrayed us and killed Yang Qian with others." The other person frowned. "Can he kill Yang Qian?" "Of course it's impossible for him to kill Yang Qian, but it's not impossible for him to kill Yang Qian together with a strong master. No matter what, there is something wrong with Qingqing. Report this matter first. Unless he stays in the 100 Alliance City forever, there will be plenty of opportunities to take him down later." After a while, Qingqing and Han Fei met up. He said, "My lord, I've deliberately aroused their suspicion. I estimate that in a few days, a team of strong masters from the soul-controlling sect will come and set up a trap outside the 100 Alliance City, ready to ambush me at any time and check my memories." Han Fei waved his hand casually. "It's fine. Do you know how many great Dao locks the strongest person in the soul-controlling sect has?" Ching said, "This is simple. More than 500 years ago, it was revealed that Yang Kuan, the leader of the soul-controlling sect in the infinite mining area, already had 3 great Dao locks. In the infinite mining area, or in the eyes of some of the older generation, the existence of the great Dao lock was something that they knew very well. Although one would become very powerful after opening the great Dao lock, it couldn't be opened casually. The great Dao lock was the shackles that bound one's body and soul after they almost couldn't carry his power. Once the shackles were unlocked, it meant that one had to transcend the tribulation to prove Dao. However, ordinary people had little chance of survival unless they were confident of transcending the tribulation. No one would easily open the great Dao lock. Of course, nothing was absolute. Han Fei believed that since the great Dao lock could be unlocked, it could be locked again. It was just a matter of how much it would cost. During the battle with the bloodthirsty Flagfish tribe, Han Fei had learned the horror of unsealing the great Dao lock. His current limit of combat power was probably only enough to withstand the combat power of 3 great Dao locks head-on. If the other party had too many great Dao locks and completely unsealed them, he was afraid he wouldn't be a match for them for now. Of course, if his enemy could be restrained by the God-sealing spear array, he might have a chance to win. At least, even if he couldn't beat it, he could escape, unless the other party had the ability to instantly break through the God-sealing spear array. However, so far, Han Fei didn't think anyone could do this. At least, no one had been able to do this during the 100,000-year competition of the divine capital dynasty. Of course, apart from a head-on clash, he also had the void-stealing technique, so the 3 great Dao locks weren't a big problem. Han Fei didn't care much about the soul-controlling sect. Han Fei needed a piece of territory of his own now. At the same time, one of his purposes here was to destroy the power of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining area. At this moment, his footing was not steady yet. If he was too hasty, he might alert the enemy. Therefore, Han Fei asked Qing, "Where is the intelligence center?" Wherever people cultivated, there would be information. Especially in a place like the infinite mining area, there were secrets everywhere. How could hundreds of factions not have any secrets? The 100 Alliance City had many intelligence organizations, but the largest one was in the capital of horror. The capital of horror had absolute say in the infinite mining area. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm actually on good terms with the capital of horror, but I can't just go up and tell them that I'm Han Fei and give me information. Not to mention anything else, just the information that I'm Han Fei might exceed all the information I want to buy." Therefore, without any acquaintances, he had to buy intelligence obediently. Of course, if Zhang Daqian could send back more information from the city of scavengers, he should be able to save a lot of money. Unfortunately, the place where the city of scavengers was located in the infinite mining area was a little far from the 100 Alliance City, and the information couldn't be synchronized that far. Qing took Han Fei to the intelligence center. It was a grotto-type building. On one cliff, there were more than 3,000 caves. When Han Fei revealed his token, a guide led Han Fei into one of the caves. When Han Fei entered, a beautiful woman was already waiting here. She said, "May I ask what kind of intelligence you would like to buy, customer?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Even the intelligence sellers were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Was the capital of horror so Powerful in the infinite mining area? Han Fei said indifferently, I need the information about the specific strength of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining area. For example, how many of their strong masters have great Dao locks, and how many great Dao locks they have. The charming woman's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she returned to her normal etiquette smile. Sir, this kind of privacy is top secret information. Of all the major factions, the city of origin ranks 10th among all the factions in the 100 Alliance city. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this information? The price will be very high. Han Fei asked, how high is it? The woman said, I'm afraid it will take at least 360,000 kilometer origin stars to buy such information about the city of scavengers. As for the city of origin, the price will have to double. Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. He had thought that he had some resources. How much could 2 pieces of intelligence be worth? However, it turned out that the price was more than 100 times that of the camps. Bye-bye. I'm not buying any. Han Fei immediately turned around and left. This intelligence agency had no conscience at all. Wasn't this robbery? Han Fei was so scared that he ran away, but the other party didn't make things difficult for Han Fei. She wasn't angry that Han Fei didn't buy it. She just said indifferently, go check it. He must be the one who killed Yang Qian of the soul-controlling sect. Very few people in the outer camps can kill Yang Qian. Let's see who has been causing trouble outside the infinite mining area recently. Yes. Seeing Han Fei come out of the intelligence agency speechlessly, Qin Cheng couldn't help but ask, my lord, have you got the information? Han Fei said with a black face, ask when you should, and shut up when you shouldn't. Qin Cheng immediately shut up, wondering if this big shot whose name he didn't know was angry because he couldn't afford the information. After only 2 steps, Han Fei suddenly turned around. Qin Cheng, if you want to completely become mine, you have to swear allegiance. Your soul and essence. Blood only prove that you are willing to follow me, but whether you are worthy of being my subordinate or not is a problem. So, 3 days later, Qin Cheng left the 100 Alliance city alone. At this moment, Qin Cheng panicked. He knew that Han Fei wasn't a good person. But he didn't expect Han Fei to be so bad as to use him as bait to lure the soul-controlling sect to take action. Come on, no matter how poor the comprehensive strength of the soul-controlling sect was, it was still a terrifying existence on the list of forces in the infinite mining area. Although the death of Yang Qian would be a pity for the soul-controlling sect, it wasn't to the point of being a heavy loss. After all, Yang Qian wasn't a perfected star transformation cultivator with a great Dao lock. After walking for half a day from the infinite mining area to the northwest, a large number of mine demons had already appeared here. However, because Qin Cheng's speed was fast, the mine demons couldn't catch up, so it was relatively safe. Qin Cheng had no choice but to hope that Han Fei was strong enough to easily ambush and kill the people of the soul-controlling sect. In Qin Cheng's opinion, this was a low-level trick, but he was certain that the soul-controlling sect would definitely be fooled. Qin Cheng didn't understand. Han Fei didn't have any grudge with the soul-controlling sect. Yang Qian had already died by his hand. Why did he still lure the soul-controlling sect to take action? Buzz. Swish. 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 At this moment, the void trembled, and 4 strong masters appeared in all directions, blocking Qin Cheng's way. One of them said, "Qin Cheng, you betrayed our soul-controlling sect, but you still have the courage to walk out of the 100 Alliance City. I wonder, who gave you the confidence?" Qin Cheng pretended that his expression changed drastically. "I haven't even joined the soul-controlling sect. How can you call me a traitor? Something happened to your soul-controlling sect and the person who was supposed to meet me was gone. How can I join you? You're quibbling. Since you refuse to talk, I'll take you down and search your soul. I don't believe that what happened to Yang Qian has nothing to do with you." Qin Cheng heaved a sigh. "Well, I think you may be too weak to take me down." "Heh. How dare you? Even if you've reached the perfected star transformation realm, you won't be able to escape today. Attack." As soon as this person activated his technique, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His strength seemed to have decreased a lot. It seemed to be suppressed by an invisible power. At this moment, Han Fei's voice rang leisurely, "He's right. You are indeed too weak." Of the 4 people who came, there were only powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm, and the other 3 were only in the peak level late stage star transformation realm. With their strength, it might not be difficult for Qin Cheng to survive, but it was impossible for him to escape from Han Fei. The moment Han Fei appeared, these people from the soul-controlling sect knew that they had been tricked. They actually failed to discover such an obvious trap. Puff. 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 Under the suppression of the God-sealing spear array, Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses in a row with only 1 slash. When the knife light bloomed like the night sky, a touch of shining starlight bloomed to a scorching heat in an instant and disappeared in the next moment. Having witnessed Senior Brother Azure Dragon's terrifying combat power and momentum in battle, Han Fei had gained some insights. Senior Brother Azure Dragon was the Dragon Emperor and he was the Human Emperor. In terms of status, no matter what others thought, Han Fei felt the 2 of them were the same. Therefore, Han Fei's sabers had changed a little. The invincibility intent was accidentally revealed, which was the after effect of absorbing Zhao Qinglong's invincible path. The temperament of the emperor of a race had quietly become a unique force for Han Fei. In this case, Han Fei slashed out. If it weren't for a heavenly talent of the same level, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Boom boom boom. Seeing him kill 3 people with a single slash, both the powerhouse of the soul-controlling sect who had reached the perfected star transformation realm and Qin Cheng took a deep breath in shock. He killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses with a casual slash. What kind of terrifying power was this? Qin Cheng felt that he might have followed the right person. This person was too strong. Even if he could break through to the perfected star transformation realm at any time, he was helpless against Han Fei's attack. Just now. Just this slash alone made Qin Cheng awed. As for the powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm, he tried to escape. However, how could he escape from the God-sealing spear array? When this person hit the array of the God-sealing spears hard and failed to break it even after using all his strength, the infinity water turned into a God-sealing spear and shot out, nailing this person to the barrier. Han Fei said leisurely, "If you hadn't run, you might have been able to fight me for hundreds of rounds. But you chose to run and exposed your back to me. So you didn't lose in vain. The person looked at Han Fei in shock. Who are you? The soul-controlling sect has no grudge with you. Why did you have to kill us? Han Fei chuckled and said, hunting. Just like how you hunt ordinary sky openers. If you can hunt them, why can't I hunt you? Qin Qing listened from the side and didn't dare to say anything. He had thought that Han Fei was trying to take revenge on the soul-controlling sect. But now it seemed that the other party just wanted to play and hunt. As for the soul-controlling sect, they just happened to run into the muzzle of his gun. Hearing Han Fei's casual description, the powerhouse was shocked, but he still wanted to live. He said, fellow Taoist, if you let me go, I'm willing to give you 10 360,000-kilometer refined stars as my reward. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Well, it seems that you are quite rich. Unfortunately, this price couldn't even buy 1/10 of the information about the city of scavengers or the city of origin, so Han Fei certainly wouldn't care. He said, if you want to live, you can call for reinforcements. The more people you call over, the greater your chance of survival. If you can call for more strong masters in your race, as long as they are more valuable than you, I can let you go. This person was horrified when he heard this. Sure enough, they weren't the only bad guys. This person was extremely belligerent and clearly wanted to use him to attract more strong masters from the soul-controlling sect to hunt. However, did he dare to disobey? Although he knew that even if he did, he might die. If he didn't, he would die now. Instead of dying now, he certainly chose to take the risk. Fortunately, he was a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. When he contacted his sect, he could send a soul message, which this person might not be able to read. He said, I can call more people, but this place is still too far away. The soul-controlling sect is in the west, not close to this place. Han Fei chuckled. It's okay. Let's get closer. Han Fei didn't care at all. He knew that this person wanted to play tricks. But so what? It just so happened that he could get all those identity tokens at once. Furthermore, the soul-controlling sect must be a rich sect, since they often robbed people. He had just arrived. Although he had obtained a lot of resources from the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, he didn't have many refined stars. After all, most people would use up any refined stars they had immediately. However, there should be many star transformation realm powerhouses in the soul-controlling sect. If he hunted them all, he should be able to gain a lot of origin stars. Besides, he had just entered the infinite mining area and wasn't prepared to have too many interactions with these local forces immediately. After finishing this job, he would have to explore the northern mining area with the old turtle and find a way to rebuild the old turtle's body and train the 7-kill army. Therefore, hunting the soul-controlling sect was just a piece of cake. A day later, when the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse of the soul-controlling sect sent his soul information back through a 6-winged mineral worm, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Qin Qing, let's go to the soul-controlling sect. The perfected star transformation realm powerhouse's face changed drastically, and he looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei sneered. If you want to use such a lousy trick on me, just use it. You guessed that I killed Yang Qian, and you guessed that I have the strength above 2 great Dao locks. Perhaps you would exaggerate it. For example, tell your race that I have the strength of 3 great Dao locks, because the stronger I am, the stronger the master of your soul-controlling array will take action, so you will have a chance to be saved. Am I right? Qingqing looked at the strong master of the soul-controlling sect sympathetically, thinking that he was really ignorant. If the real strong masters of the soul-controlling sect had come out, the sect would be empty. And wouldn't it be a great opportunity for Han Fei to attack it? While this powerhouse was stunned, Han Fei's void lines had already come at him. With Han Fei's current soul power, it was no weaker than the power of a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm, or even much stronger. Therefore, this person was completely controlled by Han Fei before he struggled much. The location of the soul-controlling sect was a place close to the bug demon mountain in the west. This place was rich in six-winged mineral worms. In the eyes of the soul-controlling sect, the bug demon mountain was their sect protecting barrier. When Han Fei arrived, he specially used the 9-palace luck ruler and the vast ocean navigator to measure his luck. It turned out that his luck today was greatly auspicious. Han Fei was overjoyed. So even the sect master of the soul-controlling sect had gone out? Seeing this luck, Han Fei secretly passed the barrier of the six-winged mineral worms with his black mist body. The soul-controlling sect had a huge vein, but it had been dug very deeply. Han Fei happened to see some sea establishers return from the depths of the ore vein and hand over a large number of minerals. There were 5 powerhouses at the early stage of the sky-opening realm presiding over this matter. In a slightly deeper place of the soul-controlling sect, there were more vibes of powerhouses here. Of course, it was more tamed 6-winged mineral worms here. They acted as patrols, flying back and forth in the sky of the soul-controlling sect, scanning every corner. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. His first goal was the Life Tablet Management Office of the Soul-Controlling Sect. Every large faction had such a place, and the Soul-Controlling Sect was no exception. At this moment, 2 elders were guarding the Ancestral Hall. In just a few days, they had lost Yongqian, a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and more than 10% of the 6-winged mineral worms. It was said that the culprit of this matter had already appeared, since the sect master took action. Personally, this guy would certainly be doomed. However, as soon as the elder said so, a pillar of blue water instantly pierced through his body. The other person saw a mirror, and in the next second, he fell into a mirror space. Suddenly, a saber beam swept past and he was cut into pieces. After taking care of the 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, Han Fei waved his hand and collected all the life tablets here. From the beginning to the end, it was silent and no one noticed. On this side, Han Fei didn't kill the 2 of them completely. Otherwise, if their death caused great Dao cracks in the sky, everything would be exposed. Sealing the 2 of them, Han Fei secretly strolled towards the soul controlling sect's treasure house. Sneaking into the treasure house under the nose of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, Han Fei cursed secretly, "Damn, so poor. Is this really a treasure house?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse, because he saw a lot of ordinary minerals, spiritual stones, and various crystals, but he didn't even see a single refined star. Even the weapons he saw were only a few sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and most of them were ultra-quality divine weapons. Obviously, they were prepared for sea establishers. Han Fei almost cursed. "I came all the way here but got nothing." Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei found some emerald green pearls. If he didn't take a closer look, he would think that they were a kind of mineral. When he took a closer look, he took a slight breath. In his eyes, information emerged. Name: Soul Accumulation Pearl. Introduction: a pure soul bead refined from the bodies of a large number of creatures with a special soul technique. Taking this bead can directly increase the power of the soul without any side effects. It's mostly used for soul cultivation. Quality: ultra quality. Contained pure soul power, 10,000 points. Effect: this bead is man-made, so the soul accumulation pearl has an upper limit of consumption. If you take 100 of them, your body can no longer absorb it. Huh? There's such a good thing? Although he could only use 100 of them, there were tens of thousands of them in total. He could use them as a reward and quickly improve the strength of the 7-kill army. After absorbing the soul accumulation pearls, some ordinary weapons, and minerals, Han Fei sighed. Now that people had their origin stars, they weren't used to hiding treasures. Most of the things in the treasure house were mostly basic resources. If his guess was correct, the soul accumulation pearl was just a basic material of the soul-controlling sect, used to reward some outstanding establishers or early-stage sky openers. What was precious was not the soul accumulation pearl, but the way it was refined. After Han Fei cleared the treasure house, he leisurely came to the place where the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, guarding the treasure house, was with his black mist body. This person couldn't be very strong because Han Fei didn't feel any threat from him. He thought that the soul-controlling sect was really careless. They thought that with tens of thousands of six-winged mineral worms, the treasure house was impregnable. This perfected star transformation realm powerhouse didn't notice anything wrong. He couldn't even sense the warning from his soul. Han Fei didn't look at him, which would be noticed by this person. He was just thinking that there should be more powerhouses in the soul-controlling sect. Otherwise, if something really happened, who would control these tens of thousands of six-winged mineral worms? Was it the person in front of him? Ignoring the person, Han Fei thought for a while and left the treasure house quietly. Finding a place, Han Fei activated the vast ocean navigator and quietly came to a cultivation place sealed by a barrier after crossing a mining area. Cultivators usually set up a cave abode. This person shouldn't be weak. Even in his own house, he had set up a barrier. But Han Fei didn't care. From the vibe inside the spiritual barrier, it seemed that only one person was cultivating, which made him much relieved. Old Yuan, you are a soul body now. Can the turtle shell sky sealing technique still work? The old turtle said, of course it can be used. This is a great technique. I don't have to have a physical body to use it. Han Fei grinned. Okay, seal this place then. The elder of the soul-controlling sect, Hu Daoi, had already reached the perfected star transformation realm 100,000 years ago. After cultivating in seclusion for several years, he was now trying to produce the third great Tao lock. As long as he obtained some more refined stars, there might be hope in a few years. Once he made another breakthrough, the soul-controlling sect's ranking might go further. At this moment, in this mine, a huge amount of mineral marrow surrounded the barrier, providing a large amount of energy for the barrier at all times. Suddenly, Hu Daoi felt that he had lost contact with his origin star. In the next moment, he felt that this place had become an independent space, and the Entire void had been sealed. Who broke into our soul-controlling sect? Hu Daoyi suddenly soared into the sky, and the mountains and rivers above his head exploded. At the same time, he held a long stick and struck in the air, trying to penetrate the turtle shell sky sealing technique. However, the old turtle's soul power wasn't weak either. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a body, his strength might have immediately soared to the perfected star transformation realm, so how could this array be broken so easily? A scorching fist mark appeared on the barrier that Hu Daoyi had set up. The fist light carried an invincible aura, and its terrifying power was comparable to a monarch's blow. It happened to pierce through the array eye of his barrier. Hu Daoyi was appalled. His barrier had been broken before he saw the enemy clearly? Was the intruder so strong? Walala. When the blade tides poured out like raindrops, converging in the void and forming waves that rose and fell, Hu Daoyi roared and pierced through the vast sky with his rod, preventing the infinity water from approaching at all. In the next moment, Hu Daoyi felt that his head was muddled, as if his consciousness had been deprived by some kind of power. Fortunately, a pearl exploded in his mind, and Hu Daoyi broke free from this muddle-headed state while bleeding from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Hu Daoyi didn't dare to be negligent. 2 thick chains appeared on his body. Crack. Crack. After 2 consecutive sounds, the great Dao chains broke. Hu Daoyi was furious. When his 3rd chain was about to be condensed, someone came to disturb him, forcing him to break the great Dao chains. It would take a lot of resources, and at least hundreds of years for him to recover. Thinking of this, Hu Daoyi's anger filled his soul and blocked the void stealing technique. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that having a strong soul power was indeed beneficial. He could even block the void stealing technique. However, this person didn't completely block it. Although the 2 great Dao chains were broken, he was still stunned for a moment. Without further ado, Han Fei launched the silencing fist. Rumble. Hu Daoyi struggled to come back to his senses, but then he felt an extreme burning, and the feeling of life withering welled up in his heart. When the fist mark landed on him, in an instant, Hu Daoyi's Dao bones were shattered, and his flesh and blood splashed across the sky. However, at this moment, he had completely sobered up. Although this blow was powerful, the power unleashed after he unlocked the great Dao locks was also extremely powerful, and his body recovered by half in an instant. At this moment, Han Fei roared, "Explode!" Rumble. The infinity water exploded in Hu Daoyi's flesh and blood, blowing him into pieces again. Han Fei didn't give him a chance to use his star bead at all. In this state, when Hu Daoyi's body was shattered and his soul hadn't gathered, it was a good opportunity for Han Fei to kill him in one fell swoop. On the second blow, Hu Daoyi was already exhausted. He reluctantly summoned 3 godly weapons in a row from his flesh and blood, trying to block Han Fei with the explosion of the godly weapons to buy himself some chances. However, the moment his 3 godly weapons appeared, they appeared beside Han Fei as if they had been subdued. What greeted him was a dazzling saber beam. Bang! A super powerhouse who had unsealed 2 great Dao locks had died. The old turtle was shocked. He said, "I'll seal this place now. As long as the turtle shell sky sealing technique isn't removed, the great Dao can't perceive it. Take this time to kill the other perfected star transformation realm." Cultivator. The old turtle was naturally talking about the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse who guarded the treasure house. Han Fei had the same plan. If he guessed right, the person he killed now should be one of the strongest in the soul-controlling sect. Once this person died, and the perfected star transformation realm cultivator outside died, even if there was still someone who could control the six-winged mineral worm, it wouldn't be of much use. When he returned to the treasure house, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and activated the silencing fist again. This person exploded with a bang. Except for a trace of consciousness in his soul, there was nothing left. When Han Fei slashed out again, this person was completely killed. Yes, it would only take Han Fei 2 moves to kill a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. Rumble. When the weather changed, the old turtle also unlocked the turtle shell sky sealing technique. Rumble. 2 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses had died in a row. The weather here changed, and several peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses crossed the sky and looked over. When they realized the change, there was no way they could escape. Han Fei appeared and shouted, "The 7-kill army of the human race has arrived. Kill." In the next moment, Han Fei, the old turtle, Qin Cheng, the blood fiend puppet, and the perfected star transformation realm cultivator controlled by Han Fei attacked one after another. When Qin Cheng saw this scene, he was shocked. Han Fei had really done it. Judging from the weather, the soul controlling sect must have suffered heavy losses this time. For a moment, the battle was intense. Han Fei, alone, used the void stealing technique to instantly take down 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. The old turtle used the soul technique to sneak attack one of them. Qin Cheng and the blood fiend puppet each entangled one of them. The controlled perfected star transformation realm powerhouse attacked bravely in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge soul-controlling sect suffered heavy casualties. When the strong masters of the sky-opening realm joined the battle, the 7-kill army also joined the battle. Although the sky-opening realm powerhouses on Han Fei's side were generally weak, there were more than 100 of them, and those who had been captured tried to perform well and prove their loyalty. They couldn't fight a big battle, but they weren't afraid of the junior sky-opening realm powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect. The soul-controlling sect was completely caught off guard by Han Fei, who killed 2 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses and 5 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in an instant. In this state, the reaction of the remaining peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse was to escape. Almost in a moment, everyone who could escape had escaped. There was no peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator left here. Han Fei shouted, 7-kill army, listen to me. I only have one request for you, slaughter. Today's Han Fei no longer showed any mercy. When the soul-controlling sect ambushed and hunted others, they should have realized that they would be targeted one day. Under the avalanche, no snowflake was innocent. Han Fei valued nurturing battle with battle. Ordinary people would take their time if they wanted to take down a sect, but in his opinion, it was too slow. There was plenty of time for his men to cultivate in his origin sea. However, battle was the fundamental condition for the rise of the strong. This battle lasted for more than 6 hours and was almost one-sided. As for the 6-winged mineral worms, because they were not controlled, very few of them participated in the battle, so Han Fei ignored them. 6 hours later, Han Fei had left. Half a day later, a powerhouse suddenly appeared in the sky above the Soul controlling sect at the speed of a light explosion. In the mining area, a line of words was imprinted on the cliff. The 7 kill army of the human race has visited here. Roar. When this person saw that the soul-controlling sect had become a mess, his entire face turned ferocious. What a human race! What a human butcher! The soul-controlling sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm will hunt you down forever.